could ask everyone to get settled, we're getting ready to start. This regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6 p.m. I'm very pleased you've taken time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we're here to set goals and policies and oversee the management of the district. We're responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. That's the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guests, you're welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and I will call roll. Mr. Macias?
Present.
Ms. Stanford?
Present.
Ms. Ryan?
Monica Ryan, present.
And I'm Suzanne Canoyer. To my left is our superintendent, Dr. Fields.
Good evening.
Our first item is our invocation and pledge of allegiance, so if you'll please stand.
Mr. Brooks.
Sir. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you with grateful hearts as we begin this meeting. Thank you for the opportunity to serve the students, families, and staff of Judson ISD. Tonight, we welcome new board members with hope and anticipation, asking that you grant them wisdom, courage, and a servant's heart. We also pause to honor those who are concluding their season of service. For their dedication, sacrifices, and leadership, we give thanks. May the seeds they've sown continue to bear fruit. Guide every discussion and decision made here tonight. Let all that we do be done with integrity, respect, and a shared commitment to the success of every student. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please remain standing for the presentation of the United States colors led by the Veterans Memorial High School Army JROTC. Today's color guard is commanded by Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Gavin Mick, who is carrying the U.S. flag. Right guard for the U.S. flag is Cadet First Lieutenant Isabel Cencion. The Texas flag is being carried by Cadet Major Layla Earl. Left guard for the Texas flag is Cadet Captain Mikey Scott. Our pledge leader this evening is Araceli Alvarado. Araceli is a fifth grade student at Paschal Elementary. She is a leader on campus and helps to create a positive school environment as a member of the student leadership team. She is a team player and she shows integrity in all that she does. When she is not in school, her favorite thing to do is spend time with her new baby sister. Araceli will be attending J-STEM Academy in the fall.
Reset all.
Thank you for leading us in the pledges, Araceli.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Order. Arms. Ready. Face. Forward. March.
You may be seated. And if we could have our board members and oh, no. Okay.
So we have a couple of ceremonial things to take care of that we're going to do, and then we'll start with our recognition. So if you'll please bear with us. The next item on the agenda is to declare candidates elected to trustee positions, issue the certificate of election for each new elected candidate, and administer the oath of office to our newly elected trustees. And so we're going to do that now. We'll go with place 2.
We didn't practice. Left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
I, Stephanie Jones,
I, Stephanie
do
Jones,
solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the office of the Judson Independent School District,
of the office of the Judson Independent School District,
member of the Board of Trustees
member of the Board of Trustees
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state.
and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
It's official.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Do you want to take your seat at the dais?
Yes. And now is place 3. Ms. Lee?
If y'all could stand on this side. Who's going to hold the Bible? I'll hold the Bible. Okay. Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do repeat after me. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
I, Leslie Lee,
I, Leslie Lee,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the office of Judson Independent School District,
at the office of the Judson Independent School District,
member of the Board of Trustees
member of the Board of Trustees
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and the will of the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state.
and of the state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Macias has asked for us to wait on his because his wife is on her way. We know what traffic is like. So we'll do place 5 now, please. Ms. Poteet.
You do, or do you want to hold it? You want to hold it
Just gonna
together?
hold the Bible.
Okay.
And hold it together.
Can you go right over here, please?
Mom's gonna put her hand on the Bible.
So you've got to go right over here. Okay, you're gonna have to let me go, bud. Okay.
Okay.
Got it?
Left hand on the Bible, and raise your right hand. Repeat after me. In the name and by the authority of the United States,
In the name and by the authority of the United States,
actually of Texas,
actually of Texas,
I, Amanda Poteet, do solemnly swear
I, Amanda Poteet, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the office of Judson Independent School District,
of the office of Judson Independent School District,
member of the Board of Trustees
member of the Board of Trustees
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of the state.
and of the state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next is Mr. Macias, place 4.
All right now, the man.
Deborah.
Do you like the Bible?
Yes.
Would you hold that for me, please?
You will hold.
Left hand on the Bible.
Scoot over, or are we good? I'm trying to not have that.
You
in
can
the
come
way.
in closer if you'd like.
Okay,
Raise your right hand.
hold on. Okay.
Okay. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
I, Jose Macias Jr.,
I, Jose, middle initial A, Macias Jr.,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the office of Judson Independent School District,
of the office of Judson Independent School District,
member of the Board of Trustees
member of the Board of Trustees
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of the state.
and of the state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We're going to continue on with recognitions, and our first recognitions will be for the board members who are leaving us. So hang in there with us for one more moment. So we did not recognize Mr. Salinas because he was running for office during the April board meeting, and we'd like to today to make sure that we give our thanks for his continued service and dedication to Judson ISD. Mr. Salinas, if you'll come up. for all of our outgoing board members to have a chance to say a few words. So, Mr. Salinas? Either one, your choice.
Thank you. I guess senior citizens have priorities. Thank you. I want to thank Dr. Fields, all the board members and the new board members, and congratulations to Ms. Poteet, and she's got all my support. Believe me, she's got all my support. All the cabinet members that always advise me on the good things to do, and I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you for bringing me in. I was able to help you a little bit, and you'll be seeing me. If you ever need my help, do not hesitate to call on me. Thank you so much.
Ms. Eaton, did you want to say anything?
Never at a loss for words. Get my hug, see? Gotta get my hug.
Appreciate you.
Anyway, it's going to be short and sweet. Thank you to my fellow board members. Thank you to Judson community, Judson schools. I'm not going anywhere because y'all know me. Every Thanksgiving, I will be the turkey. To this cabinet, you guys are phenomenal. You're phenomenal. And thank you so much for your guided wisdom, your guidance, because you guys have been awesome. And somebody that does not get a thank you enough is our fabulous Miss Betty Holmes. She takes good care of us. And I'm going to tell y'all, I rode the slow bus to school. Miss Betty had to stay on me sometimes because I was on that short bus. But seriously, I really was. She had to stay on us. Thank you, Miss Betty. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Dr. Fields, I can't thank you enough, sir. Woo! Because I'm telling you, orange is not a good color on me, and I came real close, and you know it. But listen, thank you. You're doing an awesome job. Your cabinet is phenomenal. The amount of work that they put in and the things that they do to make sure that this district is good, looks good, and will be good is awesome, and thank you, thank you. To the new board members, buckle up, Buttercup. Buckle up, that's all I can tell you. If you need anything, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here, and I do. Miss Lee, you know, I got you, girl. Anyway, thank you all. Thank you. To my principals, thank you, thank you.
Ms. Faulkner?
No, so I did prepare a speech because I've been here since before kindergarten. This is my home. Sorry, this is my home. So I want to take a moment to thank all of you. As soon as I retired from teaching, somebody picked up the phone and said, hey, we want you to come. No, I'm not, I'm retired. But I did, because this was the last box that I needed to check for civic duty, and I'm done. So I have some words for the new guys, okay? Just as you make decisions, please look around this room, because Judson is very unique. I have been in 3 school districts. There is no family like this. When they say family, this is family. And there's no other district in this region like this. You're not going to find it. So every decision you make, you need to look out here. You need to look here, because these are the people who have spent their lives. They're the ones with the boots on the ground. They're the ones that your decisions are impacting. The little ones, the ones who are serving as teachers and staff members, and even their families. So as I get ready to leave, I do have a quote from To Kill a Mockingbird. They're certainly entitled to think that, and they're entitled to full respect for their opinion, but before I can live with other folks, I've got to live with myself. The one thing that doesn't abide by majority rule is a person's conscience. So just remember, your job is board business. Their job is district business. There's a fine line. Don't cross it. They're the subject matter experts. These guys out here are subject matter experts. Please rely on them. Please, every chance you get, look at the little faces that you're impacting. As you drive in the school district, notice the kids and what they're doing, okay? It's really important that you make decisions that come from your heart and come from the information around the district, because these are really, really big shoes to fill, and we're counting on you. No pressure at all, but tag, you're it.
All right. Well, don't go anywhere. We have more recognitions. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Dr. Fields?
Yes, please. Mr. Macias, can you do one more with Dr. Fields? So sorry. All right, if we can welcome back Ms. Araceli Alvarado from Paschal Elementary, our pledge leader. I know her dad is here. There he is. And mom, right there, and proud principal, Ms. Tricia Davila. Great job, Araceli. Thank you so much. And if we can welcome back our color guard this evening from Veterans Memorial High School. Their instructor this evening is Sergeant First Class Karen Hudson. Thank you, ma'am. Awesome. Thank you so much. Great job. Okay, here we go. The exciting part of the evening, our recognitions. We would like to first start off with a recognition coming from Rolling Meadows Elementary. We have our 92nd Newberry Film Festival winners. Come on in. They are accompanied this evening by sponsor Mr. John Ramirez. We want to congratulate these students. The 92nd Newberry Film Festival is an annual video contest in which young filmmakers create a short film that tells the story of a Newbery-winning book in 90 seconds. Students read the book, create a concept to retell the story in a unique way, create costumes, write scripts, and use technology, all in an effort to promote literacy. They competed against 100 other films from across Bexar County, and these students attended the film festival at the Tobin Center. They won Best Cinematography and third place Best Film with an award of $750 from HEB. This evening, we have Gunnar Valverde, Dante Black, and Aurora Williams. Congratulations. They told me they were going to use some of this money to prepare for next year's competition. So there's a chance that they'll be back seeing you guys again. Thank you so much. All right, next up. We are proud to recognize an outstanding group of student athletes who have demonstrated remarkable dedication. Our Judson ISD athletes who competed at the UIL State Track and Field Meet. First coming in, we have Wagner High School, accompanied by Coach James Dykes. With us this evening, we have Channon Davis, 4x400 relay, Lameek Edwards, 4x200 relay, Terrell Harris, 4x400 relay, Sunny Serrano, 4x200 relay and 4x400 relay, and Chance Stanley, 4x200 relay. The 4x200 team placed 9th overall at the state meet, and the 4x400 placed 9th overall at the state meet. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Great job. Next, we have coming in from Judson High School, accompanied by Coach Javier Noyola. We have Josiah Green, discus, 3rd. And we have the 4x400 team placed 6th, Quincy Baker, Isaiah Waller, Amari Jones, and alternate Jack Call. Congratulations, gentlemen. Great job. Also from Judson High School, accompanied by Coach Christina Holland, we have your girls team this evening. We have Daranasia Taylor, 100-meter 9th place and 200-meter qualifier. Genesis Cordero, 400-meter 7th place and 2nd fastest time in the city of San Antonio. The 4x400 meter relay 8th, top 3 time in the city of San Antonio, Juliana Dodson, Genesis Cordero, Kinsey Jackson, and Zaya Jernelius. 4x100 relay 8th was the fastest 4x1 in the city of San Antonio metro area for the entire 2025 season. Zaya Jernelius, Avery Dalmaida, Brianna Guidry, and Daranasia Taylor. Congratulations, ladies. Next up, we also have from Judson High School some students in the VACE competition, visual arts students. They're accompanied this evening by Margaret Trost. We have Danny Reyes and Nayeli Pierre. These students participated in the Scholastic Visual Art event. To achieve such recognition, these students are judged based on originality, creativity, and technical skill and must score a rating of 4. These remarkable students are Danny Reyes and Nayeli Pierre. And the highest honor in this program event is a gold seal recognition that represents the pinnacle of artistic success in the VACE program. For the first time in 15 years, Judson High School is pleased to announce that Nayeli Pierre received a gold seal. Her piece will be exhibited across the state of Texas for the next year. Look at those amazing pieces of artwork. Congratulations, ladies. You represent Judson ISD. Nice job. Also from Judson High School, we have the Diamonds coming in. They recently competed at the HTE Dance National Championship in Corpus Christi and brought home an impressive set of awards. The dance team that we are recognizing this evening, Tanisha Adkins, Alessana Aguirre, Angela Ambrose, Jimena Belmontes, Taylor Brown, Major, Madeline Cano, Madison Gonzalez, Andrea Gonzalez Sacedo, Andrea Green, Kayla John, Colonel, Jordan Owens, Vice President, Ricky Peña, Major, Alexa Rodriguez, Major, Maslin Simmons, Ariel Smith, Secretary, Jayla Turner, Kay Ware, and Nyla Warner. Their dance sponsors are Madison Roshuber, and they competed in the medium division, and these Diamonds earned first place in the kick division, second place in the hip hop division, and third place in the pom division. Congratulations, Diamonds. Next, we are recognizing some of our amazing choir students from the district. We have students who have qualified for the UIL Texas State Solo and Ensemble Contest. These students qualified for TSSEC after earning the highest rating, Superior, on the hardest level of solo or ensemble at the regional contest back in February. From Judson High School, Waylon Ariola. Eviana Gonzalez, Jeanette Harris, Zach Irwin, and Mila Payne. Accompanying them this evening is Assistant Director Otoniel Rodriguez. Judson High School. Congratulations. Accompanying the Veterans Memorial High School Choir, Mr. Stanley Moody. Tonight we have with us Evan Avery, Noah Camacho, Zara Farmer, Layla Mata, Molly Pratt, Aiden Cervantes, Tamara Tyler, Jessica Phipps, Ryan Alexander, Lucinda Staggs, and Chisholm Ohagbu. Awesome job. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Congratulations. You stay right there, Mr. Moody, because we have somebody else from Veterans Memorial Choir. We want to congratulate 3 other students who qualified for the American Choral Directors Association National Honor Choir. Layla Mata, Ian Ortiz, Evan Avery. These students auditioned for the ACDA National Honor Choir. These recordings were sent off for judging along with over 4,000 other students nationwide, and only 250 were selected to sing for the National Honor Choir. The event took place this past month, back in March in Dallas, where the students got to meet and work with world-renowned music directors and composers in a 3-day workshop. The students even got to participate in world premiere performances of new music composed for the event. The final performance took place in the world-famous Meyerson Symphony Center, often referred to as the Carnegie Hall of the South. Congratulations to these young musicians. More Patriot recognitions coming your way. We have the Veterans Memorial High School Thespians. They are accompanied by teacher coach Rachel Gilmore. We have the following students to recognize this evening. We have Layla Mata, solo musical. Olivia Memolo, scenic design. Ian Ortiz, solo musical. Reina Samorson, solo musical. Ivy Keen Dawes, short film. Elena Forbes, playwriting, and Madeline Holstein, solo musical. Congratulations. The Veterans Memorial Winter Guard, Color Guard team traveled to Reed Arena and College Station for the Texas Color Guard Circuit State Championships, where they won the bronze medal in Scholastic National A classification. They are accompanied this evening by the Director of the Veterans Winter Guard, Melanie Grilliot. Members of the Color Guard, the Winter Guard this evening are Summer Ryan, Audrey Newland, Bianca Beal, Sarabella Ramon, Gianna Tombarelli, Presley Oswald, Elizabeth Von Rayner, Claire Bean, Dakota Rohan, Macy Pineda, and Landis Spencer. The Color Guard qualified to to attend the state contest by winning first place in the area competition in their classification. This is the first time in school history they have earned a medal at the state level, having qualified for state contests in 6 of the 7 years, in what many consider one of the most competitive color guard circuits in the state and the country. This year, the Color Guard placed 4th at the Winter Guard International Regional in New Braunfels and 3rd at the WGI Austin Regional, and was ranked as high as 12th out of 156 competing units going into the World Championships. Congratulations. Thank you so much for representing Judson ISD with excellence. Great job. And finally, we have our Judson ISD Community Connections Award. This award honors a community partner that significantly impacts the school community through their dedication, collaboration, and innovation. We are pleased to welcome Mr. Mike Browning, General Manager of Mannheim San Antonio, to accept this month's Community Connections Award on behalf of the company. Mannheim has forged a special partnership with our students at Hopkins Elementary. They provided 800 field day t-shirts for the entire student body, teachers, and staff. In years past, the financial burden of purchasing these shirts fell on families, a challenge for many. Their donation lifted a burden for those families, and the Hopkins students were thrilled to receive their shirts, proudly displaying their Hawk spirit, not just on field day, but throughout the school year. But their commitment to our Hawks doesn't end with that one donation. Mannheim has donated funds to support a field trip for third grade students and provided much-needed backpacks, school supplies, and even cheerful back-to-school decorations. The partnership the Hopkins students, staff, and PTO has forged with Mannheim has been a true blessing, and we are so thankful for their many investments in our school community. Thank you so much for your partnership. Thank you so much. And this concludes our recognitions.
Thank you all for your patience. We have wonderful opportunities to recognize some amazing students and teachers, so thank you for that. The next item on our agenda is the public comment. This is the time for citizen staff or students to provide their comments to the board. A meeting that's open to the public under the Act is one that the public is entitled to attend. However, the Act does not give the public a right to speak at such public meetings except to address their grievances through the proper channels. As a courtesy to the public, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees allows time for public comment. Statements and questions from the audience will not be permitted during other portions of the meeting, so please make sure you sign up for public audience when you have comments to present. Each speaker will be limited to strictly 3 minutes to complete his or her comments. As the presiding officer, I will enforce that time limit. Also, profanity, yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In accordance with Judson ISD Board Policy BED Local, in the event your comment, in my judgment as the presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it will be necessary for me to interrupt you, ask you to stop, and direct you to seek resolution of your complaint through the district's appropriate formal grievance policy. DGBA for employee complaints, FNG for student or parent complaints, or GF for public complaints. By law, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees cannot lawfully discuss, deliberate, make comments, or make a decision on any matter raised in the public comment period which is not specifically listed on the board agenda for this meeting. If you have any handouts to distribute to the board, please hand them to Mrs. Holmes, the Secretary to the Board of Trustees, next to the podium. With these cautions in mind, we'll now be glad to hear the general comments. Our first speaker is Dion Prince. If you'll approach the microphone.
Okay. Hi, my name is Dion Prince. Good evening, board members. I have come to speak to you first as a Judson parent, second as a community taxpayer, and third as an educator at one of the locations being voted on tonight for closure. While I understand the importance of budgets, it is important to look at the current benefits of programs in schools and why they were created and put into place. JECA was created to produce scholarship, leadership, service, and character. These students and the students that came before them have gone above and beyond these expectations, on top of them having top attendance, which brings in money compared to other schools and their attendance rates. It was created to give students an advantage so that students could graduate with an associate degree and head towards their career path sooner. Judson always prides itself on programs and pushes students to attend these programs. I know that other high school programs have pathways that lead students to associate degrees. Are you closing those programs as well? If one college program is being eliminated, all should be. But where would that leave our students? It is important to remember that all students do not thrive within the same environment or within large classrooms. Please keep that in mind for the best interest of these students. Where would these students go? Would they be put into a high school and separated like JSTEM? How would they continue to receive their college education that they have already started, or does that just stop for them? The other high schools have pathways that have them attending NOC as well. This will still cost in transportation and tuition, as this has been submitted as recently to close JECA. As a community taxpayer, I fail to see how my tax dollars have been used efficiently. You asked the public to pass a bond to build new schools, but that did not state that you were going to close schools as well. Was there not a planned budget to maintain the already open school and to incorporate the cost of the new schools? This feels deceitful and backhand, as if the public's money was used as play money. JMS has received many new things such as a fence, water fountains, AC in the gyms, new water faucets, etc. If this school is closed, that is a complete slap to the face of the public because our money has been wasted. Have other avenues been thought about, such as creating academies so that the school does not have to close? What about ending school of choice so that students go to their home school and transportation costs go down? Specialty programs will have to look at transportation differently, or parents will have to transport their children to these specialty pathway programs. What about a 4-day school week? You have 1 day less day to pay for maintenance items such as lights and water bills. As an educator, it is so important for students to not be in overcrowded classrooms. I'm sure everyone was under the impression that if this new middle school and elementary school were built, they would relieve the stress of overcrowded classrooms. I know we want our students to be 21st century advanced, but they really do not need one-on-one Chromebooks, especially if they are not in specialty programs. Classroom sets are all that is needed. Countless Chromebooks are destroyed and the district is losing money. What about these apps and programs the district buys? Are they really needed? Do they offer a significant amount of benefits that they should be kept? Finally, I believe that it is ridiculous that employees have to wait until the end of the school year to know that if their school will be closed. There's no plan for what will happen afterwards or given a chance to start looking elsewhere in a timely manner. I know we are here for a bottom line, but everything is not black and white. I hope that you vote on what is best for the students. They are the ones that will be in the learning environment that you choose. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jamila Naylor Thompson.
Good evening, board. Good evening. My name is Jamila Naylor Thompson. I am a retired Air Force veteran. I served 24 years. I am speaking on behalf of the community. We have triplets that attend Judson Middle School, and my husband, who is also retired after serving 27 years in the Air Force. We are reaching out with urgency and deep concern regarding the proposed closure of this school. Judson Middle School has been an anchor of support for our family and many others in the community. All 3 of our children face learning challenges, including dyslexia and ADHD. The compassionate and committed staff, Dr. Bedford, Miss Wish Lovely Hardaway, the teachers, coaches, nurse, monitors, and administrators have created a safe, nurturing environment where our children are not only learning but truly growing. We urge you to consider this severe emotional, psychological toll school closures have on children and families. After the traumatic disruptions of the COVID-19 pandemic, students are still recovering from years of instability. According to the Journal of American Medical Association, school closures during the pandemic were linked to increased mental health struggles among youth, particularly those with learning or emotional difficulties. Many families are still working to rebuild a sense of security, routine, and community for their children, and this closure threatens to unravel that progress. Judson Middle School is more than a school. It's a stabilizing force for students who need consistency, care, and strong adult role models. Closing it would not only interrupt academic growth, but would risk re-traumatizing students who have already been through so much. We respectfully ask you to advocate for the families and children whose futures are affected by this decision. Rather than closing schools that provide critical support, we urge leadership to explore investments that project and strengthen our educational communities. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you. Next is Astrid McKinney.
Good evening. My name is Astrid McKinley. I would like to start off by saying that Judson Middle School is home. It has been home right out of college. I have been here for the past 12 years. This is all I know. As a teacher and coach, I see firsthand the positive impact this school has had on its students, staff, and the community. JMS is a cornerstone of our community. Our students thrive here because of the strong relationships, supportive staff, and the culture of excellence it has built over the years. As a coach, I have witnessed our students develop confidence, teamwork, and leadership through our athletic programs. Education at its core is a process of transformation, not just the accumulation of knowledge. It involves personal growth, perspective shifts, and the ability to apply knowledge to address real-world challenges. I pride myself in being a lifelong learner. As a coach, I strive to instill these things in my student athletes. I am here today not only as an educator, but as someone deeply invested in the future of Judson Middle School. I respectfully urge the board to reconsider the proposed closure of Judson Middle School. While I am willingly open to use my expertise and passion to serve students and this community at any campus, I would like the opportunity to continue to do it at a place that I love and that I call home. I ask you to please explore other solutions that would protect our students' stability, preserve the integrity of our extracurricular programs, and would allow JMS to continue serving the students and the families who depend on it. Thank you for your time and dedication to our students and schools.
Thank you. Next is Ms. June Adair.
Good evening. I'm June Adair, and I'm a resident of the city of Live Oak. I'm excited to come out tonight. Haven't been here in about 10 years. But I really wanted to first thank Mr. Arnold Salinas for his years of service to Judson ISD, not just as a school board member, but as an administrator at Kitty Hawk Middle School, or when my children were there. We thank you, Mr. Salinas. Thank you. I want to welcome all of the newly elected board members. I commend you for your willingness to serve and give of your most precious commodity, your time. As a volunteer servant, you will encounter good times and bad times. But the most important aspect of being an elected official is communication. I was very disappointed to hear that the board was considering closing some schools without community input. I respectfully request that you allow the tax-paying citizens of this district to give insight into how these decisions will affect their children and their families. These are life-altering decisions that impact their transportation arrangements, their childcare, after-school tutoring, just to name a few. In conclusion, I would ask, as we embark upon a new fiscal year, getting ready for a new school year, that we remember the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Treat everyone with respect and consideration as you would want yourself, your children, your families to be treated. Represent Judson ISD in front of this community and this city, the multitude of cities that we have, the military, the retirees, the parents, grandparents, of which I'm proudly one grandparent of 10. But most importantly, our students, represent our students in a positive, caring manner with integrity and honest. And as Mrs. Salinas said, I'm still available to serve. I live in the city of Live Oak. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ray Sanchez.
I'm bringing up Z here. She's a resident, and so am I, of this district. I'm going to let her speak first, and I just have a few words, and appreciate you guys' time.
Hi, my name is Isella Hackathorn. I am an athlete at Judson Middle School, and I just wanted to come up here and say that I don't really like to hear that Judson Middle School will be shutting down. I went there for my 6th grade year.
I'm sorry to stop you. Would you please speak into the microphone because you can't be heard on the, thank you.
Sorry, my bad.
It's okay.
So I went there for my 6th grade year, and I am now finishing my 7th grade year. And I'm just sad to hear that
I got this from here on, guys. She is sad. She doesn't want this to close, and myself also, as a parent. I've seen a bunch of fine kids that can be educated, put them in a bunch of different schools. It's not called for. You don't know what's going to happen when you put a bunch of kids to school. You know, negative seems to take over. But this district, I see it's a good district. The teachers have been very positive, and parents likewise. So breaking that up can cause a lot of unnecessary problems to kids for their future. And you guys can pretty much control that type of future to what can they learn to aspire to for the teachers that are there. So I really would like for you guys to take consideration into what is about to happen, because that will alter the kids' lives, you know. And if for some reason it does happen to come to a close, I build apartments for a living, so I'm a lead superintendent. I have to think ahead of time of before I do things and make sure things are properly executed. And with the community and kids involved, a summertime of, okay, now you're not going to come back here no more, I don't think that's proper notice to the families and to the kids to maybe they need to get readjusted to somewhere else. But the time and the effort has been put in there, the community of everybody standing up and supporting each other, supporting each other's kids should mean a lot. I thank you guys for you guys' time.
Thank you. Next is Z. Did you just, that's, okay, you got her. Next is Lori Lerma.
Good evening. My name is Lori Lerma, and I'm an active PTO board member at Judson Middle School. Alongside other dedicated parents and staff members, I've spent countless hours working to support our students and build a sense of community that makes Judson Middle School feel like home. We put in effort because we believe in our school and our positive impact it has on our children and families. But tonight, I'm speaking not just as a PTO board member, but as a parent. My son is preparing to enter the 8th grade, and for the past 2 years, he's been part of the Mariachi program, a program that has given him a sense of pride, belonging, and accomplishment. He's learned a lot, not only the technical skills of music, but also discipline, dedication, and teamwork. Taking that away from him and his peers would be more than just losing an extracurricular. It would be losing an educational experience that shapes who they are. This program does not exist at the school that he would have to attend. Judson Middle School isn't just an educational institution, it's a community hub. We've created lasting memories through events like family movie nights, seasonal festivals, and fundraisers that bring students, parents, and families together, including our staff members. Excuse me. These aren't just events, they're opportunities for families to connect, support one another, and build relationships that go beyond the school walls. Closing JMS would mean losing that sense of connection and the traditions that our families have come to cherish. Ms. Ryan, you've sat in a PTO meeting and raised your Jaguar paw print to help us vote on things that make JMS a better experience. You have seen firsthand how much this school means to us, and you know and understand the dedication our community puts into making Judson a better place for our students so they can thrive. One of the most concerning aspects of closing JMS is the impact it would have on the surrounding schools. If Judson closes, students would be redistributed to the neighboring schools. This would increase classroom sizes, creating overcrowded conditions that would make it more challenging for students to provide individualized attention. Larger class sizes are not just inconvenient. They directly affect the quality of education. Teachers will be stretched thin, struggling to meet the diverse needs of a growing number of students. Learning environments will become less personal, and students who need extra support may fall through those cracks. Overcrowded hallways, busier cafeterias, and extra packed curricular activities will all contribute to a less than effective and less enjoyable school experience. And while financial savings are cited as a reason for closure, the numbers simply don't add up. The projected $1.7 million savings doesn't consider the ongoing costs of maintaining this building, such as utilities, maintenance, and security, which will persist even if the school closes. Additionally, transportation will become a significant issue. Currently, many students live within a 2-mile radius of Judson and either walk or are dropped off. Closing the school would require creating either new bus routes or extending the existing ones. This may require hiring more bus drivers, purchasing additional buses, and higher fuel and maintenance costs. So are we really saving $1.7 million? We must carefully weigh the consequences of this decision, not just in the terms of dollars, but in the terms of how it will affect our students' education and the learning environments at neighboring schools. Closing JMS would not only disrupt our children's education, but also cause significant challenges for the schools that have to absorb the influx of students. I respectfully urge you to reconsider this decision and explore alternative solutions that would genuinely support our students, families, and our community. Let's work together to keep Judson Middle School open and thriving. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you. Next is Angela Flanagan.
Good evening, members of the board and community. When people talk about a school being a family, it should mean support, respect, and working together. Sadly, this has not been my experience. Ignored, mistreated, silence, retaliation, these are the adjectives that come to mind. That family line that we keep hearing feels like a cover-up. My name is Angela Flanagan, and I'm here tonight to formally address ongoing retaliation, violations of due process, and what I believe to be obstruction and discriminatory treatment following my protected complaints filed with both the Texas Education Agency and the State Board for Educator Certification. Despite my cooperation in an active state investigation, I was abruptly removed from my assigned campus without prior notification or explanation. This action materially interfered with my ability to fully participate in the investigation process, constituting both retaliation and a possible obstruction of a protected inquiry. On Thursday, May 8th, I filed a formal police complaint with Judson PD against a coworker whose presence had caused ongoing safety concerns. That morning, when I attempted to reach district leadership, I was told no one was available. Later, when I was finally able to talk to someone, I requested a follow-up. That never came. I then went in person later that afternoon, 3:46 p.m. to be precise, to ask what the district's response plan would be. At that time, I was told I would shadow at a different campus for that following day on Friday, and that a discussion about the next steps would occur Friday morning when I reported at 9:30. I made it explicitly clear this works for Friday, but what would happen next? I was reassured that the matter would be revisited. However, when I reported Friday morning, I was instead handed a permanent reassignment, a complete reversal of what had just been communicated the day prior. This bait and switch tactic was misleading and demonstrated a lack of transparency, due process, and good faith. It was procedurally improper and clearly indicates a pretext for retaliation. Even more disturbing, when I reported that morning, the individual I had filed a complaint against was seen walking around in my classroom unsupervised. That is a clear breach of boundaries and a direct threat to my safety. As if that were not enough, my personal property was left behind due to the abrupt nature of the move. The first opportunity I was given to retrieve my things was only 2 hours on Saturday morning. During that brief window, I discovered some of my items were broken and others were missing entirely. This not only violates basic professional standards, it reflects gross negligence and possible tampering with personal property. And while I'm now barred from teaching my students, I'm still being asked and tasked with performing administrative functions for them, illogically and degrading an arrangement that serves no operational purpose other than what feels like a punishment and humiliation. This is professionally inconsistent and operationally nonsensical, further highlighting the retaliatory nature of the reassignment. Meanwhile, false and defamatory rumors are circulating, namely that I quit or was fired, both which are untrue. Staff members are making inappropriate and derogatory
I'm so sorry,
comments.
but the 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
No problem.
Next is Lisa Harloff.
Hello, I am Lisa Harloff, Board of Directors. I'm from Judson Middle School. Being a parent and a teacher and a taxpayer of Judson ISD, it would be sad to see Judson Middle School close, since the students would be misplaced, as well as the teachers. I feel that there are other middle schools that would have 25 to 30 students in other classes. Being a certified science teacher for 24 years, I would not be able to do lab with 25 plus students. There's no way of doing that. It is not safe. Also, what is the plan to disperse the students and the teachers? We have not been told what would happen. I've been at Judson Middle School for 7 years. In these years, I have learned that we have students from Boysville that attend our school, besides the subdivision right by our school that they walk to. I don't understand the closing because we still have to pay everyone. What will happen to the building that we are currently in that will still need water, electricity, and safety? It does not make sense to me as a taxpayer that we will still have a building that can hold so many students, like my son, that is close to go to Judson Middle School. And it makes no sense to me at this time. There are 100 teachers. What is going to happen to us? What choices do we get to go to? My son loves going to Judson Middle School. It feels like home to him and me. So saying that, how is money spent on JMS to help fix the school valid to close it? Please think again of other ways to take care of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Gilbert Flores.
Thank you. One of the reasons I'm coming up here is because having served on this board for a number of years, and then you open the newspaper and you see all this dealings that were going on last month. I'm upset about the way this board is doing business. You are an embarrassment to the teachers, to the administration, and to all the employees. In addition, an embarrassment to the kids and to the citizens of Judson community. I know there's new board members on here now, but you take the heat along with the other ones, because you chose to run for this position, so you got to take the heat. You may not have been here when it was happening, but that's the way it is. People wonder why kids act up. Nowadays, we say, grow up, grow up. Well, look at the way the board was acting. You need to grow up. It's amazing at this time that you have driven this district to a depth of 46 million budget deficit. When I left the board, inflation and everything, it was like at 20 million, which is unacceptable too, but now it's at 46 million. How do you propose to cover that? Bake sales? Hey, I don't know what the plan is, because like other things, it's not communicated. So, and again, you new board members, this is the worst time to be on the board because budget's coming up at the end of June, and you got to pass that. So we'll see what the deficit is then. There's one board member reelected, and the statement was that I think the community is looking for seasoned leadership. Well, this seasoned leader has taken the academic rating from a B to a current rating of D. The same seasoned leader championed a pay raise out of fund balance. You don't pay your monthly bills out of your savings account. That just doesn't work. And I don't know how you're going to fix it. I don't know if it's going to be fixed. But there's talk, well, maybe a bond issue. Good luck in passing a bond issue with this board for these citizens. And also there's been talk of maybe a tax rate increase. I wonder how many people here would vote for a tax increase for you all to do some of the things that you all have done. And you just have to think about what you're doing and just come to and communicate. Like people are saying, you have to communicate to people. Let them know what you're thinking and why you're thinking that. But anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Charles Patrick. Patrick Charles? I'm not sure which way it goes. I think there's a comma there.
Thank y'all for giving me these couple of minutes. Dr. Phil, how you doing? All right. My name is Coach Patrick. I coach youth basketball, Extreme E basketball, and I've been coaching Judson ISD kids for 16 years. 98% of them come from the community. And it's heartbreaking because that's the gym that we used for so many years without AC. Now they getting AC, and they're going to close it down, make it make sense. I don't understand. I felt the need to speak this evening as a voice for my son, who was the first bridge over class of Judson Middle School. my twins. 7th grade. Daddy, say something. Daddy, say something. That's all I heard. So I'm going to say it. Okay? And I'm going to sum it up in one word. Just one word. Illogical. It is illogical to close that school with all the work you have done to make it a better place for the kids. It is illogical. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Scott Willis.
Board member, Scott Willis. I'm a math teacher at Veterans Memorial High School. I come late to the education business, and so I have some unwanted advice for you tonight. Budget time. What a hard time to be new board members, and welcome, and thank you for taking on this burden. I remember back, there was a little recession back in the early 90s, and I was working for a premier restaurant group in Washington, D.C. It had 10 restaurants, 1789, Old Ebbitt Bar and Grill, all places that hundreds of years had been there. And 8 of the 10 restaurants were losing money like crazy. The go-go Gordon Gekko greed is good time ended abruptly about 1990. So the 2 owners sat down and they said, we got to do something to make our restaurants profitable or we're going to be out of business in a couple of years. What did they do? They said, people don't have money, let's cut prices. So they cut prices 30%. They looked at their management at their corporate level. Now this is a company that Ms. Phyllis Graham, who owns the Post now, just bought in 2019 for $400 million, approximately. And what they did was they slashed the prices, they redid everything, and then they got rid of everybody at the corporate level. This company, right, 10 restaurants, over 2,000 employees, 12 people. That was the HR department, that was the CFO, that was everybody that did everything for this. It was amazing. And what did they did? They pushed all of everything they possibly could down at the local level. So like us pushing things into the campuses. They got rid of all the middle manager, the mandarins, if you will. They did that, and they realized something, that it was a point of sale was where things were going to happen. That was going to make or break them. So they took some of their savings, they raised raises. They gave all of us raises, the managers and the chefs and everybody else. We all got a little raise, and we had more responsibilities. Yeah, we were working 50, 60-hour weeks, but that's life in the real world, folks, for stuff. And in 2 years, they had 3 of the most popular, highest turning restaurants in the whole nation that were privately owned. And all of the restaurants were making profit. And they expanded on from there. Now you guys are facing very similar headwinds for stuff. Your mission here is to provide a world-class education. And I know we can do it because I know the people at the point of sale in Judson, and I've met a lot of them. To do this any other way than a fiscally responsible way is your job here, is to do that fiscally responsibly. The education doesn't come in here, but at each one of the schools. The people that speak to the students on a daily basis are the rubber meets the road. It happens in classrooms, in cafeterias, in the offices, in the buses, as the kids come in and out. It's all of those people. Those are the ones that make that difference. I don't care what education we buy or high-quality education materials. It all happens there. We're the ones that make the kids want to learn for it. Now, cutting
I'm
those skinny...
sorry, but that's your time.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Willis.
Well, we were right there. Thank you. Cut the fat, folks, please. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Tiffany McHugh.
Good evening. So I have been in Judson for 23 years. I think this is year 23, and I am way more nervous about this than I thought that I would be, but I felt very convicted to come this evening and share. First and foremost, I am Ms. McHugh. I'm the assistant principal at Eloff STEAM Academy. I have been there since I student taught in kindergarten years and years and years ago. I want to take a moment to thank every single person from the top to the bottom that helped Eloff STEAM Academy yesterday with our evacuation and relocation to Wagner Middle School. an event, or excuse me, Wagner High School, an event that could, I told you I was nervous, an event that could have and was extremely stressful for our students and our staff and our parents. There is absolutely no way that I could ever make a list of all the hands and the hearts that went into helping us through yesterday. So I'm not even gonna try, because it's impossible. What I do want to say is a special thank you to our ESA, or our Elof STEAM Academy staff. They were phenomenal. To the transportation department and the fabulous bus drivers who made sure that all of our littles, all the way down to pre-K 3, were okay and everything was off the buses. Thank you so much to the special education department, who not only made sure that we got there, but then had 3 different rooms within Wagner High School, including their sensory rooms for our early childhood special education students, our life skills students, and our BAC students. Thank you so very much for all of Food Nutrition who showed up, not just from our school or from Wagner, but from across the way to make sure that every one of our kids received their lunches. Thank you to the runners that came from all areas, y'all, that came and grabbed our kids from the gymnasium and took them to the front to reunify with their parents. They were so incredibly sweet, giving high fives and hugging and keeping them and just helping them realize that it is okay. Thank you, a very special little small extra piece to the students at Wagner High School. I know their principal's in somewhere, but they were phenomenal. They would stop by the front and they would go, "Mr. Arce, what's going on?" And he would tell them why we were there, and they were so incredibly sweet, feeling compassion and asking, is there anything that we can do? How can we help? They saw our kids in the hallway, really mostly at lunch, and they were just incredible to them. So really what I want to just say to everybody is, just from the bottom of my heart, thank you so very much for being with us and coming side by side to make sure that the safety, the security, and the social emotional well-being of our students, our staff, and our families was met. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next item is item 6, discussion and action on reorganizing of Board of Trustees pursuant to Texas Education Code 11.061C. This is an annual event at Judson ISD every May after elections, and even in non-election years, we vote to reorganize the board. So these motions do not require a second, so here we go.
Ms. Canoyer, I'd like to nominate you as board president.
Suzanne Canoyer is nominated for the office of president. Are there any further nominations for the office of president? No, just say.
I do.
Go ahead. Press your microphone button.
Madam President, I would like to nominate Monica Ryan for president.
Monica Ryan is nominated for the office of president. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor of Suzanne Canoyer, please raise your hand. All in favor of Ms. Ryan, please raise your hand. No. Yeah, I couldn't see it if you were up. All right. So then Ms. Ryan has been elected as board president. Nominations are now in order for the office of vice president.
Madam President,
I'd like to nominate Laura Stanford as vice president, please.
Laura Stanford is nominated for the office of vice president. Are there further nominations for the office of vice president?
Yes, Madam President, I would like to nominate Mrs. Amanda Poteet as the vice president.
Are there any other nominations? Hearing none. All those in favor of Laura Stanford, please raise your hand. All those in favor of Amanda Poteet, please raise your hand. Amanda Poteet is now Vice President. Now we are moving to Board Secretary. Are there any nominations for the office of Secretary?
Madam President, I would like to nominate Mrs. Leslie Lee as the Board Secretary.
Are there any other nominations for Board Secretary? Hearing none, Ms. Lee is elected Board Secretary. We're going to take a really quick 5-minute recess so that we can move around up here and pass down paperwork and so forth. So if you give just a few, maybe 5 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry, sir.
Okay, so just in case ready? Okay, you ready, Jose?
I am.
All righty. 40. It is now 7:36 PM, and we are reconvening in open session. Thank you for your patience while we rearranged. Next on our agenda is the superintendent report. Dr. Fields, can you proceed with the bond and construction update, please?
Yes, ma'am. The first thing we want to go over is bond and construction, so I'd ask Mr. Brooks to just give a brief summation and then open up to any questions. Mr. Brooks?
Yes, sir. Just a couple things that I would like to highlight on the bond construction. The elementary school playgrounds, we're pretty excited about that. We've turned over several playgrounds to schools thus far and plan to turn over a few more in the very near future. And also the air conditioning in the gyms that have been identified. We are doing testing and balancing on a couple, and so we're very close to getting AC in the gyms of the schools. Those are a couple of things that I'd like to highlight. Stand ready for any questions.
I'll start down to my right, and we'll see any questions from anyone on this side. No? Any questions from the left? Okay, thank you, Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am.
Next is Bluebonnet.
Correct. I wanted to put Bluebonnet on the list because there were some questions concerning how we went through the process. So it's twofold. We have another agenda item in the back where we're going to talk about the transition plan, not necessarily talk about, but vote on under consent agenda. So I wanted to give Dr. Toppin and Dr. Saunders an opportunity to outline the transition plan in the superintendent report, but I wanted to start off by asking Dr. Gosh to go through her process for instructional materials in the selection and recommendation of Bluebonnet. So Dr. Gosh and then Dr. Toppin and Dr. Saunders.
Good afternoon, Madam President and board members. Glad to be with you this evening. I want to talk about the instructional materials and review and approval process, which is a little bit new. The state adopted the process in the last biennium. However, it hasn't really been implemented until now. It took some time for some of the regulations to fall into place, especially in terms of the materials. So we want to kind of talk through what that looks like and also how that translates into the process that we currently have. The IMRA process replaced the former SBOE, State Board of Education, their proclamation process. The proclamation process was a call for textbooks and other vendors to provide instructional materials for school districts to choose. School districts went through variations of review of all of the instructional materials that were selected by the State Board of Education, and basically it looked at, did it cover the TEKS, did it not cover the TEKS? Districts reviewed that material, would narrow it down, and then select that, vote on it. The difference is that in that process, typically districts, once you adopted it for an 8-year period. And you kept it that entire time. There wasn't really the ability to kind of change that. They wouldn't have a new adoption. Under the current process, some of the instructional materials that we have even now, I know especially in the math area, some of those are 9, almost 10 years old before the state has changed anything on that. Under House Bill 1605, they brought in this single State Board of Education governed review of instructional materials. So it focused everything back on the State Board of Education. The first reviews that the State Board of Education did were for K through 5 English language arts and Spanish language arts, and K through 3 phonics, and also K through 12 mathematics, because it has been, I believe, 9 years since math curriculum or math instructional resources were adopted by the state. All of the approved items are reviewed by professional evaluators and are open for public comment prior to them ever being adopted by the State Board of Education. All of the approved materials are what they now call the high-quality instructional materials, which I know you will hear from Dr. Saunders and Dr. Toppin as they begin to talk about the curriculum itself. So this is a little bit of a side-by-side. I pulled this from TEA just to kind of give you a side-by-side of the proclamation process that they repealed. The The proclamation process was based on a differing funding source. It looked at materials only that provided TEKS coverage, and they did an annual cycle. Basically, they divided up the different subject areas and would have the proclamations. You would adopt a math instructional material adoption, keep that for 8 years. The following year, you would adopt science and so on, and it would rotate through that. The new IMRA process still maintains the IMTA funds, which is your instructional materials and technology allotment. So you retain those types of funds that you can use towards purchase of instructional materials. But they also added a state-approved materials allotment and also what they call open educational resource pricing allotments. So those two funding sources are what you've heard folks talk about, the $40 per student if you adopt a State Board of Education item, and then the OER, the other educational resource pricing, is the $20 for that. It does provide 100% of the TEKS coverage, where in the proclamation process, they would adopt components that would not cover 100% of the TEKS. So the aim is to make sure that we're providing things that do cover the TEKS so that school districts don't have to make up that difference. Some of this came about from the teacher task force that was put together following the COVID era of educational materials. This is an annual process and it is evergreen. Right now, every year, you will adopt. So you will not adopt something for 8 years, purchase it, and keep it for those 8 years. It is an annual every year. You can purchase based on how you would like it to go. Some of the benefits of this, obviously, are it opens up some of the extra funding when you adopt this. This does not say that you have to only purchase things off the State Board of Education list. It just simply states if you do purchase something off the State Board of Education list, you are not able to use the state-approved material allotment of the $40 per student to purchase materials with, or the OER pricing. You only have the IMTA funds, which is about $171 per student. It does provide for the carryover of funds, so the $40 per student that you would receive, if you use that, great. If you do not, it will roll over. The OER pricing allotment, which is the $20 per student, that is a use or lose each year because it is an annual, and it has specific purposes that they want you to use that for, and it is also only for specific selections that a district could choose to make. The process states that because the State Board of Education has reviewed it, you are getting the assurance of quality in it, but it also provides you with increased choice and flexibility. If you are choosing a state-approved OER product or an OER product that is recommended by the state, the district has the ability and the flexibility to change that resource, unlike a traditional textbook. So there may be a textbook by a publishing company that is placed on the SBOE list, but you purchase it as it is. If it is an OER product, then you have the ability to change how you use that resource to add things to or remove it from the resource. So that's just kind of a side-by-side to explain the two different processes. That is not something that existed in the proclamation. You received your textbook, you used your textbook as it was in order to cover the TEKS. So as we stated, just kind of a review, the SBOE approved instructional materials are any material that go through the IMRA process and receive approval by SBOE. Again, this year, they have only included K-5, ELAR, SLAR, K-3 phonics, and K-12 math. OER, the open educational resources, reside in the public domain. They don't cost anything. If it is approved and on the list, you can use that, and you can qualify if you have a transition plan for the $20 per student to cover the cost of adopting that OER plan. The third tier is the state-developed open educational resource. This is what is Bluebonnet. The state of Texas considers Bluebonnet a state-adopted resource. And these state-adopted resources also qualify for the $40 and the $20 that fall into that, that fall into that category. So the process of selecting that is also, it changed some of the ways in which it provided some of the definitions. It calls for, in policy, classroom review and feedback, which is something that we actually have done. It gives the ability to review those materials that are pulled from the SBOE list, as well as to provide some ratings if you locally add that piece, as well as to collect feedback. The former proclamation piece had a component where parents were part of the committee or parents could come in to be part of the committee. This process actually states that parents have the ability to review the materials at any time, before, during, after, at any point that a district brings in materials. And there are specific ways in which parents can request to do that, and it extends 30 days after the school year ends and up to 30 days before the school year begins for parents to request and review that. And we have a process by which that would take place. For the purposes of what we are speaking about tonight, I did want to share the reviews and the ratings that we did receive. So based on the review of the Bluebonnet that our teachers did take part in, I do want to talk about this for just a minute, because we did use the terminology as well as some of the factors that the State Board of Education also used in terms of reviewing and asking people to review this information and then provide a rating. I will tell you, some folks provided a rating and some folks chose not to. So they could choose a rating of 1 to 5, with 5 being the highest rating, how comfortable they felt, or they could have chosen a 1. There were a few at some of the grade levels. So for example, we had 138 teachers that reviewed the K-5. 117 of those teachers provided a rating. 21 of those did not, but they did review the materials and were present at the meeting. When you break that down in terms of 138 and you're thinking the number of teachers we have, just to let you know, the way the committees are put together is that we ask the principals and we ask the campuses to identify a teacher per grade level that teaches that particular content area to be a part of that committee. At the elementary campuses for math, there are there's the 5 grades at the campuses for that, or the 6 grades for the campuses. And so we had representation from each one of those. Grades 1 through 5, that's about 125 teachers. 1 teacher from each of the campuses for kindergarten as well. So we had representation there. For 6 through 8, we had 16 ratings. 1 individual chose not to rate, but did review the material for a total of 17. Same process there, 1 teacher per grade level that taught math. And also at the secondary level, we had 6 total individuals that reviewed that, which is at least 1 teacher per our secondary campuses. And those average ratings I have provided for you. For the K-5, the average rating was 3.99 out of a rating of 5. 6 through 8 was 3.76, and the Algebra 1 was a 3.5 out of 5. In addition, we did collect some feedback and some comments, and I will just kind of take a couple of seconds to kind of talk about some of that. From the ratings that were given, a lot of the feedback, especially from the elementary, had to do with we want to make sure that we implement it well and with fidelity. So we are seeking additional support in terms of staff development. And requesting that staff development before school starts. Some of the questions were alignment questions. Some of the things, for example, it looks very similar to Eureka. We like to have the manipulatives and workbooks and asking for certain pieces of that. The scope and sequence is great. However, some of the sequencing is a bit off. Maybe keeping decimals together, multiplication and division, which adopting an OER resource and receiving that feedback, we have the ability to do that. We can change the sequencing and we can, adapt that based on the feedback that we have. Some of our secondary folks commented as well, asking about questions like, what are the RTI materials? Now, one thing about reviewing the materials that is different in the past with proclamations, all of the publishers would show up and they would have, everything. You could touch, you could feel, you could play with it. If you were looking at elementary reading materials, they would bring the big books and you could look at the big books and you could see how wonderful all of that was. The way the SBOE has changed this, it is all digital. So there's not anything to put your hands on. So some of the comments from folks were, I wish I could have seen more, because it is a change and it makes it difficult. But we also received feedback such as, we like the short answer response that the students are able to do. We are excited to try a new program. We are happy that we will be provided with the skill books and the workbooks along with the digital as well. And then also, questions related to we like the fact that it includes everything that is outside of the TEKS has been removed from the curriculum. So those that had used it in the past or had reviewed it in the past saw that it only focused on the TEKS, and it actually compressed the lessons into 150 to 160 days. So that they can really build a mathematics coherence. So it's just a little bit, just kind of a snippet of some of the feedback that we received. A lot of the feedback can be used and is used in the transition plan to make sure that we are preparing our teachers appropriately. You will hear a little bit more about the transition plan. As far as the adoption of the plan, I do just want to share, it does need to be adopted by the Board of Trustees. Oh, okay. It is locally maintained. It does not require that we submit it to TEA, but TEA could request it if they asked for it. But we do need to locally maintain it. It can be edited and changed. It is required for us to attend the $20 of additional funding. Now, in my conversations with TEA, Eureka is what we had adopted for the K-5, and we also were using the Carnegie at 3 of our middle schools, and for those, it's just a move over. It wasn't actually needed to do the transition plan, and it is just a move over to the adoption. However, the transition plan has been written as a comprehensive plan because we felt like, based on the feedback and based on how we wanted to make sure we were using it with fidelity, that it would be best to write that. And so the plan does address everything. However, based on what I have gathered from TEA, the transition plan is mainly here because we are looking at adding it to 2 new middle schools and also the Algebra 1 as a resource. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Any board members have questions about the process before Dr. Gosh goes on to our transition plan? I think it's going to be.
That will actually be Dr.
I'm
Topham that
sorry,
will cover the
Dr. Topham
transition
that will
plan.
cover the
That's the curriculum portion of it, so.
Any questions on the process from this side? Questions from the process? Go ahead, Mr. Macias.
And so this is the process plan that was recommended by, is it TEA?
So the process is really based, we tried to mirror the process to what we had done in the past. I think the difference is that through the proclamation process, there were a lot more resources to choose from. The way in which we reviewed the resources looked a little bit different. And then, the rating system is a little bit different. So the terminology has changed a little bit between vote and rate, and actually rating how you feel about the resource itself on the process. What I can say is we tried to mirror what was done in the past so that people would feel more like it was what they were accustomed to, being that this was our first time to really go through using the SBOE list. As far as that process goes, we did send our content experts, which is what we have typically done in the past, to Region 20 to review the materials. They then narrow that down to the materials that match our curriculum, our goals, and actually cover what we're hoping to cover. And then we bring the committees in to review that. That is the exact same process that we would have used in the past, and we tried to mirror that here. Going forward, I think that through this process, we have identified some ways in which we can make it stronger in terms of the way that our folks are able to manipulate and utilize some of the online resources, because I do believe that was one of the bigger differences in the way that people felt they were able to review the materials.
I appreciate that's a very long explanation, but the initial recommendation that I asked is to TEA recommended. I'm trying to understand where this, because I'm assuming TEA has something to do
So
with
the
this.
list, it comes from the State Board of Education.
Okay, so SBOE, State Board of Education, and they would actually have a policy and a process, and that's what you're saying, we gathered some of the information from there?
Correct. So the SBOE has a public comment, and they also put it out there to be evaluated by professional evaluators. And now they put it out there and tell school districts, here's the list of things that we state will match the curriculum and are 100% coverage. And if you adopt these, this is what we will give you funding for, because these are highly vetted and they are high-quality instructional materials and will help meet the TEKS. And so then at that point, the districts just review those.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gosh.
Dr. Gosh, would you mind, I don't think we have this, and I think 11 months from now, when we get ready to approve this, right? This would be a really helpful presentation for us so that we can pull it back out when we see this on the agenda again. So if you wouldn't mind, Ms. Lee, could you write that down as a due out to have them send us this presentation so we can keep it in our files?
It's posted in Board Book. It is. It's posted in Board Book. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it must have gotten added after I print it then. So, all right, no worries. Thank you very much. I think for me, this is just another example, like some other ones, where if a tree falls in a forest, did it happen type things, right? It's like, the bullying committees. They're happening, but we're not shouting it from the treetops. We're having growth and planning meetings. We're having budget deficit town halls, right? We're having all of these places for people to come give input, right? But that there's still some people who think, whether it's staff or parents or community, that we don't have opportunities for input. So this is just another example of shout it from the treetops, get as many people that want to choose to be parts of these processes. Because maybe you're not on the curriculum committee, but your coworker is, right? So if you know it's coming up, then head over to your coworker and be like, hey, go look at this, right? Type thing. So I think just publicizing all of these chances for people to contribute. This is just another example of where we could just kind of ramp that up next year, make sure, everybody has an opportunity to have a voice.
Understood.
Okay, then I guess if no other questions, we'll turn it over to Dr. Toppin to talk us about our transition plan.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Fields. We are going to go through our process very quickly.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. So the transition plan will be covered later on, and it's in the board book, and it's quite lengthy. And so what we did is kind of go through and hit the highlights on our PowerPoint presentation that we included in the board book. I'm not sure, Dr. Fields, if you want us to go ahead and show the PowerPoint presentation, would you like to? Sir?
Please.
All right. And so we will, I'll try to talk while you're doing this.
Is it on the desktop?
It's on the desktop,
Okay,
so
great.
we're prepared. And so what I wanted to talk about was the why. And a lot of people were like, why are we changing things right now? What's going on? And why are we going through this process? So one of the things I really want to emphasize is that the textbooks that we did have in our math classrooms were textbooks that were over 8 years old. So that's the why. In the meantime, our textbooks and our TEKS have gone through several changes and whatnot. And so in order to keep our students competitive with other students in the city and around the state and around the nation, we have to get new materials when new materials come up. And so this year, because of the things that the State Board of Education has done, they put out a list that they felt were the ones that met their requirements. So we were very limited in what we had to choose from. And so we had been working with Carnegie Math with 3 of our campuses. This year, one of the campuses had been with them for 3 years. That was Metzger Middle School. And then the campuses that are currently working with them are our innovative campuses, which is Woodlake Hills Middle School and Kirby Middle School. And so because we had 3 out of the 5 schools already working with Carnegie, we kind of sat down with them and tried to talk through what they were offering as far as their adoption is concerned. The other thing is that we have to remember that back in 2021, 2022, right after COVID and whatnot, the state decided to raise the bar with STAR 2.0. And so with that, we went from conceptual understanding, went from procedural understanding of teaching math to conceptual understanding. So what we have found that a lot of the ways that we learned how to teach and the way that we learned math when we were going through school is not the way our children are learning it right now. And so when they raise the bar on that, we have to look at how are we training our teachers that have been doing this for a very long time into what we call getting beyond just the procedural, lining up your decimals, solving problems, to conceptual understanding of their TEKS, which means, do you understand how how these concepts in the TEK build on one another? Can you make the connections from one grade level to another? And so one of the things that the state came out with was research-based instructional strategies. We call them RBs. Not the baseball Arby's, but Arby's for research-based instructional strategies. And one of those is that we making sure that we are looking at the concrete, so the things that the kids do where they touching tiles and solving things by moving things on their desk, to the representational where they're drawing pictures of how to solve the problem. We're going to draw 6 little boxes plus 3 little boxes, and we're going to get 9, to what they call the abstract. And the abstract is when we have algorithms and we have, what are they called? Functions and fluency. So you know how you do algebra and you got an equation and you got to plug in all these numbers. So it's taking the kids from touching and doing little tiles on the desk to drawing little pictures to now I just see a concept and or see a problem and I'm just dealing with naked numbers. So that was the big change in math from the way that we learned it to where our children having to learn it now. And
Dr. Toppin, can I say real quick?
Yes, sir.
I know we passed the process part, but Dr. Goss, you had made a statement of open educational resource pricing, but there was a printing allotment that came along with this, to your point, where it helped us update that we were being paid for it out of this, where that's not something that they usually offer, correct?
Correct, that's the $20. Yes, sir.
All right,
Yes,
thanks.
and also the manipulatives that are coming with the kits that, the textbooks that we offer, they offer the manipulative kits, so every teacher has a kit for their
Perfect.
classroom to order to use it. And so the other thing is that I want to bring to the point is that our board challenged us with our scores in math. And so that was another reason of looking at a more robust curriculum that we can bring to our students and to our teachers in order for us to meet the numbers that our board has set. So that's part of the process also. So our transition plan, we had to create one. If you look through the one that's provided to you later on in your board book, it's very robust and it's very, a lot of reading to do. So what we tried to do is just pick those goals up that we have. So our goal is that we want to make sure that all of our teachers are 100% implementing the required materials that we have by the middle of the year. We want our campuses leaders and our campus teachers to be able to report with confidence that they are able to gather and use the Bluebonnet learning materials. We also want to make sure that we're using lesson internalization. You're going to hear us talk about a lot about lesson internalization, unit internalization. It's just making sure that the students and the teachers are able to take those concepts and internalize and use those things where they won't forget them. We call it that you dump and dump, where you learn a lesson and then you only put it back on the test and then you move on and you don't remember that again. It's about building those blocks and making sure that students are maintaining those in long-term memory, and that we also are engaging students in grade level content. That is the most important key, because when we're looking at our STAR scores, we're looking at students that are performing below grade level. So our goal is to make sure that every kid is performing on level. So when you look at our STAR scores, you look at approaches, meets, and masters. When a kid is at approaches, that means they're approaching grade level, which means they are below grade level. Meets is on grade level. Masters is performing beyond the grade level because you have mastered the content at that grade level. Yes, ma'am?
Regarding the approaches, how close do you have to be before, or how far away do you have to be from approaches before you say they failed, they're failing? What's that window?
Every test has its own window. So I can provide that to you in the board book, in the board notes on Friday, if you would like.
So that's a moving target
Yes.
constantly.
And every year, the state changes it.
Yep.
Because they change, every year, the state changes the raw score, which changes the overall scale score, which makes it a moving target for our students.
And that's similar to a lot of standardized tests.
Yes, it
because
is.
There are human beings writing that, right? So they will find glitches within the test, right, that will move things up or down. Questions ended up being too easy, questions ended up being too hard. You know, they're humans and they tried to write them the best they could. So that's why the cut lines move, is trying to keep those stratifications similar, because every year it'd be different, I think, if everybody took the exact same test every year, that'd be easy, right? But the test changes every year, which is why I think they have to move those, right?
So then approaches is constantly changing. So when we're looking at the taper, is that part of the change that occurs from year to year? Is that it's changing itself, the actual gradations? Or
Every year, we have to wait for the state to come out with the accountability handbook for that year's test. And we have to wait for them to come out with what they determine is what the raw score is going to be for approaches, meets, and masters, and what the scale score is going to be for approaches, meets, and masters.
We
So
skimmed over that really quick. It's not just approaches. Your ability to meet or
Yes.
master also switches.
Switches, all three levels switch every year. So a kid can do well last year, and this year the target moves up a little bit more, and they're not at meets now, they're at approaches. And so our goal is to make sure that we try to stay ahead of that movement by teaching to the rigor of the level of the TEAC.
Wow, so it's not necessarily that the student is doing more poorly, it's that we've changed.
The cut score.
It's a moving target.
Wow, okay.
And
Yes,
maybe
ma'am.
you can just pick a subject, pick third grade math or whatever, and, because they have it's a pretty little chart, right, that shows the scores. Maybe you could just grab an example of like third grade math and just show 3 years, just so especially the new board members too, can understand what they're talking about, so you can see what it was in 22, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25, because there's a nice graphic. It might be a good educational, so they understand when we look at the scores, especially with Dr. Gibson, they understand what that means in terms of overtime.
Understood.
Okay.
Dr. Saunders.
Okay. Any other questions before they keep moving? Okay.
So what we tried to do with the the transition plan, like Dr. Duhart-Toppin was saying, is the one that's in your packet is the one that is submitted to TEA. So then what we tried to do is distill that down to something that's workable for us, while also balancing the feedback we got during the adoption process. We got both formal feedback and then we got informal feedback. We have a curriculum committee that has about 120 elementary teachers on it and a curriculum committee that has about 120 secondary teachers on it. And one of the things we talked about is what is that informal feedback? What are the pieces that we need to address that maybe through the Eureka implementation at elementary was a little bit raw? So one of the things we tried to do was, as we distill this down, make it very, very clear about what everyone's role is. So this is the district's role. This is campus leadership's role. This is the academic leader's role. This is the expectation for teachers. That way we can see at a snapshot, what does this implementation guide look like? What does this transition plan look like? And are we missing any pieces? And to Ms. Ryan's point, it's a really good sort of jumping off point for us as we continue this process moving forward. One of the things that we're pretty excited about with this transition plan is we're going to be surveying teachers at BOY, MOY, and EOY instead of waiting until this time of year to find out were there things we could have been doing better along the way. So even though the transition plan was very robust and took lots of time and energy, we're excited about the product that we have as a result because we feel like it not only makes it very clear about what the goals are, but it's also leveraged a lot of stakeholders. And that feels really, really good to hear what is it that teachers need, what is it that students are needing, what is it that academic leaders need, so that we can provide that support as well.
And so I can send this in the Friday notes. This is last year's and the years before. The raw, what we call the raw score conversion scale. This is what we look at when we look at what the changes are going to be when the state puts out the information about where percentages are going to fall from year to year. And as you can see, one year you only have to get 28 right, and the next year you got to get 32 right. And so that moving target is what keeps us constantly pushing and pushing and pushing and increasing the rigor in our classrooms because we never know where the cut's going to be. We can guess, but we don't really know for sure where it's going to be, okay?
And once again, the transition plan will be later in the consent agenda. We just wanted to give you a brief synopsis of what that was and how we went through the process.
And one of the things I want to close with, Dr. Fields, is
Yes,
that we
ma'am.
did listen to our teachers. Our teachers said we need more professional development and we don't want to wait until August to get it. So what we have done just this week, we have pulled K2 and 3-5 teachers off their campus and brought them to JTech, and we have sat through and started the professional development in May instead of waiting until August. So we're going to have sessions in May. We'll have another set of sessions in July, and then we'll have the sessions in August. But we have also partnered with individuals that are going to come in and work with our teacher teams twice a quarter, which is twice every 9 weeks, to come in and sit with them and help them with the implementation of this new curriculum material. So we're really excited about that. We're excited about the good energy we felt in the room for the last 3 days. It's been really good with our elementary teachers, and we're looking forward to our secondary teachers next week.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I have one comment, and then I'll see if anybody else has it. I know something I see on here about these observation expectations, right, and really getting district leadership and everybody else involved.
Yes.
And one thing we talked to Dr. Gibson about last time was really getting the board, as we are going to sit down and how do we implement the balanced scorecard. Like, one of those things are the boardwalks, right? And us coming with you on observations and stuff like that. So when we meet with him, if you can remind me and we start integrating some of those things, I think us learning more about Bluebonnet, if this is the thing we're going to embrace, and when we go on, walks in classrooms, we know what we're looking for, right? Also, so that it makes sense to us, because this is not the math that a lot of us grew up with, right? So I think that'll be a great thing to work on with Gibson, how we can integrate some of that too, so that we're all in with Bluebonnet You guys are all in with Bluebonnet. They're all in with, everybody's all in with Bluebonnet, right? And we're all singing the same song. Hopefully that'll help with the implementation also.
I would say that in in the board handout, I think we included all of the training opportunities as well. Any of the board members can feel free to come in on any of those.
Oh, awesome. That'd be great.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions on what was either in the superintendent report portion or 8L in consent, which is the really long version of this? We may want to address it. Any questions you have on 8L, if you were going to pull it, this might be a good time to ask those now. So let me start on this end this time, because you look like you might have a
I
question.
actually don't have any questions.
Oh, okay.
I just have a comment that I wanted to put on record. I requested that Bluebonnet come back to the agenda. Dr. Fields mentioned that this might be a good opportunity to have the superintendent report come out and discuss it. But my major concern was naturally the feedback I was receiving from teachers afterwards regarding their input into the planning of this. I know that we value their input. They're in the classroom. And so whenever there's an opportunity to engage more input, I would like us to do that, because that's really where we should be garnering a lot of the, so regardless of how we implemented, what we did for feedback, one of the comments that was made to me is it was like we were being told what's going to happen rather than what is your feedback on what you suggest we do to make this impactful. And so I just want to reiterate it to Dr. Fields, and that the concept is to utilize our talent to help. And again, I will also then give Dr. Fields and Cabinet good acknowledgement that we are pulling teachers in. You are doing that now, but I did think there was opportunity. So if there's one teacher that feels they weren't invited in time or they weren't involved, it's an opportunity the way I see it, because collectively putting all our heads together I think would be beneficial. So that's one of the reasons why I want to have a little bit more discussion about Bluebonnet and about how we're doing that, because I really feel our success is really collectively everyone. And I think we all agree with that, but somewhere something fell through the cracks for the last process, and I thought I would bring that to your attention so that we continue moving forward in a positive way.
That was one of the things that Dr. Goss shared. We learned some things through the process. We'll make sure that we explore different avenues of notification to the teachers of the events rather than just one particular channel or asking that to be fed through one or two individuals. We learned from that. We'll make sure that we gather more avenues to get the word out next time.
Well,
And I will say for the CNI department, we have always had a curriculum committee of teachers, except the attendance kind of fell off, and sometimes it was just me and my people looking at each other in a meeting. But we were really excited to report. We had one of our first meetings to restart the whole process, and we had a packed room at JTech. And so we're really excited to see that a lot of the teachers responded to the clarion call, like, come on out. We were doing applications, but we had such an overwhelming response. We just gonna let everybody come in. So we have about 100+ people that'll be attending those meetings and working with us as we go through our curriculum and giving us feedback along the way. So if there's any teachers out there that didn't join us on that meeting the other week, you're more than welcome to come on out. We will welcome you with open arms.
Well, Dr. Duhart-Toppin, you touched my last point that I'll make on this. When Dr. Fields came aboard, and for the community that's not aware of this, he pulls in his cabinet whenever there's a gender review. He pulls in his cabinet to really cultivate leadership within the team. This is my fourth superintendent. None of the other three conducted a practice that way. So we're right there. The leadership and the philosophy of inclusion is here, and I obviously would like us to see us really have the exclamation mark by that. But thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, let me finish this side. Anybody else on this side?
Oh, okay.
Nope, all right, we're good, no.
Okay. I just wanted to thank you for bringing that point up, because I also got feedback from teachers that said that they did not feel that they were really solicited for information, but simply told this is what you're going to do. And it's just a change of communication tactics maybe, or just a way of making sure that they feel invited into the conversation. So I appreciate that coming up, and I appreciate, Dr. Fields, you're acknowledging that, because teachers really do want to feel included, all of staff, in decisions that affect them in their classroom. So I'm glad. I just wanted to reiterate that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else from this end? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Dr. Fields, intruder detection security audit.
Correct. On this, we had 2 campuses that were inspected, Wagner and Masters, no findings, so great job, you guys.
If you wouldn't mind proceeding us to a roll call, so we can conduct, so we didn't do roll of the new board. So before we start voting, we're going to have to do that. If they can cue that up on the screen. And then for the new more board members, you'll be pushing the green yes button that you're in attendance as soon as, oh, there we go. And then make sure you hit the blue confirm button. Okay. And it's just working? Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Looks like we have everything working. And regarding the consent agenda, okay, I'm going to pull item A because 3 of our board members were not here, so we'll proceed with that one separately so that they can abstain. That's the way we've done it with new board members in the past, and the existing board members who were here for the last meeting can approve those. I'd like to pull I for now. There are some items on I that may be affected by later agenda items. So, Mrs. Potteet, could you write that down? So after we are done with A through C, if we can go back to 8I, and we'll see if it's been affected or not affected, and we can pass that one separately. J is being removed by the superintendent. That'll come back to us at another meeting. I will go down the line, starting with Mr. Macias. Do you have any other agenda items to pull?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Jones?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Mrs. Lee?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Canoyer? Laura?
M.
M? Wait, I don't have it. Okay. And Ms. Potteet?
No, ma'am.
Wait, I don't have an M.
There's
Do you have
not an M.
Ms. Amber,
There's
we don't
not
have
an M?
That's why I was confused. Why
Okay, well, it's the
don't you give me the name?
impact rationale, it's this
The transition plan.
transition plan.
Oh, the one we just talked about?
L.
L?
Yes, that was the presentation we just got was about L. You still have additional questions and want to pull it?
Let's see.
That's fine.
I did have a question.
Okay, no worries. We can pull L. All right, and I would like to pull C. And so since I wrote those down, maybe I'll just make the motion since I have them written, that I move that we approve consent item agendas 8B, D, E, F, G, H, and K. Does that sound about right? Okay.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Any discussion? Nope. Now I gotta figure out which button to push.
Proceed.
I'm hitting it.
Oh.
Discussion and vote. Okay, we can proceed to vote. Oh, yeah, did they abstain? Oh, abstain, yes.
They don't have to abstain on this one. No, I don't.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, on the first one, it's for everything.
No. Can we clear and start over?
They do not have to
This is-
abstain
I'm
on
sorry.
this.
I know,
Pull
I
it.
was, my brain went somewhere
Yeah.
else for a vacation together. So could we reset the vote real quick? I'm sorry, this is not the one we're abstaining on. That will be the next one, so thank you for bearing with us. Okay, so now I hit next. Okay, so now we're voting on the consent item agendas. Okay, thank you. Then we'll go to 8 Alpha. Can I get a motion from one of the existing board members on 8A?
Yeah, I move that we approve the board minutes from the regular meeting on April 17th, 2025.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Do I need to reset?
Oh, wait, hold on, I will get there. So new trustees, this is the one you're going to abstain on because these are the minutes that you were not present for the meeting. So let me proceed to the vote button. Okay, now you can vote or abstain. Perfect. All right, we are rocking and rolling. All right, moving on to agenda item 8C. That is the one that I pulled. Yes, Dr. Fields, could you give us just a quick update on the self-funded insurance was on here on page 13. I did email you that the self-funded looked like it had gone down to only $600,000. And that obviously is a concern because we had to fund that about 6 months ago in November, and we had to add a $3.6 million into that fund, and it's still back down to $600,000. Can you share what you shared, I guess, via email about our need to add to that fund? Because I think that's something we want in mind as we go further down the agenda.
I would ask the finance team to come to the mic. I would tell you, I would tell the board that we have a lot of people using our medical insurance much more than we've had in the past. I can tell you for the last 2 years, I think it was the first couple of years, I think we had about $4 million that we had to add to. And then last year, we had to your point, add the 3.6. And it looks like to get to the end of the year, we may have to add another 3.6 or 3.7 to get to the end of the year. This was the recommended insurance program that we received. It's gone over famously. We're going to have to go back and check our pricing. We're going to have to go back and check our contributions versus employee contributions and how we move forward. I can tell you it's the right plan because everybody loves it. But in terms of how we fund it going forward is going to be an issue as well. Would you guys add anything to that?
Yes, sir, that's correct. As you know, the insurance plan, it runs January through December, so it doesn't run in the same fiscal year that we do. So the 3.6 that we asked was actually for the 2024 year, and probably the 3.7 that we're going to ask is for the 2025 year. And that would get us through the rest of December.
Okay, I was asking only because that's another 3.7 that we didn't have in the budget meeting slides, and will reduce our fund balance, so just something we need to keep on the forefront of our mind as we go into the rest of the budget cycle.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay, did anyone else have, that was the only question I really had on the investment report. Anyone else have any questions on that one? No? Okay, well, I guess I pulled it, so I'll make the motion. I move to approve the cash investment report for all funds as of March 31st, 2025. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. And we'll proceed to vote. Okay, go ahead. Vote passes 7-0. Then we'll move on to 8L. Ms. Stanford,
Yep.
go ahead with your question on that.
Yep, quick question. I noticed it mentioned that the materials could be edited or changed. Just wanted to confirm who does that editing or changing. Is it our CNI department?
It is the CNI department with input from classroom teachers.
Okay, and do we expect much editing or changing in your experience?
So we've already received a little bit of feedback, even just through the review process, about maybe adjusting some of the scope and sequence. So that's one of the tasks that we're doing this summer. So there will be minor tweaks such as that.
So there's just a window of time where there is editing. Is it an ongoing process?
It's an ongoing process.
Okay.
Remember earlier, we talked about, we're very excited about the opportunity to send out surveys, BOY, MOY, and EOY. That will help us stay in front of the curve of editing those and kind of moving forward, adjusting as we need to.
So it's getting feedback from the teachers as to how it's working in the classroom?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's excellent.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. That's all I had.
Any other questions? All right, Ms. Stanford, do you want to make your motion?
Yeah, what's the letter again? 'Cause
It's L on
L.
mine.
Okay, so I move that we approve 8L, which is consider and take action regarding approving the 25-26 Reading Academy TEA grant project. Oh, that's the wrong L. Yep, consider and take action regarding approving the adoption of the OER Instructional Material Transition Plan for Bluebonnet Math.
Second.
Thank you. Any other further discussion? If not, we'll proceed to vote. Okay. All right, and that passes 7-0, and we're going to work on getting some new batteries for Mr. Macias's clicker. I think he needs a new set. All right, and that concludes the consent agenda.
Did you do I? I apologize.
I've pulled because there's some future agenda items.
Got it.
Campus is involved in those, so Ms. Potteet's going to remind me, as soon as we're done with 9C, we're going to go back to I, and if there's any things we have to change, we'll change, and if not, we'll pass. Make sense?
Understood.
Okay, she's got that written down, right? All right, she's got to post it up, so we don't forget it, and please also remind me. All right, we will continue on with our discussion and consideration of action items. Oh, sorry, the first one's me too on this one. So, all right, we, once a year, we kind of look at committees, and especially committee assignments as we have new board members, and any committees you want to add, change, dissolve, and then thank you for providing kind of some of those district committees, because we do have some board representation on those, and a good discussion. So in terms of our board advisory committees, we currently have an internal audit committee that is currently chaired by Mr. Macias. I also serve on that committee. I think it'd be great to have one of our new board members on that committee to give us, some continuity and, some fresh eyes on that. I was thinking that might be a great one for Mrs. Potteet, or if anyone else wants to volunteer for that. I'm willing to continue to serve on that committee, but I'm also willing to give that one up if we have two other board members who want to go serve with Mr. Macias on the audit committee also. So do I have anybody else interested in serving on that committee? And Mrs. Potteet, are you willing to serve?
I'm willing to serve on the
You are willing
committee.
to serve on that one? Okay. Does anyone else interested in serving on that one? Because I am happy to give up my seat or happy to serve. I'm good either way. Nobody else is jumping on the audit committee. That's a math-related committee. So I'll continue to serve. Anybody else who ever wants to join that one, just give me a call and we can talk about it. The other board advisory committee we have is the Innovation Committee. And I handed out to the board, I don't know if they gave, they gave you a copy too. That's probably one of our longest standing committees that has met very, very routinely, and some great things have come out of that. We've got a great system and a great format down, right? And we have agendas, and we've got, a way that we go through things and bring things to the board for recommendations. And so there are a lot of things that have come up that haven't really found a home yet, right, that we could talk about. So since we have a really high-functioning committee there, expanding that committee to some additional topic areas, because we don't really have one that discusses all of our academic programs. So when we want to start talking about early college pathways, or P-TECH, or JSTEM, right, and talk about what people want in our communities and what parents are asking for, which ones are overused, which ones are underused, like International Baccalaureate was not high demand, JECA's very high demand type thing. So I think I proposed some ways that maybe that committee could expand its reach in order to, start to address some of the other things we've seen come up, because committee input's always good, right? Give it to the crowd, stand on a whiteboard, and address that. So I guess what I'm proposing for that one is kind of changing the name of it to an academic programs committee. I currently serve on that board, and the other two board members that were on that with me departed. I would like to continue to stay on that board, only to provide some continuity, since I'm the only one kind of left from the last 2 years of it, and serve just kind of one more year and then hand it off to some new people. So we're looking for 2 more members of the committee to do that. I was going through the names. Mrs. Jones, I thought you would be great on that committee from what I've heard you talk about. And Mrs. Lee, you've had students go through JSTEM, T-STEM, so you have a lot of familiarity with some of our specialty academic programs. So both of your names came to mind as.
Excuse me, Ms. Ryan, before we move ahead with this, I think this requires a vote from the board to create this committee
Okay,
since it's
to
different from the
change
other
name
one.
of it? Okay.
Well, it's not just the name, but it's the purpose and, yeah.
All right, yes, thank you, ma'am. So do we have any questions about what would be involved in the name and scope and membership? Do we have input on that, changing what the Innovation Committee does now versus what it could do?
Yeah.
Yes, you have some input? Go ahead, Ms. Stanford. Thank you.
Could someone explain the difference between the two? What's changing?
For me, it's an expanded, so it's not just looking, right now the committee looks at just our innovation campuses, which is things we got LASSO grants or some sort of grants for, right? And the internal in-house innovations that we created. So that may not have come from a grant, so Olympia Fine Arts, ELOF STEAM, Franz Leadership, those were not grant related, but we have created an innovative program at those campuses specifically. This would expand that to also look at the other things that we offer. So early college, high school, whether via a JECA or an early college, high school pathway, JSTEM and T-STEM, P-TECH, expansion of P-TECH. I know there's a lot of efforts for expansions at P-TECH programs. Those are also very high demand across, and I think there's maybe some increased funding for it coming out of the hearing today, I'm hoping. So really expanding to look at what programs we offer, what our parents want and our families want, what will keep students here in the competitive educational marketplace, and then how do we expand access and equity to those programs for all of our students in the district. Any other questions or comments on expanding the reach of this committee? I'll continue down on this side first, and then I'll come down to you. Anybody else on this side? Sorry, I'm on Laura and Suzanne.
On district leadership, is that just, they're invited, they don't have to be
It's a board.
participants?
Correct. It's the relevant person from district leadership, so it'll depend on what we're talking about. So right now, Ms. Davis and Ms. Orozco, who's the Chief of Innovation, they are attendees at it because we're talking about innovation campuses. But if the focus is JECA or JSTEM, then there may be some different participants, depending on what is specifically looked at in the agenda, then Mr. Holmes might be coming to one, right? So the membership from a district side might change depending on which program, or Dr. Steele if we're talking about CTE pathways.
So that changes.
Of the district staff would have to change depending on the topic.
On the topic.
I think we use the word membership. We attend when there's something on the topic that relates to
Okay.
whomever. But in terms of the membership, it's a board-led committee. In terms of attendance, based on what you guys are talking about, we'll make the people available.
Okay.
Yes, we work with Ms. Davis and say, all right, we're going to talk about blended learning. So we invite the principals of Metzger and Park Village, right? And she helps invite them and they get to come talk about their programs. Mr. Macias.
Yes, so you're expanding the scope of the program. Innovation was pretty focused on exploring and recommending new educational models in the career technology part and all that kind of stuff that was important. My pause is that we are diving into the micromanagement of the district by saying review. As I look at the role of school boards, it doesn't say that we review. It basically says we govern and oversee the management of public schools. We adopt a vision statement and comprehensive goals for the district. We establish performance goals. I don't see anywhere that we review the day-to-day curriculum or any of those things. It's really policy and budget. And so I'm not saying it's a bad idea for us to look at these things, but I'm saying if we take this step off, that's where my pause is, where we're not supposed to be reviewing management functions. We're a board that looks at policy in general, and allocates resources and money to it, and policy. So that would be my pause, that I think we probably need to look a little bit closer before we adopt this, because I don't want to be stepping in the micromanagement side, or the management side of the game.
And maybe the way I worded it was confusing. What it says is reviewing student achievement data, which is what our school board does. Like, that's our job. We, return on investment, you know, you were the originator of return on investment, right? Is if we do a program, then we review the data. Are we getting a return on investment of our program? And then are we going to increase, stay the same, or decrease funding and support for that program? So I don't think reviewing, it didn't really say reviewing curriculum, so I hope it didn't imply that way. Like, I'm not going to go through and tell you which PBL project to do for JSTEM, right? Like, that is definitely not within our purview. But reviewing if JSTEM is producing high-level results, right? Academically, national recognized robotics teams, those types of metrics on performance data, that would seem like something the board would be within the board purview.
I would say this, one of the things that we do when we show up at this committee, this one in particular, we bring what's happening at the Ed Franz Leadership Academy. We bring what's happening with the LASSO grants at our early college or wherever we have them. We even have the administrators come in and give briefings as well. So having a committee where we come in and kind of coach you guys up on exactly what's going on, that's not a problem for us. Now, it hasn't been in the past a committee where we come in and then now we're being dictated, you need to do this or you do that. If that were to happen, I would come back to the board and say, hey, what's up?
I think the Innovation Committee has done a great job of, we don't task and we're not a decision-making, and I think all the committees hopefully are like this, right? Where they are a recommender to the board, right? They're doing the work. They're digging into the details, right? We're looking at ROI, and you bring us, what are our 3 metrics we use for innovation? We look at the academic scores, enrollment, and, remind me the third one. Was there a third one? Oh, parent engagement. Okay, I knew there was a third one. I didn't have my snapshot. We have a snapshot template that we use to evaluate the programs, and then we talk about what the programs need. They make recommendations. I need another para, I want a curriculum, their requests. And then we have brought those requests
Back to the board.
The Innovation Committee has never approved or disapproved anything. It's just doing the work in order to bring those recommendations to the board. And I think the Audit Committee, we did the same thing too, right? Like, we came up with some recommendations and we put it on the agenda. Those are really our 2 big committees that have been like up and functioning for a minute. So does that kind of address your concerns?
A little, but just so we're clear too, the role of the school board is to select an internal audit for the district and employ an internal auditor. So that's a very clear function of the board that we're allowed to do. So I'm comfortable with what you stated, Dr. Fields. I appreciate that too. But again, without discussing it, I want to make sure that we're real clear that there is that line between board and management of the district.
Yes.
And we do not want to cross the management part of it. And certainly reviewing data that's on paper, Dr. Fields bringing other ideas and concepts, and all that's good. But naturally, if the committee finds something that's just relevant for the whole school board, I'd like that discussion to come to the full board.
100% agree,
Thanks.
100%. Any other questions or discussion from?
Just an
this
observation.
end?
It sounds like it might be an ROI review, where we're
Correct. That's
looking
what
at.
a review of student achievement data would be, how you measure, because our return on our investment, what we have been looking at is not just academic scores. We look at academic scores, enrollment, because that's one of the goals of that program. And each program will have different goals, right? Innovation, that's one of theirs, and then how much parental involvement. So reviewing,
What's working?
yes.
What's working?
Correct. And that's how, like, the recommendation to change Converse off of a year-round school, that came out of the Innovation Committee the year before last, right? The Innovation Committee members, we looked at all the data with them, and then we brought to the board the recommendation to switch Converse back to a regular school cycle. That came out of the Innovation Committee, that recommendation, and went to the full board. And it was based off academic data, enrollment, and I don't know about the parent one, but I just remember there was academic data and enrollment stuff to support that. And Ms. Canoyer was on the board at the committee on that time too.
I do have one more point to make, and it's actually going to pour over to the Finance Committee as well. And that when you have a high-level committee, that's a board-led committee, that it needs to be reflective of the entire community. Because when you're reviewing finances or you're reviewing budget, it can't be individuals that on one side of the district and not the other. So there will have to be some sensitivity to ensuring there is real representation from across the district on this committee.
Yes, and when we get to the Finance Committee, you'll see where I've very explicitly done that on the Finance Committee to make sure we have representation from all 7 of our districts type thing. I had not included it on the academic programs one. Is that one where you think everyone would like to go try and find a parent in their district to serve on this committee also, or just try to publicize it and open it up to people who want to come? I'm not sure the best way to.
Well, obviously, curriculum in Kirby is going to be different than curriculum at the new middle school, for example. And so having a lens from individuals in that part of the community will be important. How we do it, it doesn't matter, as long as it's done. And it could be staff, it could be board appointees, it could be a parent, community member, whatever it might need to be.
Okay, yeah, I think if we publicize, and maybe the committee then can look and we can work with district to see ways to try and get some parental and community involvement in that, to see if that's enough to generate some interest, right? Like maybe some of the GT parents from the GT committee will come and some other things in order to increase the involvement in it, or if we need to actively go pull people in because we're not feeling like we're getting represented from, all the different facets. Okay, any other discussion about whether we vote to transition, I'll call it transition, the Innovation Committee to an expanded purpose of our academic programs? Any other discussion? Okay, well, let's proceed to a vote on that before we decide which, I'm sorry. Thank you. I move that we transition the Innovation Committee to an expanded academic program committee as outlined on the handout.
Second.
Are we going to?
Question, Dr. Fields? It looked like you have a question.
Only that there are so many, are we going to vote on each one individually? Because I don't believe that's the way.
I think only if we are creating or changing a committee, right? If we're just appointing people to it,
Got it.
that doesn't require a
Understood.
vote.
You're absolutely
So
correct.
just anything where we want to do a change or an addition or potentially a deletion, I guess, to that. Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. Now we can proceed to vote. Thank you for your patience, you guys. Okay, discussion. Okay, vote. Okay, that passes 7-0. So now we'll go back to membership on the Academic Programs Committee. Again, I would love to see Ms. Lee with your JSTEM and TSTEM background, I think would help add some of those new programs to it. I know, Ms. Jones, you're not on any committees yet either. So anyone else want to throw their hat in on that committee?
I might like to do that.
Okay. With Ms. Jones and Ms. Lee, do you all have a preference? Is one of you want to step off of that one? Are we gonna rock, scissors, paper? Any preferences? See, y'all have been really quiet, so now I'm gonna make you talk. Leslie's. Oh, I guess I could step off of it. Can I be advisor to it?
Are we talking about the innovation now?
Yes.
Are we talking about the,
No, we're still on innovation, but now we're
Academic
figuring out who's
programs.
on the innovation. I could advise from afar. Right? That would be three brand new people onto your committee. Are you good with that, Ms. Davis? And I can just, no, I know. We've established this great, battle rhythm we have going, so I think I can probably, whoever y'all decide is the chair of that, I can just hand off some historical stuff to them. And so I'm willing to step off that committee if you all think, all three of you got it, right? Because everybody likes it. I want you to serve on things you enjoy. Okay, so for that one, we have Ms. Stanford, Ms. Lee, and Ms. Jones. Perfect. Yes.
got it.
All right, next one I had on here was the Legislative Committee. We've struggled with this committee in the past. I'm not sure if they've had more than one or maybe two meetings in the last 2 years. I went and looked at what, like, some other organizations do, and a lot of them don't have this as a standing committee. What they do is they stand up an ad hoc committee about 6 months before the legislative session, right? So about every 2 years, they stand up an ad hoc committee. And then that committee develops the legislative priorities for their organization, similar to what Commissioner Marath does. Like, he went and said, I need more money for teacher money, and he writes his LPE list, right? And sends that off to the Senate and the House. So if we then develop, if that ad hoc committee would create our Judson legislative priorities and what we see as our needs within education. And I was thinking for that committee also, it would be great to surround our priorities with surrounding districts because there's strength in numbers. So what the cities did in our area this year was 13 of the cities got together and made a joint legislative priorities. And then those 13 cities went to their elected leaders and went together. So that committee, if they could find ways to work with Shirt Cibolo and East Central and Comal and others in our area and create, legislative priorities for our region, I think that we may be able to learn some lessons learned from that. But for now, I guess, what are the thoughts on, does this need to be a standing committee that is routinely meeting and routinely delivering things to our board? Or is this an ad hoc that we stand up 6 months before each legislative session and see who wants to serve on it and what it can do? Ms. Canoyer, because you do grassroots with Region 20, right?
I have some thoughts on this, that maybe this is something we can talk with Bear County Coalition of School Boards about. And maybe that there's a way for us to group together all of the ones in, all the school districts in Bear County and come up with a plan together.
Okay, so you've made connections through your
Yeah, and so
grassroots
has,
Region 20?
yeah, and so has Mr. Macias. So
Okay.
that might be something that he and I could work on, approaching Mr. Blunt and some of the other members of the coalition about, hey, this has been a difficult legislative session, maybe for the next one, or even because I'm not sure they're going to get through with all their business, and there may be a second special session called. So I agree that maybe it's not a standing committee.
Okay, so should we maybe readdress
Those are
this?
my thoughts.
Yeah, who else? Mr. Macias, you were on this committee. You're one of the ones who was on this
I
committee.
concur. I mean, we actually have limited time, so if we
Yeah.
can allocate resources to other important
Priorities.
pressing matters. But obviously, ad hoc would be a good approach, and of course, I was going to recommend the Bear County School Board Coalition as well. It is definitely the right alignment for Bear County delegation and working through a legislative priority.
Okay, so maybe next May, when we do this again, on our annual thing, then we look at when the timeline for it to stand up an ad hoc and the membership of that? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Do I need to take a vote on that, Ms. Canoyer?
I don't know that we need a
Not on
vote
that
on
one,
that
to
because
just
it's,
put it
we're
on
just,
pause?
we're just
Okay.
looking at timeline on
Okay.
it, so.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Community Voice Committee. I'm still confused. I was confused on this one because I thought we had put this on hold and we were going to define it a little bit more, and then we had some of them. So we don't even have this on our list as a committee, but I know we've done I don't think it's in our policy letter. Oh, it's not in our policy letter where we list our board advisory committees. So I guess here was my thoughts on that one, Ms. Stanford, because this was yours. And I don't disagree that we need more opportunities when things are happening in our district to bring our community in and listen to their feedback. The two you had is great. But my question becomes, is that a committee? Or is that, as we have things that are boiling up in our district, is that something, and we can talk to Dr. Gibson about this too as part of our board procedures, is any of us should be able to call and talk about having a town hall on an issue that we feel is brewing in our district. If that's redrawing boundary lines, if that's repurposing schools, if it's bullying, whatever's brewing, and the majority of us think it's time to call a town hall and bring some people in and listen to it. I'm not sure if that's a committee. I feel like that's our decision to open up those opportunities. So could we like put that committee on hold and talk to Dr. Gibson about integrating that into our kind of governance battle rhythm? And how we're gonna implement our balanced scorecard and all that stuff with him?
Yep.
Any objections, kind of putting that one on hold, and we'll bring it up?
Yeah, the idea is to have the town halls for people.
Yes.
So it might not need to be generated by a committee.
Correct. We all should.
We could bring the ideas to the board.
Yes.
Say, any board member could say, I'd like to see a town hall done on this.
Yep.
But I just want to be sure we
implement a
have
town
them.
hall. Correct, no, and that would not be the intent of putting it on hold. I just think it maybe needs to be expanded, because once we know what's coming up on the horizons, that we increase those opportunities for town halls.
Yeah, and any board member could bring forward, hey, I think we should have a town hall on this or that.
Okay.
Just want to make sure, I agree, it might not need a committee, just something to keep it going.
Keep it going,
So
yes.
I'm happy to have Dr. Gibson. Yep.
Have us integrate that into kind of how we operate, which I think is a big portion of what we're gonna do with him. So, anybody disagree with kind of putting a pause on that one until we talk to Dr. Gibson?
No, I don't disagree, but I've always stated that as board members, we can call our own town hall. More than likely, I will be calling one for Judson Middle School, because there's still more dialogue that might need to happen out of that. But the only thing that I would add that Ms. Stanford hasn't alluded to is the support of district in communicating this town hall. And that's something that Ms. Stanford has adamantly said, we as individual board members do not have the reach that the district has. So having the ability for the district to convey that message to the community is its strongest asset. So we would have to ask, Dr. Fields, are you going to help us promote our own town halls when we have it, or not? And see, that's sort of a hard question. Are we relying on our own network, which I got a strong network, I'll put it out there, but not everyone does, especially our new trustees. So that's the value added for us undertaking this assignment, so that we have platforms to hear from the community. And as much as it may not have felt like we walked out with all the answers in our town halls, the community appreciated the opportunity to have two-way dialogue, and that was important.
And that's, I can discuss that with the attorney too, because you guys being able to put out individuals' town halls versus publicizing a board-directed town hall, let's check on his thoughts on that, right? Not tonight,
We
but
don't, we've done in the past, and we don't have a problem in the
But
future, as long as we're not having town halls each week.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But it's, the frequency in which you guys ask for that, it's not bad. We would be happy to help. The only thing I would caution against, though, is district involvement at your meeting. If you are in District 4 and you're talking about Judson Middle, you should go to ELOF, bring the people together and have the conversation, or district-wide for you two. But what I'm saying is that the district showing up to then be able to field questions in those meetings, I'd like to limit and pull back on that, because that didn't go well last time, so.
Ooh, so maybe, Mr. Macias, can I give you a little task, maybe? This might be something that should be in our good governance handbook, how we do these, right? Like maybe some of the parameters of them. So maybe let's work together, and maybe there's a paragraph we can add to good governance about the expectations, where they can be held, when they can be held, how they're advertised, and just kind of like the 5 Ws of how we do that. And that way, everybody knows like the parameters. Like, I'm not having them every day at the Wagner cafeteria, right? Like, and then we got custodians there and stuff like that. So maybe there's some parameters we put on there for our individual ones, different from other ones. So I'll work with Mr. Macias, and we'll come up with some language. And
Well, with Gibson, too, we're going to discuss.
yeah, that could come up with Dr. Gibson too, because I think the governance handbook is probably a good place. That's kind of where we put our procedures for those kinds of things, and we'll just figure out what that looks like and see what we agree to.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Okay, Finance Committee. I've been asking for a long time. Did I get a copy of that? Do I have that? Okay, sorry, I'm just making sure I didn't hand out. We're gonna share a copy of it. All right. So if a school district has any committee at all across the state of Texas, A finance and budget committee is the one committee a school district will have. Because as we're learning through 4-hour closed sessions, going through stipends, right? There's a lot of nug work in finance, right? And it is not easily done in this format to the level of detail that sometimes it does have to get to produce some recommendations, right? Like, going through stipends was very confusing with 8 people talking, right? And I'm not sure if we got the best recommended product out of that, because it's just a lot of people. And it's in a different type of environment. So it's also there, obviously, with school finances being a concern for every district right now, the details of that require some extra special attention. And our community and our parents want to be involved in that process, because there's decisions that get made every single day, and the choices between A, B, and C impact families different than they impact staff, different than they impact the community, and having input on that. So I've given everyone this is generally what school finance committees look into, right? And then what NEISD did for their membership was on theirs, they called it long-term efficiency, was each of their board members appointed 2 members of their community, parents, community members, to that committee as voting members, or a primary and an alternate, with 1 vote each, in order to make sure they had representation from the entire district. When you open things up to just whoever shows up, then the vote is not necessarily a representation of the entire district and the needs of the entire district. So some of these committees that are making some really important recommendations to the board would need to make sure that everyone, I guess, is being represented. So I put on there generally what NEISD had done on their long-range efficiency committee, I think that's what they called it, type thing, which included, community members, making sure campus administrators, making sure we have teacher representatives to that also, but still a board kind of directed committee. Unfortunately, CFOs and directors of finance, yours part of it, like, you don't get a choice, right? Type thing. So,
That's the concern part.
correct.
It's a board committee, and I don't want anyone in the district to feel like they're being directed to be on the committee. We have people show up when you guys have questions. We will give feedback, but I don't want there to be this impression that you call a meeting, we're going to be there with documents in hand to go through it, like we're going to take over the meeting. It's a board meeting.
Correct, board, and that's what we've done at Innovation, where the board drives the agenda, we drive what we need, and then there's data that you provide, and then you're at the meeting, right? But in terms of the topics and the agenda and where we're going with it, that has been board-driven on what the next priority is that we're going to talk about. And I guess
She's asking.
every other district, like, their CFO is on their finance committee, obviously, right? They're a member of it.
And the superintendent should be in the.
Oh, correct, I have you on here, don't I? Oh,
Right. I get
I
that.
did put you on there.
I just didn't want, so in the innovation meetings, you guys get directed on all the paperwork that you have to put together to bring for the meeting?
We usually use student achievement data that currently already exists, and then we provide highlights from each of the campus. Usually the administrators from the campuses come and share what it is that is happening within their campuses. And then the board provides feedback on some things that they'd like to see. So that's how we handle the innovation.
And most districts have just, their finance committee is a joint effort. It really is, because it narrows things down so that the nuts and bolts are not being worked out in a board meeting. Some of the gnashing back and forth and then digging into some of it, the level of detail that really, in a challenging economic time, needs to occur.
That makes perfect
Is
sense.
happening in a smaller group. And then there's a bigger overarching discussion in the board meeting. Now, obviously, the level of detail, those supporting documents, I think are great to give to the entire board, right? Because the goal is not so that only 3 board members know something, right? Like, that's not what it is. Just, it's about getting a smaller group to work through it, and then putting those packets together with the recommendations, getting that to the whole board, and then the committee's allowed to present, hey, here's what we came up with, here's what we're recommending, and then the rest of the board members can ask the questions, and then discuss what those recommendations that came out of the committee are.
Makes sense.
Questions on kind of the purpose, or any questions or changes or recommendations on the membership of this committee before we figure out who's on it?
So just to clarify?
Yep.
What we come to, is the CFO required to be a member or just visits when needed?
I don't know how you would ever do a finance committee meeting without having either the CFO or the director of finance there. I don't, like,
I would say that
Otherwise, it's gonna
there's
feel like you're
several
making
different
numbers up.
ways, there's several different ways that you can have a meeting without the CFO or finance person there. You could say that, hey, there's a concern with payroll. We would send the payroll representative. And then we could say that there's a concern with the fund balance. We would send the CFO, and the superintendent would show up. It's a board committee. I'm just trying to give the impression that it's not us that comes in and runs it. You guys let us know what you're going to be talking about. We will send the appropriate people to be in on that discussion. I just don't want to give the impression that it's a board-ran finance committee. Now, we're going to produce 500 pages worth of document to bring into the meeting, so now the community can go through it.
okay.
It's a board-ran committee. I'm trying to be as polite and appropriate as possible.
Yes.
And if
I'm
I don't
sure
get
as
some
they-
feedback from finance, then it'll be on them to figure it out. you
I
know.
will say this, the documents that I have provided for the Innovation Committee
Already
are
created.
documents that already exist and that Ms. Orozco and I use to evaluate the innovation program. It's not anything that we've had to put together. Right now, I just heard the word, we bring packets. So when I translate that to finance, are we going to have to bring packets of reports that's the part that I'm having difficulty understanding.
To me, it's not. It's the TASB stipend review. That packet already exists. It just has to be gnashed through. The Moat Casey estimate, or the summary of finance, those things already exist. They just got to be gnashed through. The department budgets, you already,
The
I'm thinking.
quarterly investment.
The quarterly investment, yeah, all the stuff you already provide that is just very challenging to discuss and
Understood.
get to the details and takes a lot of time, in a format like this.
That makes perfect sense.
Okay. And then we can just consolidate a lot of the really nitpicky questions down to a committee, and then this becomes a bigger level discussion here.
Yes,
And we
ma'am.
can get into the details if somebody wants to, but we don't always have to, which I'm sure you would enjoy. If I got all my, that's why I go to the bond oversight committee, right? I get all my
Exactly.
bond questions answered in advance, I don't have to ask them in the board meeting. So it has worked, that part has worked out very well for Mr. Brooks. Any other, so I guess I've rewritten on here as more of appropriate district representation.
You let us know.
So, just like with innovation, that may change every time, could be
Correct.
CTE, could be STEM, could be whoever the topic of the
Correct.
month is.
Yes, ma'am.
Which may be facilities sometimes, right? Could be. Could be payroll, could it be insurance,
It
right?
could be about the
anything, could
bond.
be lots of people.
Finance about the bond.
Yes, yes,
So,
exactly.
may I?
Yes, please.
I have concerns about a finance committee, and I've expressed them before, and I'm trying to be delicate, but I'm not sure that we have people in the community who are knowledgeable enough about school finance to really be effective on this type of committee. It's extremely complicated. It's taken, I mean, I've worked in education almost my entire career, and to understand the nuts and bolts and how things work, it's not like running a business. I mean, with all due respect to Mr. Willis, it's not running a restaurant or empire. And so that's my biggest concern, is you're going to invite people in, and then the majority of the time is going to be spent trying to explain how things are working. So I have always said that if we have a finance committee, it should be a product of the district and let them lead it and not the board. And that's what I still believe.
Ms. Stanford, any other?
How would that look? I'm curious, how would that change this if we took that approach where the district ran it?
If
How
we-
would that change things?
If we took on the capacity of a finance committee at the district level, it would not be unlike the Growth and Planning Committee, the bond oversight. We would set regular routine times that we meet. We'd set up an agenda, put that out, bring in everybody and say, this is what we're going to talk about. We'd kind of run the meeting. And then we would come back and ask for solicitation of input to Ms. Ryan's point, when you're going through all those stipends, it's hard to do in a board meeting.
Yeah.
You know, there's some things that are just hard to get to the nitty-gritty to in a board meeting scenario. But we could bring that stuff to a committee and then talk about it. Yes, ma'am.
The other concern, for example, to review the stipends or compensation would be to actually share some sensitive information and personally identifiable information
That's always a concern as well.
with parents or everybody else. There are certain things that we don't share, we're not
Correct.
allowed to share legally with a group of people unless they work here or they are directly impacted.
So when we put out the comp plan right now, you can put out a comp plan that has the stipends in it, and it can be general. But when we start talking about individual people, then now that's more.
Yeah, so I guess
FERPA,
maybe depending
PIA,
on the agenda, maybe some are going to be community ones and some are not going to be able to. Because again, we're going to sit here tonight and we're going to talk about cost reductions, right? And their cost reductions, we just came up with as good as we could, right? That's not the way other districts are doing this. You know, other districts have committees that are making recommendations and they're getting input and they're sending stuff up. And I think we are managing priorities related to money in this district is not going away after tonight or after the end of this budget cycle. This is going to be ongoing. And being able to have people making dispassionate recommendations out of a committee on what is important financially in our district is something that people need to have a voice in. And it's not just parents and it's not just staff, it's community members, it's students, is what are the priorities? So NEISD, when they had to close schools, that recommendation came out of a committee that had parent and community members out of every district in NEISD, right? Because when those people come in and they vote on stuff, it may not affect their school. They're in there looking at the whole district.
Well, but
And that's kind of the goal.
when we brought Coronado, that came out of a committee. And that's what we brought.
I
And
came
we,
out of almost a town hall because it was whoever showed up.
it was whoever
Yeah.
showed up, but
Yes.
even in your meetings, I want to be clear, if you guys are having a board committee meeting, it's not going to be just exclusive to those individuals. Anybody should be able to show up if you're having a board-led meeting. Now, you can have
It's who has
certain
a vote, though.
individuals who
It's
have
has
a vote, right?
Correct, yeah, oh,
right.
no, anybody can show up to any meeting.
Correct.
That's awesome, but in terms of the voting memberships of some committees that are making recommendations, to be clear, when votes come, if something comes out of the finance committee, we're all gonna know that we had representation appointed to that committee.
Correct.
I know I had someone from District 7, you know you have someone from District 5, that our area was
I'm all over
represented
that.
and is the voting member of that. Any other discussion of this before we take that to a vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead,
And
sir.
so I've had the privilege of starting a finance committee in 2011. We also established another one in 2017, and they were not as impactful as folks are trying to market these finance committees. It's because there was a lack of structure and what are we going to do? What's the goal? As was stated earlier by Ms. Davis, there are areas in our budget that are sensitive. 85% of our budget or more is directly tied to personnel. So, which means they're individuals. And so I've always maintained, as Ms. Canoyer had stated, this should be board-led. It should be a board committee, but not necessarily a community one. Now, I say that with this one change, that right now, we're trying to be as transparent as possible. with the amount of funds that we have to operate our district and the realities of where we are. So in the face of trying to convey that information, I think it's important that we find a mechanism to really tell the community where we are. And that could be accomplished by a committee. But I just want to get through this misconception that this finance committee is going to be a save-all. I'm glad that elections are over, because some of the data in the finance part was politicized. There was a whole post on hotel stays, which was absolutely absurd and ridiculous. But that's because folks are trying to find something to say that we're inefficient. We are all elected by our community. If we do not manage resources, we're accountable to that community. A finance committee would have to be very carefully not politicized, because I could quickly see people on this saying they're wasting money and all this other stuff, and we're not. So I am very cautious about how we would proceed with this. If the idea is to be transparent, that has value. If the idea is to structure some sort of a Q&A with the community regarding finances, I could agree with that. But if 85% of our stuff is tied in personnel, that's a little tough. We're dealing with 15% of our budget, and I can tell you we're already strapped. It's not like we have a lot of waste already in that area. So unless there's clear ROI on this finance committee, I would not be 100% comfortable. There has to be an objective. I do appreciate you, Ms. Ryan, incorporating the need for that representation, because that would be another concern. But right now, I think we still need to kind of retool what those outcomes would be, because if we're going to invest staff time and our time, we need to make sure there is a very clear return on this time.
Any other comments or discussion?
Yeah, just real quick. Sometimes things get started and you learn where the weakness is as you go, and you realize that that's a problem and you address it at the time. So it's kind of a work in progress sometimes.
Building an airplane mid-flight.
Yeah, as you run down the runway, yeah. So it might just be one of those things we play by ear and see how it goes.
It
and
evolves.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Just deal with the issues as they come
Yeah,
up,
yeah,
rather
start
than try to
somewhere.
foresee the issues ahead of time.
Yeah, start somewhere and be ready to
Yeah, and-
adapt to the
Yeah,
black swan.
yeah,
Yes.
work it out.
And I would say, too, that the other part that's in our power is that we schedule special meetings to address more of the finance. That we've done that in the past, where we have dedicated a Saturday morning, and we come in, and board members, if they're not available, they don't come in. But if you want to take a deep dive, and if it's closed session related, and we got to look at stipends, I appreciate the report, but you're right. When we got the report, it was at a board meeting and it ran late. That's really one where you roll your sleeves up. It's in the morning, and you start and you go with it, because that was the first time that we had a chance to look at the TASB recommendations for this. But you use your special meeting ability for this board to be more engaged in those important decisions. And that is another way to ensure that we're addressing all of the financial needs in the district.
All right, any other discussion? Okay, I would like to make a motion then. I move that we approve adding a board advisory committee, finance committee, as outlined on the handout I gave you, with the one change of changing CFO and Director of Finance to appropriate district personnel will be invited depending on the agenda and the topic. That is my motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. And I will, hold on, which thing am I on? There we go. Okay. Okay, we can proceed to vote. Okay, that passes 5-2. Now we can talk about membership on there. Obviously, I'm the one who motioned for it, so I'm willing to start chairing that thing just because it's the vision in my head, right? And we're building this airplane in flight. So we'll figure some of this out as we go on the best ways. And I'm sure we will learn a lot of lessons, and hopefully we can reach out to some of our counterparts too, and get a lot of lessons from them too, like fellow superintendents on what they've seen, work and get us started the right direction. Oops, hold on, I closed my wrong folder on me. In terms of membership, of course, I would love to serve on it. Mrs. Poteet and Mrs. Lee, I know you two both have a pretty strong civilian finance and accounting background. I think you two I've seen your math brains at work every once in a while, so I think you guys would be great for that. Any other discussion on membership, initial membership for the 3 board members of that committee?
We can we can attend the meetings, right?
Correct. If you want to attend, let's just make sure then that we have Betty post it. If we're going to ever have more than 3 the 3 original committee members assigned, and if we feel like you want to attend another person's committee that you're not on, then we'll just get it posted. And that's fine.
Okay.
Love to have you, Laura. Okay, any other discussion of any other board advisory committees before we try to whip through the district committees really fast?
District, okay.
Only because there's board membership on a couple of those that we have to appoint people to, like safety and security.
Yes.
So any other board advisory committees people want to recommend that we start up at this time? I mean, we can readdress at any time if you have other advisory committees that you want. Okay, nothing else? Okay, thanks for your list. Bond oversight. Dr. Gibson brought up at one point also this about, instead of doing a monthly bond oversight focused only, doing a quarterly, almost an elected officials all call to Judson, where you brought them in, and maybe Nicole remembers this, where you would bring them in, give them a state of the district, and update on bond construction projects could be part of that. So maybe we don't need a decision tonight. Can we talk to Dr. Gibson about maybe some changes to that one that could integrate some more of our scorecard goals other than just bond?
Well, we could. With
Okay.
the advent of the scorecard, we can see if we can.
Use your microphone.
I apologize. With the advent of the scorecard, we could see if we could add some of that. But the original intent of the bond oversight was for us to bring in local municipalities, talk about bond projects, where we were, and if we were being disruptive to their municipality,
Yep.
or how their municipality could assist us in permitting to get things done. So not a committee where we were just trying to share information, but one where we were trying to move forward, getting stuff done. We made that once a month, and we had all of the local mayors show up, from Daley to Dennis to
I'm just worried that we only
Daley.
have 3 out of the 7 that are kind of routine, municipalities that are routinely coming to that. So if we can look at ways we can get more engaged with all of them, and if that's maybe something quarterly on our campuses where they get to come find out about stuff. I think Dr. Gibson had it on his list of great ideas, whenever that was. So there's no official board membership of that. That's your committee.
It's
So-
just our committee.
But that's, I just had
And
an
it helps
idea.
us. Yeah.
That maybe there's some ways we can get better bang for our buck. Yes, Ms. Benoit.
I just want us to be very careful that we do not direct the superintendent on how he should establish his committees. That is not our role.
Then we have district site-based committee. I didn't have any comments on that. Do any board members have any concerns about district site-based committee? That's by law, the membership is already kind of dictated. I just want to make sure nobody had any concerns with the way any of that was going. Growth and planning, that is similar to the finance committee, because whether it's definitely a district-led committee with a lot of board members who show up at it, that does a lot of big things, right? That is a very high visibility committee, and I think a very important committee, because right now we got a lot of buildings and a lot of changes going on with populations in terms of housing and growing and shrinking and demographer and all of that kind of stuff. And the challenge that came up with this one was, again, membership and voting, right? So, because the board will get recommendations, and we got some recommendations out of it, but making sure that the voting pool of that was equal and spread across our district, right? There was not any guarantee that someone from, District 2 knew anything about the growth and planning committee or had any, votes in that. And it ended up being single issue community members who wanted to come in because they were interested in that issue, right? Difference than dispassionate, I'm always on the committee, right? I don't have any skin in any of the games, type thing. So is changing the defined voting membership of that to something similar to the finance committee, right? Because again, NEISD, when they did their, growth and planning type things, their board members appointed people to that committee to represent their community in order to get recommendations that better represent the entire district more equally. Does that make sense, Starfields?
It does. I disagree, but it does. I would say that we've put together a committee where we invite people in to give us feedback. We don't need board representation on the Growth and Planning Committee. We welcome you to come, but we don't need your representation. The way that we've tried to garner representation on that committee is the principals will tell you they're at almost all the growth and planning committees because we kind of require them to be there. In addition, we ask them to bring 2 community representatives from their schools to represent in that area as well. Sometimes people come,
The principals were all supposed to bring 2 community members with them to growth and planning?
That's how the Growth and Planning Committee started. We went to the principals and said, you have to bring 2 parents. That's how
Way back- you're
Paula
going way back
Johnson
in the
actually
day.
got on it.
Oh, no, that's way back in the day.
No, that's how we kind of do
I'm talking for the
the.
last year, the recommendations that have come to the board have not been representative of the entire district.
I want to get to that. I'm just telling you the makeup of how we were supposed to do the committee.
Back in
And
the-
that's how even Paula Johnson got on the Growth and Planning Committee and others. Now, do those people always come? No. And do we have times where one particular topic will take over the committee and people will flood in about that one? Yes, we do. But that's not the concept of the committee in general. And it is a district-ran committee, and we really, again, we just don't need to have board membership on it. We definitely, and even when you came, you didn't always come as a board member. You're always a
No,
board
I was
member.
a parent on there
You
at
were a
first,
parent on there.
And I didn't wear my badge, you're right, I
Right.
didn't wear my badge.
And that's how Sarah got on as well. So, I mean, I would tell
Correct.
you, we feel comfortable with that committee, and we feel comfortable with the input that we received.
Okay, I will just say that when recommendations come out of that committee in the future,
Mhm.
if there is not a defined membership to it, when I get those recommendations, I'm not going to put a lot of stock in them, right? Because if 100 principals show up to all vote for something, or 100 people, I love my Coronado Village people, I do, I love you all, both the community and the school people. But if that's 50 of the votes sitting in the room, then the recommendations that come from those votes, I think are going to carry a lot less weight with some of the board members up here versus a recommendation that comes from a group of voters that well represents our district. So yeah, your court to put in. I just wanted to give caution that I know I will be not putting as much weight in that committee's recommendations if it does not look like it has equal representation. So.
How do we make sure of that?
So NEISD, when they just did their closing of schools and all of their stuff, their board members appointed 2 representatives from every district. All 7 of their board members appointed 2 people. And then there were 14 votes on that committee. Well, there were also a couple of teachers he put on there too.
And is that their standing growth and planning committee, or is that one that was formed because they had a specific purpose? Those are 2 completely different things. And again, I want to caution you, we do not direct the superintendent on how he runs his committees.
Correct, and what I said was, the weight I will give the recommendations, if it remains the same, will be different. I didn't tell him to change anything, so.
But Ms.
You're trying to.
Say something real quick.
Correct.
I understand what you're saying, and we will try and make sure that we have representation from across the district on the growth and planning and all the committees that we put together. But as you can see tonight, when we started talking about a particular middle school, you don't have equal representation across the district. You've got people concerned about this particular middle school. And we can't say that we're not going to give credit to those people because the other people across the district aren't here. The people who were interested showed up, and they want their input to be valued, whether than if Cibolo Creek or Metzger showed up. So I just don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Just because we don't have full representation across the district, we are always listening to the people or constituents or community members that come in and voice their concerns.
Okay.
Just putting that out.
Yeah, and if we have major decisions like this that have to come up again, if the board has to vote on creating its own ad hoc committee that we do feel has equal representation,
go.
so we can get our own recommendations out of another committee, I just don't want you to waste your time with a committee that, is not producing an equally dispersed opinion of stuff.
Understood.
That committee has brought great things to this district, and I've known, that's how I've gotten to know some of these people up here, right? Been on it it was called something else, 7-8 years. Okay, we'll address that as it comes on.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Actually, of Dr. Fields, so the district creates committees for certain purposes,
Yes, ma'am.
correct? So could you share, is there anything that the board would interfere with?
Not at all.
Do
We
you-
welcome the board. The only thing that you have to be careful with the board showing up for is if 4 people show up. Because whether you guys.
You don't post them.
Right, then we just need to post, and we don't have a problem if 5 board members show up. We're just going to post it as a board meeting and then make sure that it's been properly, what do they call it? Well, posted, for lack of a
Right,
better word.
posted.
And then we don't get in trouble going forward if you guys start talking about something.
So the
But we
purpose of
just-
your committee is to gather data from the community?
Correct.
So if board members are there contributing,
We don't have a problem with that.
you don't?
No, ma'am. We just need to know, we have Betty solicit how many people are going. And then once we determine that it's going to be more than 3, then we post it.
I would just personally feel that board members would need to be cautious about kind of taking over a committee like that, because then it kind of waters down the community voice that you're looking for.
You have a point. Anytime a board member comes up and they say something inside of one of those meetings, people are listening because they get a sense that that's how that individual's going to lean. And we would ask that if you do come, be cognizant of the fact that you may think you showed up as Ms. Lee, but now you're the board member. You know what I'm saying? Ms. Jones, you're the board member. And as long as you keep that in mind, just be cognizant of that when you voice things. And never speak at a meeting in terms of representing the board. You can only represent yourself. You're only a board member when you're collective. You're just a community member when you're by yourself. I hope I said that the right way.
You did.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
think. Question on the insurance committee. I believe we used to have a board member on that, and it used to be you, Mr. Macias, right?
And then I appointed you.
Yes, and then I didn't get any more calendar invites. So is there still an insurance committee, and is there still board representation on that? I didn't get any invites in the last year, so if it's been happening.
There is an
somebody-
insurance committee, but I don't believe that there's a board member on that committee. We sent the membership, so if there's not a board
Okay.
member, then there is currently not a board.
Okay, because there was one, and then all of a sudden they stopped having meetings, and I reached out to a couple of the staff that were on that committee, and they hadn't gotten calendar invites either. So I
We
believe
have
we've
had
always.
meetings, we have had meetings. We have them
Okay.
monthly.
Was that how did we end up with a board member on that? Do you know? You've been here longer, or longest.
We just had board member observation, like Dr. Fields said regarding the growth and planning. Our role wasn't to participate, but to listen, because when we have the information come before the board, at least one of us was there to kind of hear how
Hear what
things
was
popped in.
happening.
So more of an observation, not a direct committee assignment. So I don't know how that fell off.
Okay.
But I know that when we spoke a couple of years ago, I had pointed you to that committee.
I know, and then I just kept waiting for it.
And again, we've had transition with them. So again, if there is a board member that sits on the committee, it's really to observe. That's it.
Okay, a non-voting member, just to have information. So is that something?
So I have something I can add to this. When we were considering moving to the self-funded insurance, the superintendent asked if there was a board member who would be a part of that committee, just to listen and see what some of the concerns and all were. And I was that board committee member, but I was only on it until that vote was taken, and then that was it. So I'm not sure that that's something that needs board representation.
That's what I'm
You know,
wondering.
I don't think that, you know, if there's something that comes, it should come to the whole board.
Okay. Anybody else see and Mr. Macias, if you were on it for a while, do you see a good reason to have someone there at all their meetings? A compelling reason to have a board member sit in?
Like I said, we have to prioritize our time.
Okay.
Are we getting a return on investment by observing? Probably not. But if there comes a time, then we can always add ourselves to it. But I don't
Well,
see
that's
a
why I'm
benefit.
worried, because we're kind of a state of insurance flux right now,
You
right?
got a point.
We happen to have an insurance, somebody who works in insurance on our board.
Well, and then
So
also,
that's why I'm like, there's a resident expert sitting up here who knows a lot more insurance about the rest of us, and that's Ms. Jones.
well, let
And
me just
again,
say,
Ms. Jones should feel, we would love for you to be in on the meetings. But to say that we have to appoint an individual
Correct.
to the committee, it's
Yes.
different. But we'd love to have your input.
So that could kind of work the way I was when we went to self-funded. So as we're looking at this now, maybe we, for a period of time, for those discussions, we have somebody there just to
Yeah,
listen.
And that way you can just kind of hear the inner workings, and one person's smarter on the internationals of it. So where are you willing to, you know, just do that as a nice to have? You won't have a voting part of that. Okay. Could Dr. Tegenall add her then to the calendar invite?
Yes, ma'am.
On that meeting?
Will do.
Okay. And then I think the last one we have to have board membership on is safety and
Safety
security.
and security, yes, ma'am.
Right? And so that has to be the board president, so I guess I'm on that one. By law, it has to be.
And another board member.
And then one other board member. So do we have a second person who would like to serve on that committee with me?
That's something that I'm very interested in. I've been on the committee since it started, and I would like to continue.
All right. Anyone else want a rock, scissors, paper, Ms. Canoyer for it? Nope.
Good.
All right, it's me and you then. Okay, anything else on committees? That was all I had on my list. Everybody's happy? Okay. Then, Dr. Fields, before we move into agenda item 9B,
Yes, ma'am.
I see our attorney in the audience.
Yes,
Where'd I
ma'am.
see you? Where'd you go? He's here, right? Okay, hi. The board needs to adjourn into a very quick closed session for a quick legal consultation on agenda item 9B. I promise the audience it'll be quick, and we'll be right back to discuss that item out in open session. We just have to go discuss something related to the agenda language with him real quick, so we can take off to the other room,
We
right?
can go to the
Yeah,
other-
like
yes,
you can, this is going to be a super quick discussion. So at this time, the board will convene into open session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.
Closed session.
What? I'm sorry. Did I say, into closed session, I typed that wrong. Into closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to the agenda language for agenda item 9B. The time is now, I lost my phone, 9:32 PM, and we are adjourned into closed session. We'll be
Thank
back
you.
in a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, 9:58 PM, and we are reconvening in open session. We are on agenda item 9B. Dr. Fields, if we could take these one at a time, we'll try and roll through
Yes,
them
ma'am.
quickly, take votes, and move on to the next ones.
Definitely. I'd ask Ms. Davis to quickly go through each one, line by line, with a quick summation of where we were last time, and then direction from the board on how we move forward on each one. So, Ms. Davis.
No.
Madam President, board members, and Dr. Fields. Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Dr. Fields. Today, we're going to share with you the JISD cost reductions that we discussed on the budget workshop. As a friendly reminder, this presentation came about from the request of the board to bring back $13 million in cuts. We brought some last time. We were asked to remove a few and to continue to bring some, and that's what we will review very quickly. What we are looking for will be a consensus from the board on how to move forward. Here's a quick overview of the board requested cuts. The very first one to discuss, all of them total $8,860,000. And the very first one that we shared was the compensation plan and specific payroll deductions. This proposal was supported by administration. We were looking mostly at vacant positions and some positions where there could be some possible reassignments for a total dissolving of positions or reassigning staff for $1.264 million.
If we could go back, we're going to break these up into separate votes, one thing at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay, so in regard to the compensation plan payroll deductions, this was in everybody's board book. There were a couple different categories of positions. So there were vacant positions, everybody saw on there, right? There's no person in that position right now, so I'm comfortable doing that in open session if we need to discuss it. And then there were a number of positions where no change to the position, change to a funding source. So if it could be sent over to bond funding, if it could be sent over to grant funding, the only change to it was just the source of the funding, no change to the position itself. I would like to separate those out from the other positions, because the other positions are one eaches, they are upgrades and downgrades, and they are people with names, right? So I think it would be safer for us to take action on the vacants and the refundings, and then if we can discuss those other positions with names in closed session under the personnel report, because I don't think it's appropriate to talk about if I'm gonna, who do I see in the office or in the front row? If we're gonna upgrade or downgrade Miss McKinney, right? We don't want to do that while you're sitting in the front row, right? Upgrade you all day, Miss McKinney. All right, so is everyone tracking, everybody got the board book and saw which ones were the vacant or the different funding, source of funding positions? Do we have any discussion on those? I will start to my left this time. Mr. Macias.
All the numbers are not.
It was in board book.
So for clarification, Ms. Davis?
Yes, sir.
The amount of if we were to divide it as Ms. Ryan is suggesting, what is the proposed savings? Is it the 1.3 or is it 1.2 or?
It's 1.2. At around 4 o'clock, you received an update. And
Okay.
so the entirety of the compensation reductions that we brought is a total of 1.264813.
Okay. And so the difference between the 1.314 is what Ms. Ryan
The few
suggested?
positions we're pulling off, I think he's asking, are a small chunk, right? The upgrades and downgrades are maybe a couple 100,000 of that. So what we would be taking on action now is a solid million. That's what you're asking, right, Mr. Macias?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure
Okay,
I
that's what
understand the
thought.
amount. So it's $1,264,813.
In totality,
Okay.
yes. But the upgrades or downgrades would probably be less than 100,000.
Yeah, I just didn't think
Yeah,
it was
it
much.
sounds like it's a $50,000 change. All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from this end on which positions? No? And I know, and for the new board members, you guys did get a chance to go back and watch the video of when we discussed all of this from last week? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Feel free to talk tonight, but I know it's also scary to talk during your first board meeting. I think Laura and I did talk, but hopefully we'll come to you for some input at some point. So this side of the dais, Ms. Canoyer, any thoughts on this one?
I'm not really sure what it is you're asking us to do. I thought we had already discussed upgrades, downgrades, all that in the last meeting.
We didn't
So-
take any action, so we're going to have to vote.
Right, so I don't know why we can't vote for it all together.
Okay, I have some concerns
No,
about some
I
of the
mean,
upgrades.
I'm talking about the compensation plan payroll reductions, the 1.264813.
Okay, I have some questions on some of the upgrades and downgrades. And I don't think the new board members have had a chance to discuss those in closed session with the superintendent.
So we're not ready to vote on it?
Not on the upgrades and downgrades that involve specific personnel. The discussion of that cannot occur here.
So my recommendation would be to come back to this after closed session and we discuss all of it, and rather than do bits and pieces that are confusing.
Okay, I can see that.
We're ready.
Okay. If everybody's good with that, let's move on to the next one then.
Yes, ma'am. The next proposal was to reduce 3 days for 226 employees and up. 3 calendar days would be a reduction to employees and district office, ERC, JTEC facilities, principals, associate principals, maintenance and transportation staff on 226 days and up, including custodians, campus secretaries, PEIMS clerks, and anybody within a campus or department that works for a 226 calendar day or higher. 1 day in totality of these positions equals $198,000. A 3-day reduction to also include a 3-day reduction to the superintendent equals $596,400. The total is $596,409 potential cost savings for 3 days. Reduction of calendar.
Okay, I'll start down at the other end. Ms. Canoyer, input on number of days and any discussion of this
I'm
one?
not comfortable cutting salaries for anyone. You know, there's a lot of talk out there about how, you know, the bigger people have bigger salaries, but they also have bigger responsibilities. This would be very detrimental to our hourly staff. And my feeling is if we're not asking everybody in the district to cut back, then we shouldn't be asking a portion of the people to cut back.
Ms. Swinburne?
I would say I would want some correction to be made for people that are going to be impacted by this inadvertently, such as the hourly people, if there's some way to make them whole, because they're being pulled in automatically because the school shuts down for those days, correct?
Well, it was my understanding that you were asking for a reduction in days, and 226 plus during the summer is typically, well, it's everybody. It's hourly and salary. It would go from custodian to me, and we were all, we prepared the documentation to move forward. Now, if I'm hearing now from the board, we don't want hourly to receive a deduction, we only want salary to receive a deduction, then we can recalculate what that price would be and see what I'm sorry? You're pointing, Amanda.
One of the things that we just discussed right now is, for example, a campus secretary, principal secretary would be hourly, so will we be asking the,
It's simple. If you get hourly pay, you would be removed from this. If you get salary pay, we would deduct you 3 days.
I understand.
So we just gotta.
But how much sense does that make?
Talking about.
For the principal to be off and the secretary to be working?
That's what I heard.
what I'm
I'm not saying it made sense. That's what I heard.
That's the point I was trying to make, sir.
Yeah.
So I'm just asking if we are meaning for the hourly people to be impacted, and if there's some way to soften
So
that
are we
blow?
hearing correct?
There's just a question to
I
the
am
board.
hearing correctly. I am talking about how it actually would work if we ask a principal secretary to come and work for 3 days without the principal secretary supervisor. Just bringing it out there that that's what that would be.
I didn't mean necessarily that they come in and work, but is there some way we can soften that blow? Because there be,
Then that's a gift of public funds. We can't do that.
oh,
Well, they can come in and work, they just would have nobody to support, because that person would have lost the days. The principals would have lost the days, directed to go home and not be there that day, but their secretary would be there ready to support them in their absence.
and is this only 226, or is it everyone
No,
over
it's 220,
187?
we had calculated 226 and up, because we were asked over the summer. So we were looking at particular days that we could decrease. But what I heard from Ms. Canoyer is that, to your point, it's not everyone across the district. We're not talking about teachers, nurses, librarians, and counselors, or those who work during the school year. We're talking about the people who are setting up the district for the return of school.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
So I know at one point we were all sitting at 220 days, and were we able to get the work done then?
We all worked the same amount of days. What we did, when we were on 220, they still worked the same amount of days. We would just go to the employees and say, here are 6 days we need you to take throughout the instructional year. Oftentimes, when you're talking about, especially the people who were working so much during the summertime to get ginned up, they don't take those days during the school year either. And then after a year, they were losing those days. So essentially, we had them working just without getting paid.
And we couldn't reinforce that and like ensure that they're taking those days? Is that not something that we're capable of doing? If you're given those days?
we can go back and mandate they have to take them. I can tell you that it's difficult. Even when they take a day, they're not off. We call them on the phone, we track them, they're doing the work. But we can mandate that they take the day off, and we can maybe follow how that gets done. But I know in the past, it was ineffective to give them the calendar days and say, you've got 6 days. And then it was very terrible when we'd come back after a year and say, now we're taking those days from you. And then the people are like, okay, really? So we tried to pay them for the days that they were working.
Yeah, of course, I totally believe that you should be paid if you're working. I don't think you should be working for free. I don't want to give that impression at all. But back to your point about maybe just pulling out those hourly people
We could
and
do
still
that.
allowing them to work, I'm sure there are other duties that they can be getting done, even if, like, your principal isn't there. Some paperwork or other things that your administrator doesn't necessarily need to be there for, because I don't think that you're going to be doing, your entire day is going to be filled with just tasks directly from your administrator every day. So even if
You're
we were to take
absolutely
those
correct.
3 days, they could just play catch-up on whatever
Well,
else they need to do.
Principals take the day off, and their secretaries don't always take the day off.
Exactly. So I don't see how that wouldn't apply to this as well. Or if they take a vacation, the secretaries are still at work and they're still working, so what would be the difference?
There's usually somebody of a supervisory role, and that would usually be someone of 226 up. But if it's the board's will not to do that, that's.
Well, is it required by any law or anything else like that, that they have to have somebody in an
No, ma'am.
advisory role, or?
Nope.
Nope, okay. Well, then I don't understand why we wouldn't be able to just allow the 226 employees to take that hit while we leave
It would be
our hourly.
226 and up.
Oh,
There are gonna be
226,
some-
I'm up,
yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry. Sorry, I misspoke. Please forgive me, very new at this.
Ms. Stanford, was there anything else before I finish up on this end of the dais?
Put that out there as a thought.
Okay, yes. Okay, down to the other side of the dais, Mr. Macias?
I think the notion of trying to minimize impact for our our hourly employees, like custodial or whatnot, that would be on a 226, if they even are, is, I think, the intent to minimize that. I would probably like to table this because I think what probably needs to happen is that we focused so much on 226, we've not looked at any of the other staffing to see if the 220s or the 212s or the 200s, any of the other days can go down a day. So even though we may not take action to reduce this 596,000 by reducing 226 days, we will then look at the entire staffing structure. You will, Dr. Fields, not me. But to make sure that that alignment is there. So if we're going to be reducing days for, say, APs by one day, that makes sense that principals go down one day. That makes sense that a cabinet member that would oversee principals, and there would be an alignment. I know that's a little more work, but I think ultimately it would serve as a practice because we are in this deficit fight for a while. So it may be one day next year, maybe 2 days next year, then the next year would be 3 days, and so on. But at least we'll have sort of a working plan on how to reduce days across the district that applies to everyone. And again, I will say to those that are on the lower spectrum, I think the board is sensitive to that issue, but I also know that a lot of us are living paycheck to paycheck, so I get it. But that would be my recommendation, that we look at this collectively and not just identify 226 without looking at everything else.
So if I could just clarify what I heard from you, Mr. Macias. We should go back and look at all salary employees across the district and see if we could decrease a day on all salaried employees.
I mean, if it makes sense.
And not the hourly employees.
Correct. That
To
would be-
include teachers, nurses, librarians, and counselors.
You know, right now, I would say we leave it to district, our admin positions.
So everyone, look at everyone except for teachers, nurses, librarians.
I would say so. I mean, again, we were looking at the idea that we're adding more to the workload for teachers when we have the higher student-teacher ratio in the classroom. So there is a little more workload added to them. But
I am willing to go back and look at this. I just want to be clear, board, that if this is something that we have to take on as a district, I think our district is willing to take it on. When you start singling people out, it's just, I don't feel comfortable with it. I will go back and determine what those numbers are and bring them back to the board. I would rather you just say, look across the district and see if there's a day that we could have everybody involved be off on that day. And that would be $1 million, I want to add. And then everyone would be gone and no one, we wouldn't have people in the buildings, anything. And we could do that throughout the instructional year. And we wouldn't have to worry about the students because they'd probably already be off on that day. And that would be everybody contributing to this issue. But when you start singling people out, saying, your salary, so you need to have a day deducted, but you're hourly, so you don't, I just don't think that it's that family team environment that we're trying to bring to the district.
Well, I can see that point. You just need to bring it forward on what that looks like. Teachers work, 187 days? Is that their contract?
Teachers work 180.
So if we're dealing with those that are 226 and 215 and 210, teachers shouldn't be touched. Now, there's counselors that are working 210 days. Again, I don't know how many days that were under contract. Then I could see the need for that. If you have nurses that are working 210 days, we got to just evaluate again. You're right. We got to look at all of it. But I would imagine teachers would be the ones least impacted because they're in the classroom. And we need them in the classroom.
No, this wouldn't be a classroom day. We have days that are staff development days where we're all just working on campus. We could have taken one of those days, and I believe that was the initial proposal that was brought.
Yes, sir.
And then we were told to come back and just concentrate on the people who work during the summer. And to your point, when you go to a custodian that's working during the summer, you're saying, we're going to take 3 days, but we still need all the floors buffed and everything done to open up school, and they're working around the clock to get it done. Again, we could take 1 day And that would be $1 million, and that would be for everybody.
Well, all I can say is
But we
that
can focus on the people who work in the summer.
we obviously just need a more comprehensive assessment. That's basically the bottom line. How we cut it up and when we do it, I think we need to focus broader than just 226. That's what I'm saying.
Ms. Jones?
I'm kind of in agreement with Mr. Macias. I do think we need to look broader at it, and I'm not opposed to looking at your idea, Dr. Fields, on seeing reducing one day everybody, what that would look like. But I'm also not opposed at looking at the other areas and seeing, I just don't agree with our custodians, the hourly people who are, truly living paycheck to paycheck that depend on that, just cutting them immediately without viewing everything.
I agree wholeheartedly, and I'm really not trying to push back, Ms. Jones, but I can assure you that we have some administrators living paycheck to paycheck, and we have teachers, and paycheck to paycheck is a situation you're in. I understand about the hourly, but I just don't want to dismiss that you've got some people out here, if they missed a paycheck, there would be problems. So, whether they're hourly or salary. So, and some people are supporting 5 people with just their one salary. That's salaried, and we're getting ready to take 3 days. I'm just putting it out there.
Right. Well, that's why, though, if we had more things to look at rather than just this one, which is all that I'm seeing today.
That was the original thing that we brought to the board. We said, Ms. Davis, it was the finance department that brought it. We said one day was
One
what,
day,
$1 million?
Yes, all employees across the district is a little bit over $1 million.
And we had identified like 9 days where we had days where the students were already out. So we could have taken one of those days and everybody just been off that one day. And then we would have saved $1 million towards them.
Ms. Lee, do you have any comments on this?
For me, it's just that, because I'm more like on a detailed breakdown, so I'm leaning towards what Mr. Macias suggested, like, if we would see that, because I know that you guys have that on the last board meeting as closed session, so I don't really have any idea but when I was like looking through this, the things in here, it's just that it's not like, I can't see like everyone. I know it's like a more work for it, but I think it would be just fair to like everybody would be included on that list and we would see it.
Yes, ma'am?
Yes.
I think the challenge for me is we're out of time, because for 9 months, we've been asking for reductions. 9 months, I know I've been putting things on the agenda, trying to get reductions, right? And now we're to May 15th, and we're staring down the barrel of a I think once we add the self-insurance in there, it's like a $53 million deficit, right? And we've asked for cuts and asked for cuts and asked for cuts, and asked for ideas, and this is it. This is what we're at right now. This is what we have in front of us. And passing a budget 40 days from now, what that says negative 50-something, that is not in the cards for me, at least. So because we have limited options, this is what was presented to the board, and this is what survived the first cut, we have to focus on expenditures, right? Can't focus on revenue because we have zero control over revenue. We don't control whether a voter tax increase gets approved. We have zero control over the legislature and whatever they're doing in the hearing today that I missed half of it. We have no control technically of whether students come to school or not. We encourage it. We try and go roll them up and bring them in, right? But we don't have control over attendance. All the things that affect revenue, we have no control over. All we can do is reduce our expenditures. And at some point, something has to give. Something's going to get reduced in this district. And I don't think people understand that. So if it's not days, and it's not people, and it's not schools, and it's not programs, what is it? Is it the band program at Wagner? Is it the color guard at Veterans? What is it? What's going to give? At some point, something has to cut. And everybody keeps saying, come up with more ideas. Well, I've been at town halls. I've been sitting here waiting for more ideas. Well, these are the ones that we have in front of us to vote on tonight. So, I'm going to be forced into pushing buttons on each of these things that are going to come up. And I'm not happy that we're in this situation, but the financial security of this district long-term is going to determine some of that. So we just increased this from 226 to 220 2 years ago, right when I got on the board. And I'm pretty sure I voted against it, I think, type thing, because it's exactly what I was worried about, because I was all up in the money day 2 on this board, type thing. So, we were doing it at 220. Nice, as Mr. Flores said, nice B-rated district, everything was going along fine. Managing people's leave days is a management function, and we talked about that 2 years ago, too. Military, you get 30 days leave. Guess what? That's up to the captain and the colonel. You figure out how to manage your people's leave. And sometimes when you're a senior manager and you make over $100,000 a year, guess what? Sometimes you lose some leave days. Sometimes when you're a colonel in the Army, you lose some leave days and they go away. And that's what you can do. So kind of my standpoint on this is I don't see any other financial option looking at the menu of stuff for tonight other than returning to a 220 schedule and reducing the days by 6 that were increased 2 years ago for anyone that is 226 or above. On the caveat, I do not support that applying to our police officer scale because we did a lot of work on days on police officers. We put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into that specific configuration of police officers due to shortages and knowing what that labor pool looks like, and our auxiliary, who is cleaning schools all day and every day. That auxiliary is they're not a 226, that is 260. They work every single day, all the time. So that's what I will be supporting tonight is going down by 6 days to a 220, excluding police and auxiliary. Any other discussion on this topic before we call for motions?
That's a whole paycheck. I can't support that. Absolutely not. No. We cannot do that to our people. No.
So you're changing the proposition for 3 days to 6?
Correct, because we have to cut $17 million. So I guess if we're not supportive of this, I guess my question to my board colleagues is, where else are we going to cut then? Are we going to cut Wagner's band program? Are we going to cut veterans football team? Like, what are we
So
going
I
to cut?
think you're
would like
being a
an
little,
alternative.
I think you're being a little histrionic on that. What I would say is the more appealing thing would be to cut 1 day for the whole district. That's what's fair. One person taking cuts or everyone taking cuts. If we're going to ask everybody to help out, that's one thing. But singling out people is not how we should do it. And cutting a whole paycheck is completely disturbing.
Why can't we look at across the board? We don't have time for that?
Well, some of it is we don't have time. I mean, we've had a lot of time to put presentations forward. The second thing for me is, when I look at fall of 2024, what happened this past fall? We did some things with compensation, right? We did a new human resources rubric for everyone on the 100 through 500. We did a pay equity adjustment for everyone on the 100 through 500. We did a winter stipend for everyone on the winter incentive for everybody on the 100 through 500. And then we did 1% for the teachers, right? That 1% for the teachers, $700,000, right? You know how much those 3 things cost the district? $5 million. We spent $5 million on the 100 through 500s, $700,000 on, and our staff it's about 50-50, right? If you take the teachers and everybody else is about 1,600, somewhere close, right? So if we already spent $5 million last fall on one half of our district, and we only spent $700,000 on the other half of the district, then cutting everyone equally this fall just doesn't math out for me, right? Like, at some point, we got to create some equity across all of the groups. And we took care of one group really, really well last fall. So
Because
I
they
have a
had not
challenge.
been taken care of previously. We were righting a wrong.
Okay. Yep. Any other discussion before we call for motions?
Are we
I do.
going to look at spreading it across the district, or the motion's going to?
Well, I guess, I mean, if,
Somebody makes a motion.
yeah,
Okay.
if there's a motion and it fails, then we can ask superintendent for more information, or we can let it go. There's lots of options available.
I will say, I think we need to spread it across the district. I will say that.
And I also just wanted to echo that, I understand the urgency, Ms. Ryan. We're not going to fall apart because we didn't pass a motion today for $596,000. We still have plenty of fund balance reserves to work through. And so we're going to be okay by planning this right. And as we've tried to do respectfully to our employees, we want to give them notice. That way they have the ability to look at their paycheck, look at their expenses, make decisions. I hope they decide not to leave, because this is an issue that's hurting every district. But we need to give them the fair opportunity to go forward. So that's why I think the best course of action is to look at everything. Maybe a day is it for everyone, but we should not make a decision because we feel like we haven't moved quick enough. We have $8.8 million in cuts here. We may end up agreeing on $6 million worth of cuts. And you can't take away the fact that our community needs to advocate for more funding. We are being pushed into this situation based on circumstances we can't control, but we elect those state representatives that are there making decisions for us. And that will change again in 2 more years. So let's just stay the course. My goal has always been to retain experienced members in our district. This could actually be detrimental to that retention.
It sounds like we have 2 things under consideration, both which come to about $1 million. So one day across the board, everybody is about $1 million. If you take 6 days from just the 226, it's just a little over $1 million.
Point of correction. What we've given you here at 226 plus includes hourly.
Yeah.
We're saying we wanted to take the hourly out, so that number decreases. What I was asking for a minute ago is that when we did this increase, we looked at the principals, the administrators, and everybody who was working 220. They were working 226 but being paid for 220, and then we paid them for 226. To Ms. Ryan's point, the recommendation was then take that group of people back to 220. And then what we'll do is calculate what that was, and then that would be the savings, unless we're still talking about including hourly. But I truly thought I heard a consensus up here
Yeah,
that we didn't want to
I
do
heard
that.
4 no's on hourly at
Right,
least.
so I wasn't including those. And those numbers don't reflect that. I hope that made sense.
Well, I like the across the board where we're one family working together, and it's real close to the same amount of money that we're saving. So that's what I'd be in favor of.
I move that we reduce workdays for employees on a 226-day or more work schedule, minus employees on the police and auxiliary pay scale by 6 days.
I second. If, it's getting hard to hear up here on the dais, so if we could keep it to a low rumble. Thank you. Okay, we have we did discuss it. That's what both Ms. Potteet and I both. Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, which we can open the floor up to discussion then per our operating procedures on the motion on the table. I'll try to figure out how.
Can you reread the motion, please?
Go ahead, please.
I move that we reduce workdays for employees on a 226-day or more work schedule, minus employees on the police and auxiliary pay scale by 6 days.
And does that include hourly?
It excludes auxiliary.
Excludes hourly employees.
No, auxiliary, not all hour. There's a lot of people on hourly in our district that make
this
$70,000 a year. Auxiliary.
Okay.
So 100s and 200s.
Understood.
Does anybody push the request to speak? Any discussion on this before we vote? Is your thing not working? Oh, were you trying to push your thing, Laura? Oh, I'm sorry. I heard you tapping. I thought you were trying.
Oh, no.
Okay, with no discussion, we will send this over to vote. Hold on. Okay, cast your ballot. All right, motion fails. 2-5. All right, are there any other motions so with different configurations on this topic right now? Go ahead, Laura, if you have another motion to make.
So I wouldn't make a motion now. I would ask for a couple of options to come back to us that we can dissect at our budget meeting that's upcoming. So things like the one day, what one day would it be? What would it look like? Can we do it for next year because contracts have already gone out? Looking at the other things that Mr. Macias requested, that we look at across the district, different categories, bring us some different options, but yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
rather than make a vote on something tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
And it could come back to the budget meeting, which
We
is coming
could.
up? Yeah.
For the, what day is it in June? Ms. Davis? June 5th?
Or have another meeting.
Yes. Okay, anything else from that side? Okay, I am hearing, Ms. Lee, if you will write that down on a task for the superintendent to bring us back different configurations of day reductions, including one day for the whole district, right?
We got it.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. All right, Ms. Davis, you want to lead us on to the next one?
Yes, ma'am. The third option that was requested was the middle school closure, specifically Judson Middle School. The cost savings for this is 1.7. It is specifically found in the Judson Middle School main office payroll. The reason being is that we would still utilize the teachers. As the children get dispersed into different campuses, the teachers would follow. Just something to consider, the transportation cost currently per year at Judson Middle School is $163,000. We would expect that cost to increase because we would now need to transport the students to further areas. Some of the concerns would be to include specific agenda language to ensure that that's clearly stated, overcrowded middle schools, things that we discussed last time, and then travel time would increase for the students who live further away.
So at this point, we're just looking for direction from the board on how to move forward.
Yes, I know we've had many discussions of this over the last couple of board meetings. So I'll start down on this side to see if there's any additional comments from the board before, as we discussed, we'll do a vote with some guidance,
Yes, ma'am.
not a vote on the actual action of doing anything.
However, the
or
board-
legal advice, right? And we'll have to bring that back to another meeting if needed.
Yes, ma'am.
Next week. So for now, we'll take some discussion to vote potentially on something that would give him some definitive planning guidance to move forward with pending a vote. So, Mr. Macias?
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, Judson Middle School is in my district, and I've expressed some serious concern about this particular move. I'll elaborate on that in a moment, but I did have the mayor of Converse, Al Suarez, submit a text and asked if I would read it. So for the record, I'm going to read what he stated. As the mayor of Converse, the second largest populated city in Bexar County, I respectfully ask the Judson ISD School Board of Trustees to revisit their budget process and make the necessary appropriations to avoid the closure of Judson Middle School. It would be a heavy disappointment after many years to have our residents transported outside the city of Converse to attend a middle school. Thank you. And those were his remarks regarding it. Obviously, that's something that I also feel is would be a disservice to our students. We've had this discussion before. We had it in December, and it was pretty clear at the time that the board consensus was not to close the school. Obviously, I feel that if we do this at this juncture, without even having a conversation with the Judson Middle School community, that is another disservice. It lacked transparency. It lacked dialogue. We have no plan on what we would reuse the facility if we had to close it. I mean, there's all of these things that just really are not appropriate for making this move. But more importantly, and I want this stressed, because my reasoning for keeping Judson Middle School open is because it allows us to have smaller campuses. And I've reiterated that over and over again. We are struggling in middle school to meet student needs, social emotional needs, academic needs, bullying, balloons in middle school. The opportunity for us to have campuses that are smaller to allow our staff to address those issues will help our students achieve greater results academically as they leave middle school. We have 1 year, because I've also stated too, we may still have to revisit this conversation. We are, as Ms. Ryan stated, in a deficit budget, so there will have to be some consideration. But I think we, at least the board in December, consciously made the decision to invest time and resources to keep the middle school open. I also just want to take a moment to acknowledge all of the residents of Judson Middle School that are here, that stayed, especially the two young ladies that I know it's past your bedtime. Thank you for being here and listening. But this is too important, and again, I get the idea, but I also wanted to reiterate one other thing. This is not a recommendation from the administration. We've already given them guidance on this. So this has been brought back so we can discuss it again. So again, my apologies, and hopefully my new colleagues will support the idea, as well as the community members that spoke today, that we do not close Judson Middle School at this juncture. And if we have to entertain that idea, that we have a process that they've done at SAISD, they've done at NEISD, they've done at Edgewood ISD, and really consider the adverse impact through time and collaboration.
Ms. Jones, do you have any comments?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Lee, anything from you?
I just want to comment, to quote Mr. Flores earlier when he actually talked on the beginning, that he said that we came in a difficult time. I hope that everyone would, kind of like maybe sink that in, because we're all new. Everything is kind of really hard, and I know whatever decision that we would be making, it would really impact and a big change of everyone's lives. But the thing is, the reality is, it's like we're not seeing like the big picture. We're facing reaching almost 48 million deficit. And I watched the board meetings where some board members are like asking like the district to be like responsible and have like present us some cuts. And this is what we have. And to be honest, I haven't really slept since I got this binder, because it's debating, in my mind if I have to vote yes or no. But I hope that if whatever I vote tonight, that that I have to also answer, like, I'm here because I'm one of the parents that's so frustrated watching board meetings, seeking for some, to cut cost, like not for us to face like this deficit right now, because it's so hard that we only have like this little much savings right now. That's the thing. We can't pay, our bills and grabbing everything or spending that much money that we don't have money anymore in support of that. It's just like, I only have, I'm a full-time mom. We only have one income. And I always look every penny that I can get just to cut down. This is my budget. I have to be responsible for it. And I always work around my budget if something happens, but I have like an emergency fund. So it seems like if we're not gonna be, if we're gonna continue, the district would continue to like spend this much like every year and not cutting anything, even though, we would have that, then eventually the money would run out because we're not putting anything savings. I don't know, that's just my take for it. But now, because this is the one that percent for something like to like cut. I know it's really a hard decision, but I just hope that you guys would take consideration of like the bigger picture of our deficit right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Ms. Canoyer?
I don't like closing schools. I do understand the financial exigency that we're in, but I think that there is a process that needs to be followed and a way to do it. And the way things happened with closing the previous elementary school that we've done and talked about for next year gave the community time to express concerns and to come to a consensus on how that could happen. I don't think we're giving our constituents the opportunity to give us true input. We've heard from a handful of people here. We had a whole bunch of emails. But there is a right way and a wrong way to do things, and I think rushing into it right now is the wrong way.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Laura.
Yeah. So to me, ever since I've been on the board, a major challenge that I see our district has, an opportunity for growth, let's call it, is communication. And letting our staff know, letting our constituents know, our families know of something we're about to do, something we're considering. And that's what I feel is missing here, is, again, communication. I do see the financial need. I think eventually we will have to close a middle school, and there's also an elementary school, and we don't even know the name, or the public doesn't even know the name. That will just be a surprise when we're voted. I don't like to do business that way. I feel that people should be apprised of what we're considering, and the community have time to come and give input and feedback, and see us acting as professionals, not a fire sale where we're suddenly having to do something. I would prefer to put this off to next year and look at it seriously next year, where we give our families and our staff time to absorb it, time to look at options, time to discuss options, and time to move forward in a more orderly manner instead of this fire sale. So I would rather see this put off for a year. And we're not voting on it tonight, by the way. We're just gathering consensus tonight, just to clarify. So I would want to put it off for a year, both middle and elementary school.
Ms. Poteet, did you have some comments?
So obviously, I was just elected to this position, and one of my main points was I'm going to be willing to make this hard decision. And I knew this was going to be a decision even before I got on this board. And my question to Ms. Stanford, Ms. Canoyer, and Mr. Macias, and Ms. Ryan, if we knew that we were heading this way, and we all did, because I knew before I even got on the board that there was a possibility that we were going to have to close schools, why hasn't this been addressed? You guys are asking for more time. You had the time before we got here. These decisions could have been made before we got here. We are now in this difficult position of having to rush through this. We have to cut the budget. I'm not sure where else we can cut. It's the information that I've been given, the choices that I've been given. There are no good ones, because no, do I want to close a school? Absolutely not. Do I want to give all the parents, all the teachers, everybody 2-3 years to absorb the fact that we're going to have to reduce, that we're going to have to cut schools? Absolutely, I would love to do that. But we're running out of time because we're running out of money. I can't see another way, and nobody has shown me another way that we can start working on this deficit. We've asked, Ms. Ryan's asked. This is obviously the first time that we are able to ask, but it has been asked in the past, and this is what we've been given. This is what we have to work with. So yes, it's going to be difficult to close a middle school so quickly, and I don't want to do it. There's no part of me that wants to cut anything. But these are the hard decisions that we got voted in to make. These are the hard decisions that unfortunately our previous board didn't make, and now they're putting it in our lap. So yeah, I do think that we need to get some more information on closing this school sooner rather than later, and it's unfortunate, and I hate it. But this is what we were brought here to do, is to look at the numbers, look at the information that we've been given, which, not to any fault of the administration, we didn't have months, we haven't had weeks with this information, we've had days. And we are asked to come up here and make this monumental decision with days. And again, I apologize that this may go where we have to push this quickly. That would not be my preference, but I don't see any other options. And that's all I have to say.
Sorry, we can't take up any more comments from the audience. Just give us a year. That's what I kept being told. Just give us a year. We're going to cut expenses. Just give us. That's what I was told last May. Because closing a middle school and closing elementary schools was on the agenda exactly 12 months ago. And I got told, give us a year. Give us a year, we're going to cut expenses. And instead, the budget that's proposed right now, not only is not lower, it's actually $8 million higher, right? So not only have we cut nothing, we're sitting here in May, which is exactly where I said we were going to be, where we've cut nothing the whole time. And I'm not sure what people expect us to do. I don't know if people grasp the concept of having 42 days of fund reserve in your fund balance. I don't think you grasp the long-term implications of that. Do you watch the news, what happened to Houston? Do what happened to South San? What happened to Austin? Do you know what happens when a monitor and conservator comes here? Closing a middle school is the least of your concerns. When every librarian and art teacher is gone, and your libraries turn into ISS schools, right? Like, go look up how many schools fail their first ratings. Because I'll tell you, it's 12 in the entire state of Texas out of 1,000. So if you think we're doing this because we have nothing else to do, it's because to save our students and our staff, if we do nothing, this is all going to get taken out of our hands. And in terms of community input, this has been a Post-it note, and I'll speak to both this and the elementary schools. Post-it notes went up at Growth and Planning, which the entire community was invited to, and it had closing schools on there. The discussions at Growth and Planning, closing schools. We had 2 town halls on this budget deficit about how to solve this. Guess what? Closing schools came up, and cutting admin and other things too, right? Like, this is what the community has been bringing up. Because there's a lot of people paying attention and know that we are out of options. What are we going to cut? Because I'll tell you, passing a budget that brings you down to $42 in your fund reserve, 42 days, like that is fiscally irresponsible, and that is not what our community wants. And keep in mind, most people in our community don't have kids who go to Judson. Most of the people who pay the taxes in here don't have kids associated with Judson. They're worried about that. So I don't know what other options we're going to bring to the table, because June 30th is going to be here before we know it. I know a lot of this has caused a lot of anxiety with the staff because people are concerned, right? You close a school, where am I going to go? And Dr. Fields and I have talked. There are homes for everybody. There are homes. This is Judson. We don't do things like this without finding you a home, right? And if you're in education for the right reasons, there are babies who need you somewhere. And it may not be in the building you're in now, but that shouldn't be the reason you joined education, to teach in this school to this kid on this day. You did it for children. So sometimes there's reasons that you get moved around, and it's because there's a kid who needs you somewhere else. And that doesn't matter what colors of the school you're wearing, you're red and gold, purple, whatever you're wearing. Doesn't matter what colors. Those are kids that need you somewhere. And I know that Dr. Fields will find everybody a home. I know that. We're not talking about reduction in force. We're not talking about reduction in jobs. We're talking about protecting employees that are affected by this. The other thing is, I am a mom. My child goes to Judson Middle School right now, right? My child is moving in the middle of middle school, right? 6th grade, she's going to one school. Next year, she's going to head off to Kitty Hawk. Do you think I like that? No. I'm also a military mom. One of my kids, by the time they got to 5th grade, they were on their 6th school. And it wasn't just military moves. It's because our school districts closed schools, rezoned, shut things, open things, and stuff like that. So as a mom of 5, I know what we're going to have to keep it down to a low rumble, otherwise you can go outside. I know what it's like as a parent for children to have to move schools. I know how resilient kids are. I know how tough it is as a mom. So, and there's a lot of moms sitting up here now. So I don't want anybody to think that all of your concerns fell on deaf ears, because it fell on a lot of mom ears and a lot of teacher ears and a lot of community member ears, right? And it did not go unnoticed. And I guess the other thing I have to say is Judson isn't the bricks. If you think Judson ISD is all about the bricks, it's not. Judson is about your heart and the memories. The memories are not in the bricks. Those interactions you've had with kids all over this district, that's what makes Judson special. It is not a gym. It's not a classroom. It's you. It's the people. And sometimes schools have to close and people have to move. And you take what's inside of you and you move it to another school and you keep doing what you're doing. And if you think you can only do what you're doing inside certain bricks, then I'm not sure, you've looked at what education is doing in our region then, because that's not kind of how it's working in a lot of districts right now. People are going where the kids are, and they're loving on kids wherever that may be. So I will be supporting the superintendent moving forward with planning on this, because seeing a declining population, we currently have less than 4,500 6th through 8th graders in our district right now. You spread that across 6 schools, that's not financially sustainable. They're all at 5 schools now, and by opening a middle school, which we kind of don't have any choice, it's brand new, right? We just can't sustain 6, and that writing's been on the wall for a year.
Well, Ms.
Any
Ryan,
other,
I
yes,
have-
I'll go
I
back
have a
for a
follow-up.
rebuttal now. Should we start down on your end?
Yeah,
Okay.
please. So Ms. Poteet talked about why we didn't make the decision. The truth is, we already did. We made a decision back in December to keep the middle school in place, and that was done intentionally because it was a strategy to address, as I mentioned earlier, students that need more attention, giving staff more time to. So this decision was already made. It wasn't like we just pushed it off. But I do also want to ensure there's a couple of things that were stated that they want to know the plan. And, Ms. Ryan?
I'm sorry.
So the plan is, we have an opportunity for a Vader. That Vader is going to be on the ballot, God willing, in November, which means the Judson Middle School community, as well as other stakeholders, will know that we need additional revenue. We'll have that conversation at that time. But you're asking about what we can do? We have about possibly 12 million more we'll be adding to our budget if that Vader passes. And who would be our best agents for needing that increase? Parents at Judson Middle School, parents in other, across the district that know that we are being underfunded. We're sitting here about cuts, but again, I'm not hearing the anger towards where the issue really is. And the issue is not our fault. We did not mismanage funds. We are just not being paid what we should be to provide quality education in this community. And I'm mad about that. So we will have collective efforts to lobby for more money. We have an opportunity for a Vader in November if this board decides to pass it. If they don't, then that's counterproductive, right? Because we need more revenue. And then also, what's wrong with investing in students? We're a district here to serve students. This investment of keeping a middle school open is that investment in students. So it makes sense that if we're going to spend money, that's where we spend our money. I will also say that if we were to close Judson Middle School, I predict that we will then stuff all the other schools. Parents will decide they don't want their kids to go to an overcrowded middle school, and they'll leave. And guess what? We get paid per student. You get 100, 200 students leaving, we see a dip in revenue again. So we need to create environments that make it attractive for students and parents and families to stay here. This model works, and it can work. We just need to be courageous to move forward with it. Now, next year, and Ms. Ryan, next year, if we can't get the Vader passed, if we've done all we could to change the circumstance, then we may be, as I've told and Ms. Stanford repeated, in the same position we have to revisit this conversation based on circumstances. But right now, today, I think it's just poor to recommend a closure of a school when there is a pathway for hope. There's a pathway to work with our community. There's a pathway to talk about what we need to ensure we can provide this level of education. And then lastly, I was on the phone today with TEA, and I asked them about our first rating, and I asked them about reasons why you would have a conservator and all that. Fund balance recommendations are reduction in fund balance is not a single indicator. It's on the list, but they're not going to come take us over because we had to use our fund balance in this day and age. It also is combined with poor academics, which when you have overcrowded middle schools, you're going to have lower academics. So there are multiple factors that have to come in play before TEA says we're going to come over. Fund balance alone is not one of it. And so, again, I urge my colleagues to look at the whole picture and know that there are pathways for us to look at raising revenue. There's also pathways for us to increase enrollment in middle school, which we already know is lower. But what if we built programs that attracted students to come here? That is the goal that we should be working towards. And we can't get there if we're not producing quality education on those campuses. This is our opportunity to do so.
Anything else from this end of the dais? Okay. Down here, anything else to contribute from this end?
I said what I said. I mean it. This is not the right process to do this like this. There are a lot of cuts we need to make. I absolutely agree. Do they all have to happen this year? Probably not. We owe it to our community to do things the right way, and springing it on them like this is not the right way.
Ms. Stanford, anything else?
Yeah, I'm just going to say that I see the need to probably close a middle school and an elementary school, but not right now. I think that's something we should look at going into next year. And that's how I'm going to vote on it.
Any other comments? Yes, if you have comments.
So Mr. Macias says that he really wants to depend on the Vader, and I was out block walking. I was out knocking on people's doors, on voters' doors. I spoke to hundreds of people, I'm sure. I don't feel comfortable relying on the Vader. I just don't. I don't know if we have the community support outside of this room or outside of the Judson community to get it passed. So that is my main concern. Again, I went out and I spoke to those people that regularly go out and vote. They are I vote in every election, as small as we're just trying to raise a small tax here, to the presidency. This is what they do. And I never got a consensus that they were going to be okay keeping the tax rate the same. I had many people tell me the exact opposite. They weren't happy with what Judson's been doing. They didn't like the board, if they had been paying attention at all. They didn't like the fact that we were in so much debt. They didn't like the fact that our scores are down. That's why I don't feel comfortable saying, oh, well, we have this other option, we have the Vader, because I don't have any confidence in that passing. I want it to pass, but I can't rely on that. I hope it passes, but we still need to make plans for it not going through. And as to speaking to Austin, yes, absolutely. Get out there, write your senators, make those phone calls, scream as loud as you can. Austin is not funding us correctly. We need more money. We need more funding. I 100% agree with that. But again, that's out of my control. I can't do anything other than make those phone calls, write those letters. And again, please do that. Call your senators, write them, call your House members, get on the phone, start screaming, because hopefully maybe they start listening. But again, that's not something that this board here can control. And we have to go with what's historically given and what's probably going to be given. and it's not going to be enough to get us out of this deficit. And I'm also not comfortable passing a budget that puts us in $50 million of debt. It just snowballs. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. We're going to get to a point where we can't dig ourselves out. Again, these are my concerns, and this is why I'm wanting to push for this. So at this point, I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, can I talk first?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I get
Go ahead.
one more? Okay, sorry. I just wanted to correct a few things that were stated. Again, as someone who's block-walked this district way too many times and way too many elections, again, I'm trying to listen, I'm trying to speak, there's a lot of noise out there. That the chance of a Vader passing, if we have done nothing pretty much to cut expenses, everybody keeps asking, why aren't we cutting schools? Why aren't we closing schools? Why aren't we closing schools? Right? That's what I'm getting out in the community too. So if we have not cut expenses massively, as someone who's been a part of many elections, my optimism in getting that passed is very, very low if we've done nothing. If we've cut every single thing we've cut and made some drastic things, maybe, just maybe, but even then it's gonna be a push. In regards to taking money out of your fund balance, taking your money out of fund balance, just taking it out alone, right, doesn't get you TEA, that's not what we're saying. But in November 2022, we had 127 million in our fund balance. We're now projected to go down to about 30. $100 million gone. Gone. As a percentage, no other school district in our area has taken that percentage out of their fund balance. That's what TEA is looking at. No, they don't look if you took $10 out of your fund balance, right? They don't care. There are certain thresholds that they do monitor for. Another thing is I keep hearing overcrowding of schools and overcrowding of classrooms. And I think there's just a lot of confusion. So first of all, there's no discussion of changing the number of students in the classroom. Well, we're going to talk about it later in the agenda. But either way, when you consolidate campuses, it doesn't change. There is still one middle school student with one middle school teacher with 24 students sitting in a social studies class. Same as it was at Judson Middle School, it would be a Kitty Hawk, right? Those are the ratios we established. Because there are lots of vacant classrooms at all of our schools. These middle schools were built to hold over 1,200 students. If you put 24 desks in every single classroom that was built as a classroom, when that building was designed, you can fit over 1,200 students in that classroom. If we have 4,500 students and we divide them amongst 5 campuses, that is 900 students a campus. That is 1 out of every 4 classrooms in that campus empty, not a single kid in it. That is filled to 75% capacity. So there is no overcrowding of classrooms or overcrowding of campuses that exist in any of these scenarios. Every middle school will continue to be at less than 75% of what that building was meant to educate on the original educational specifications that were put out for that building. Now, of course, we don't want to fill any building to 100%. I already stress out at Judson Middle School sometimes because there's 1,200 kids there right now, and that's a lot of kids running around, right? Nobody wants to put 1,200 kids in any middle school, right? 900, maybe I could live with that, right? Maybe I won't get run down in the hallways. So, and again, I have a middle schooler. I love them, but they're a little wild sometimes. So, no, we don't want 1,200 of them. But again, I haven't been brought any other options to cut $17 million. I don't have $17 million on this list. So if we start even taking things off this list, this doesn't even add up to 17. So again, we took every option available at that town hall, and I don't know if people just didn't come to the town hall with great ideas. I would love to see more ideas, and I've been asking for them for a year. This is what I have in front of me. And when we are hemorrhaging students, and this district is declining, keep in mind, we are not a growing district. We are declining in population. We are declining in enrollment. That's what all the demography numbers, and that's what we've seen over the last now 3 years since we passed the bond. And declining districts need less facilities. And we just can't hold on to them for memory's sake only. It's just not fiscally responsible to the taxpayers in this district.
What's the 17 million? Is that a goal we are
Well, we
aiming?
set a goal of 13, but they just told us we need another 4 million to put into self-funded. So now that's gone up, now we gotta cut 17. Right, or 16.7, sorry if I want to be accurate, I rounded. So we had agreed to 13, and then 3.7, that was a self-funded estimate? Yes.
When you say have to, no, ma'am, that's not correct. I would tell you that we started off at 48. We went back and made some cuts and came back with, what was it, 44.5 or something like that? 45 million. We're still looking at other cuts. And that doesn't even account for what we have here that we're voting on tonight. We even went back and made some more cuts.
Correct, and I don't think we haven't approved anything, so we've cut nothing yet tonight. But I think the only cut you have made, because I know revenue goes up and down, and so I'm worried about expenditures. The only expenditure you brought to us was 900,000 out of Mr. Brooks's department yet. Any other changes have to do with revenue, which we haven't gotten any of those documents yet on revenue. So,
Either way, the projection went from 48 down to, what was it, 45?
but that's because
So-
you increased revenue with no supporting documents. So
But
as soon
I
as we
don't-
get those,
Ms.
then we can
Ryan,
adjust the
I
goal.
don't want to argue. I'm just talking about what the forecasted amount was.
We need, there are people cussing in the front row of this, and we need to have some decorum. This is a board meeting. So if you can't, there's a place outside that I'm sure you can hear it.
I was just saying that we've adjusted the amount that we're projecting for the deficit to be around 45, to your point. We just talked about another 3.6,
Yes.
3.7. That would bring it up. That's not 50-something million. That's less than 50 million. In addition, we are hoping that we are allowed to keep the tax rate the same. And I would hope that the board and every community member would be behind that. We're not talking about going up on the tax rate. We're just talking about keeping it the same, which would then bring $12 million more to the.
No. I think
get it.
everybody understands it. You just have to understand that the people in our community, like, that's not a priority to them, right? Like, that's not how voters think, right? And the fact is, parents and staff generally don't vote. Trust me, we have the voter rolls. Some of you do, but not all of you. But no, back to the revenue. Again, there are two functions of a deficit, right? Revenue minus expenditures. So we have no control over revenue, right? No control over that. And you've made some changes to revenue, and again, the board is just awaiting those documents because we started this in November with certain budget assumptions. And so if we are changing those budget assumptions 6 months in, and all of a sudden projecting a bunch more revenue to make the deficit look smaller, there just has to be a supporting document so again, I believe you're gonna send us the Moat Casey estimate. That's generally what we use, right? In terms of projecting state revenue, and other things. So I think we'll be able to refine that amount better, what the goal is, once we see an actual budget, an actual forecast, and then we look at those revenue numbers. So 13 is literally just a number we kind of pulled out of the air, and it might be 17, and we really do need to sit down and look at what that goal is, once we get because we haven't even seen a draft budget from you yet. So as soon as we get that, I think that'll make it a lot more clear up to us what that goal is, right?
I believe in the last budget meeting, we started talking about the draft budget for next year, correct? Finance? So, I mean.
Well, a budget-
So much,
It's by function, because what we pass, and for the new board members too, we've seen someone says like salaries and other stuff, right? But the word budget in board language it's the one-page document you get, and it has revenue by category, and then you'll see like function 11 instruction, and by all those sub-functions, and then it totals it up at the bottom, and then you subtract stuff. For what a board has to pass in a budget, that document by function is what we will end up passing. So that's what we haven't seen yet, is a draft of where we're gonna end this year by function, and a draft of the proposed budget next year by function, because that's what we will end up passing when we get there. So when I say the word budget, that's my terminology. You all may use the word budget for something else, but in board terminology, I'm talking about the thing we might have to pass. Right? Does that make sense? Which document we're looking for?
I understand which document you're
Okay.
speaking of, ma'am. We usually bring that one around June, Because we start closing out our POs, we did last year, we brought it in
Okay.
June. The very first budget meeting in June is when you saw it broken down by function. That's what you adopt in the June
Okay.
25.
It's just hard to make changes if we don't see it till 2 weeks before we adopt, so that's all I'm saying.
But to give the impression that we haven't brought the overall amounts for each category is not quite accurate. We've,
I'm not
they
listening,
came with, and it's on video. We came with the budgeted amount last time. We will break it down.
Okay.
But we are waiting for the end of the year so we can have all of the departments in terms of instruction and so on to look at what those numbers were at the end of the year to better align them with what we need to do next year. But right now, we do have an overarching amount for each of those areas, correct? Didn't we just show that?
That's correct. As you know, we met with every campus.
Can you make sure that mic is on? Because I really need it. And I'm not trying to just argue or push.
Right, no,
I'm just
if
trying
I
to say.
missed a document, I have never seen something for, it says 25, 26, and a dollar amount for function 11, a dollar amount for function 12. So if I
Again, we
missed
haven't
that
done the
document.
functions yet. It's the overarching for
Right,
those
remember we
categories.
met with every campus and department, one by one, and we were building their budgets. So right now, they're inputting their budgets. Once they start inputting it, then we'll have the breakdown by function.
Okay, that just makes it hard to set cost reduction goals. You see, like if we don't know exactly all that stuff, that's what's making it a challenge, so.
Yes, ma'am.
We're just, again, the old board said 13, and then we've added 3.7. I don't even know what the target is. But I guess we'll see what gets cut tonight, and then we'll do some math. All right, any other discussion? And otherwise, we have some motion language recommended to go forward with planning, just so the superintendent can see, we're going to push some buttons to have him finish planning or not finish planning. So if we're okay, we'll read that language that we were given and just conduct a vote, and then that'll give you your marching orders or non-marching orders.
Yes, ma'am.
Sound good? Okay. Ms.
Yes,
Butchie,
ma'am.
do you have that language that they give us?
I'd like to make
No, go ahead, I'm just hitting buttons.
I'd like to make a motion to direct administration to study information regarding plans for closing Judson Middle School.
Second it.
And I have a comment before we
Okay,
vote.
yes, we can discussion after a motion.
So for the audience in the room, this vote is not the final vote. If it passes, then the administration will be asked to do more study and bring it forward for an official vote. If it fails, it's dead. And so that's what's on the table right now.
Any other discussion before we, apparently I've already hit the button to vote? We're good? Okay, please proceed to vote. Okay, motion passes 4-3, so if you can please continue
Yes,
with the
ma'am.
plans, and we will schedule, we'll get with Betty and schedules, and get a meeting set up for next week.
Can we, rather than go through all of the incidentals for the elementary, could we just go ahead and move forward with a recommendation on that?
You just want a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to say something before, well,
Oh,
you
go
make
ahead,
the motion,
please.
and then I can say something.
Oh.
Nope.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to direct administration to study information regarding plans for closing, I'm sorry, Ed Franz?
Franz?
No?
Hold on.
Was it
Candlewood.
Franz or Candlewood?
Candlewood.
There's two.
We're gonna, do you want us to look at closing both?
Sorry, bear with us. I'm gonna help Ms. Potito, because there are two different schools that are being looked at right now, no decision obviously on either one. So I move that we direct the superintendent to begin the process. No, that's not the right agenda language, I'm sorry. Wrong paper. I make a motion, direct administration to study information and bring us additional information for the closing of Candlewood Elementary School.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you want the second possible school. No,
You
I'm gonna
let me
throw it
know.
all in the same
Whatever
same
you-
one. Let's just let
Whatever
it
you
out.
advise, we will look
And
into.
Fran's Leadership Academy.
Understood.
We need plans, that's requesting plans for both.
Done.
Okay. I normally go to everybody else first. I'm gonna open the discussion on this one.
There hasn't been
Oh.
a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do I have a second?
Can't second it, I was the one who made.
No, I made the motion because I
Oh,
thought you.
okay, well then I'll second.
Okay. Oops, let's. Is there a way to go back? Oh, there's. Does the back button work?
No.
Okay, so we're not going to touch our things. We're in discussion because I hit the button too many times. So I'm going to lead up this, and I normally go to the rest of the dais, but something quick to say. Oops, sorry, my microphone was not on. Because my comments are very similar to the last one. In 22-23, we had over 13,500 elementary students. This year, we have 1,600 less elementary students enrolled in Judson ISD. 1,600 is the equivalent of 3 elementary schools worth of kids are no longer enrolled at Judson ISD. And that's just since 22-23 school year. That's in 2 years. And enrollment is predicted to decline according to our demographer. We kind of, unfortunately, we kind of traded apples for oranges, right? So we were already in the process of building a new elementary school. So the easiest thing to do was take one, transfer it over there. So we have no longer going to use one in fall. Is that the right word? We don't like the word closed. We're no longer going to be using Coronado Village in fall, and that will transfer up to Selma. And that's still going to leave us 20 elementary schools. And we are 1,600 students less in elementary school than we were 2 years ago. You cannot sustain 20 elementary schools when you have barely over 11,000 students. And that's terrible, because I spend a lot more time on elementary campuses than I spend on middle school campuses, right? And I have walked your halls, and I know your faces, and I know what you're doing for kids there. And it's amazing. But we can't afford to operate 20 elementary schools if we only have 11,000 kids. And I'm already seeing the impact on students. How many of your elementary schools got your art teacher FTE taken away because you went below 699? So now we have students at one school who are being taught art just because they happen to go on a campus that's over 700. And we have kids not being taught art with an art teacher just because they went to 699. Because that's what happened, because that's the economics of campus size. And our kids are not getting equitable educations across this district because we have campuses with 300 students and we have campuses with 850 students. And every kid deserves an equitable education in this district. Everyone deserves. If we're going to have art teachers, then every campus needs an art teacher. Well, that doesn't happen if you're this far apart in sizes. We have got to consolidate. We have to. It is what's going to get more resources to our kids on our campuses. I truly believe that. I truly believe every single elementary kid will get more if we can consolidate and get our art teachers back and provide extra resources to our kids. And I hate to close elementary schools, but I'm going to have to support closing 1 or 2 of them because I think the rate we're at, our kids are just going to get less and less support as our enrollment decreases. So, and again, these are all hard ones. They're all hard ones, but I know this elementary one was not talked about as much as the middle school was. So I know it's going to catch more people off guard. And that does not have an emotional impact on all of us up here, right? We know these people. But at some point, we got to do what we got to do for kids. Ms. Canoyer, any comments?
Same comments as about Judson Middle School. It's a process. We should follow an appropriate process. Voting in May to close at the end of May is not a good way to go about showing the community we care about them.
Ms. Stanford?
I'm in favor of closing elementary schools next year. I don't see doing it this rapidly and giving that little, but it does send a signal to our voters to say, we are planning to close a middle school, a elementary school next year. That is a signal, that is a message to the voters, that we are moving that way, that we are making those plans without upending our whole community and their families. And so there's a way to do it without doing it so rapidly that people are caught off guard. So we can still move that way, but we don't have to do it by the end of the month, so.
Ms. Poteet? Nothing additional? Okay, Mr. Macias?
Yeah, I still have the same sentiment about closing the elementary school, but I will add a wrinkle to the conversation. We have the ability to look at 1882 partnerships for collaborating, and that might be a solution if the revenue is there and if it allows us to continue with the school. We really haven't taken a hard look at that. There are a lot of options to create a very specialized campus, and I've seen a lot of it at elementary. That's why I mentioned it now. I don't know if it's something we would do at the middle school, but certainly it's something that could be done at the elementary school in collaborating, and it might help all of our objectives. But there's just not enough information on that. So even during the year, we could talk about what an 1882 partnership would look like, the kind we would have at the campus, if there would be a revenue generation that would be beneficial, or if we'd be in a loss. But it's just something I thought I would put on the table.
We can speak to it briefly if you'd like. No?
I don't know if you have enough, but more majority to even bring it up. That involves selling your schools off to charter schools, and that has been brought up in Judson before and shut down, and people voted off the board for bringing that up. So I'm not even sure if that's worth talking about, especially if you go Google what happened, all the money that got stolen out of SAISD, and they had to shut all their 1882s are a hot button topic that are not super popular around Judson or a lot of San Antonio right now. Right?
I wouldn't comment on what's popular and what's not. I will say that it is an in-district charter. If we were to go, there's two types. There's one where they can take over. There's another one where it can be innovation. If it were an innovative charter, it would take a year to even get it started up. If it were a takeover, it's like IDEA coming in and taking over the school. Definitely not favorable as well. It does generate funds. Typically on a takeover, when it generates funds, the people who take over the campus use the money that comes into the district. On an innovative one, if given time to put it together, you still have to set up a different board of trustees for that particular campus and structure. And the money that would come in would be primarily for servicing that campus. So it's not like it would generate a lot of money back to the district, but definitely for that campus.
Does it save money?
It saves money in terms of you generate money for the innovative campus that you put together. So those teachers that are at that campus can still be at that campus, but rather than it coming from the local budget from the district now, it'll come from the generated funds of the in-district charter. I hope that made sense.
Okay, Mrs. Jones, anything else?
I guess I kind of have a question for the superintendent, Dr. Fields, first. Are we able to, I know some information we have, I just don't want to say anything I'm not supposed to. Are we able to speak about the situation with Candlewood on why it's led to being looked at?
Mm-hmm.
Is that able to be brought up?
I would ask, I can speak to this. We've got an elementary school in the district that has been traditionally underperforming. We've got another elementary school. There were two listed tonight. One is traditionally it's been underperforming for years. Another one's a B campus. If you were to look at a campus and you were going to close, then you'd probably go with the one that was probably underperforming before you would go with the B campus one. So that would be my recommendation if being told that we need to move forward with this. I would tell you that, could we close down the campus and move students to different areas? It's, again, as I said before, all of this is going to be Herculean. We're going to have to draw the lines, do the bus routes, do everything, and get it out before fall. That's a lot. I agree, I echo the sentiments of some of the people up here when they say, we did bring Judson Middle up back when we were talking about repurposing Coronado. We brought it up in the Growth and Planning Committee. That would have been a better time to talk about this walkthrough. It's more difficult now. I'm not saying that we won't get it done. If that's the direction and the will of the board, we're going to jump through hoops to get it done. But there's a certain point that if you have too many failing scores at a particular campus, then there's a concern for takeover. And we have one of those schools that was recommended that's in that area. So I can see where it would be one of the ones that we would want to look at.
Thank you. That's what I was just wanting to bring up. As a parent to elementary kids, students, you want them to have the very best education that they deserve. And not saying it's any fault of any of the educators at the campus, but you've got to say at what point do these children deserve that chance and that opportunity at another school to thrive when it's the failing scores have happened more than 1 year in a row.
Understood.
So that's all I wanted to bring up.
I would say though, Ms. Jones, we're a district of choice. So to your point, they can go to whichever school they want. But also to your point, if we were to move forward with closing that school down, then we would provide transportation to wherever it is that they're supposed to go. Is there anything you would add to that, Dr. Saunders or Ms. Davis?
I have a lot of things to add.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk about process for a second. I've heard a lot of conversations about the process matters. We just blindsided a bunch of people. Let that sink in. So when we talk about making decisions based on kids and faculty and staff, the decisions that are made here, even the conversations that are brought up, you mentioned 2 elementary schools. So not only did we just blindsided 1, we did that to 2. That conversation should have happened behind closed doors with you guys. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
I understand completely.
I also want us to be really careful. There was a comment made about kids deserve an opportunity to thrive. The STAR test is minimal when it comes to a child's ability to thrive. There is way more that teachers do than teach kids how to take a test. And when you're talking about Candlewood Elementary, they are feeding kids, they are clothing kids, they're being a mom, a dad, a nurse, a counselor, all rolled into one, and that is not measured on the STAR test. I'm very disappointed in the way this rolled out. So now you have 2 principals, Carrie Savage-Egg and Rochelle Diaz, who have to go to their campuses tomorrow and face the fallout of these conversations that should have happened behind closed doors.
If there's no more discussion, I guess the only comment I'll have is, I guess, since we had discussed those 2 campuses specifically, I was not aware that they had not been given a heads up on that tonight. I assume that had been discussed at some level prior to it coming out at this meeting, since those 2 names have been being discussed for a solid week plus, but
That's
can't
not true.
undo that.
That's not true. That's not true. They haven't been discussed for a solid week plus. And we would not want this to come out, Ms. Ryan, if we weren't going to move forward with it. These are not, I've said this repeatedly.
Well, but you knew it was going to be an open session discussion tonight and that it was going to come out. I
No,
guess I
just found out tonight that we were going to be talking about names in open session. I've been pretty consistent with all the board members, even the new ones, that we needed to be cautious about how this rolls out. You can't come in like a bull in a china shop and expect for that not to reverberate across the entire district. That's what she was trying to communicate.
Correct.
We
And
need
the
to be
attorney
sensitive to the.
advised us that the discussion of closing schools does not occur in closed session. So that's why it had to be out here in open session. The attorney just told us that an hour and a half ago, whenever we disappeared with him, that was an open session discussion. So, all right, I guess we have a motion on the table. That was so long ago that we don't even remember. To have you continue to plan and bring us back more information for Candlewood and Friends Leadership Academy for us to review at a meeting next week. That was the motion by me, the second by Ms. Potteet, and now people can cast their votes. I guess switch these two. Oh, you're not really allowed a question. What kind of question?
We're voting for us to have the options presented.
Correct, for him to continue.
It's not like,
No, we're not. This
Okay.
isn't it. This is for him to bring us back more stuff. That was the motion.
To keep working on it.
So if it fails, then we don't have to work on it. There's a lot of staff time that goes into that working.
Hold on, I gotta count. Okay, motion passes 6-3. So please continue to work on. I'm sorry, 4-3. It's getting late. Oh, it is really late. So if you can please have your staff continue to work on that, we'll let you know when the next meeting is going to be. Okay. Ms. Davis, do we have more? There's more.
The program restructure is cost savings of $750,000. Oh.
Before she says anything, is everybody tracking the program changes of this? We've had a lot of discussions, and I think you all saw it in the last board meeting. To summarize it, it's moving the enrichment function over to the 20 existing librarians, keeping a librarian at every elementary school, dropping GT down to 10, and GT teachers will only take care caseload-wise of the GT teachers in the district.
That is
That'll save
correct.
us 750. Did I summarize that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because I feel like we've talked about that one a lot at many meetings. I think we got a lot of consensus. Can we just, any discussion of that one? I felt like that one was a really good compromise we all came up with. So if everybody's okay, let's proceed to vote on that one so that you officially plug everything in. Hold on, we're going to get us back to a screen. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I move that we approve the librarian gifted and talented and academic enrichment program restructure, authorizing one librarian at each campus with academic enrichment program responsibilities, reducing the number of gifted and talented teachers to 10, and removing academic enrichment and responsibilities.
Second. Okay, thank you. Now you can cast your vote. Okay, motion passes 7-0. Okay. Next up, Ms. Davis, DOI teacher pay. I think we had two options on the table, if I'm remembering the last meeting right? So some of the board was interested in a 10% reduction of DOI teacher pay, and then there was a compromise right, 10%.
I'm
You're looking
sorry,
at me like I'm crazy. I know it's late.
distracted. I saw people walking out.
Okay, 10% reduction in teacher pay due to not having certification for DOIs, which is about
That's
a
what was
6,000.
proposed.
That's one of them.
Several things came back.
And then
that
we
could-
discussed a compromise was proposed also at the last meeting, which was reducing the first 2 years you are DOI, and you should only be DOI 2 years, right? By
Yes, ma'am.
$1,500 each of those years.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is the equivalent of, we pay $1,500 master stipend. So if you don't have your certification, dropping it 1,500 seemed like a reasonable compromise. But if you completed your certification in those 2 years, and you signed a contract, and you stayed with us for the third year, you would get an incentive to get that $3,000 back in order to, one, reduce the pay, but then also build that pipeline to keep people in Judson.
Now, that was your recommendation.
That was what I'm
The one
saying.
that came forward
No,
for
not
the.
from you. No, I'm saying that's where we kind of left it with two different ideas last Thursday.
Yes, ma'am.
We didn't vote, or I don't think got consensus on either of them, right? So
You're right.
discussion on which one of those two, or if you have a third option, you might want to see on the table for changes to DOI teacher pay. Mr. Macias, you want me to start down with you? Because I think the 10% was yours originally, right? Or no?
I suggested
Okay.
that we look at a reduction. I don't remember if I said start off at 10%, but it doesn't matter. It still was a proposal administration brought forward, and we have to consider it. My only concern with this is that if it would be too drastic of a cut. I see this obviously as something we need to do to move forward. I'm okay even with those that are zero now, but it's the ones that are close to finishing that I have my concern with. DOI is almost a recruitment mechanism for bringing teachers into the district. And so the year one and the year two proposal might be too drastic. Maybe the compromise is we leave year one at that level, but year two would have to be a little higher because they're that much closer. But the other thing to consider too is that, is this going to be, if we were to pass 10%, we have teachers that are DOI now that have been on the compensation plan and they've received raises. So is it going to be 10% of their current salary, or are we going to just dump them all back to $60,934? I'm thinking the logic is we're just going to take 10% off if that's what passes. And then we're going to add 1,000 and 2,000?
We were going to take 10% off the 0-year salary.
Okay. So how about the ones that are already working in our district?
It would still just be the amount of the 0-year.
It would still be the amount of the 0-year?
Okay, meaning they would stay at zero until they get certified? Is that what you mean?
Twofold.
Okay.
Twofold. There are District of Innovation teachers who have worked, moved to the next level in terms of their pay. The amount of money we're talking about is 10% of the 0 year. So whether you're in your first year or second year, we're still talking about the $6,094 across the board for 177 teachers. That's what we're talking about. So regardless of how much more money you may be making, we're still talking about the $694. Now, to the second part. Going forward, you would stay 0 year during those years until you get certified. We're not going to continue to move DOI teachers up the grade, the gauge, if they don't have their certifications. Did I say that right, you guys?
Yes.
Gotcha.
So my recommendation would be that if we're going to consider increasing year one and year two, like I'm recommending we at least examine that we might want to, for all new DOI teachers, go 15%. Because we have to pay for that difference somewhere, right? Somebody has to absorb that increase. Because if we were to increase the year two to 3,000 instead of 2,000, that's 1,000 more. And obviously, who's going to pay for that? And it might be those new DOIs that we start a little lower to kind of, you see what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying.
So that way, we're still able to pay for that increase. Somebody's paying for it. A new DOI then would start at 53,480. if we added the 1,000 to year 2. My goal is to retain DOIs that are close. And then the other thing to clarify, if a DOI teacher has passed all their exams and all they need is their observation hours, does that change the status? Are they no longer a DOI? Are they
No,
considered?
you're going to be DOI until it reads an SPEC that you're certified in
Okay.
a particular area.
So
But to your point, we really do a comprehensive look. We talk to the principals, we get feedback, we really try and get people to walk through this certification process and stay with us. And it's an investment. So that's what we look for. But also, we look at how long it's taking, and after so
Yeah.
long, if it's not happening, then
Sure.
we're not going to be able to continue.
And that's acceptable. We sort of haven't policed it, and now that there's money attached to it, we have to look at it all. And again, the need's there. We have scarcity of teachers. I mean, the alternative would be we have a sub in there, and that's going to be far worse than having somebody that's a DOI. Not that subs are bad, I'm not saying that. They're just, obviously just not trained like DOIs are.
Oftentimes, it's inconsistent, so.
Yeah. And so as long as we attribute some additional incentive for year 2, I would be very comfortable with the recommendation. And right now, the only thing I can think of is lowering salary for 0 down 1,000 to give year 2 teachers an extra 1,000. I think that would balance that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other ideas or comments on this one? Otherwise, I guess we kind of have 2 proposals out there, and we're just going to make motions and vote on them, see which one goes. Any other discussions before we do that?
Are we asking the district to come back with numbers at 15%? Was that suggested? No?
No, just, I think the easier thing is just to reduce the 0 salary to 53,840. And that way, we can add 1,000 to year 2. That would probably be the easiest way to explain it.
All right, do you want to make that?
Can I make
yeah,
a comment
no, please,
first?
please.
This is something I've really struggled with. On the one hand, I can see how many hands I have tonight. On the one hand, they're not certified teachers. Substitutes aren't certified teachers. We pay, if you are a certified teacher, we pay you more than a non-certified teacher. But on the other hand, they are in the trenches doing the job day in, day out. They are lesson planning. They are administering assessments. They are having parent-teacher conferences. They are doing grades. They're doing all the things that a teacher does. And a $6,000 pay cut is a lot of money. That's a lot of money. I understand. So I really have. I understand we're looking for cost savings, I do, but I always want to keep the people in mind because that's why we're here, is people. Judson is people. How many won't come back and will go somewhere else if we cut their pay by $6,000? How is that a retention thing then? So my recommendation would be, let's look at half of that. $3,000 isn't as unpalatable, it's not great, but it is more palatable. My suggestion. And I'd love to hear from my other colleagues.
Okay, so I think, let me keep track of how much. We've got a minus 7,000, a minus 3,000, and a minus 1,500. I just want to make sure I'm tracking.
I'm
Those are
with
the
you.
3 proposals that are out there, right? Okay, so I'll open it up now for any other discussion. Those are the 3 things currently pending on the table that somebody might motion on.
So the minus 1,500 is across the board?
For me, for the 2 years, yes. The first 2 years that they are DOI, and I expect them to get certified in the first 2 years. They're going to lose $1,500 the first 2 years, and then get they can have that $3,000 back after they stay for their 3rd year with their certification with Judson ISD.
So do we know what those numbers would look like?
I know.
Or do
Ms.
we want to
Davis.
send it back to district and
So
say,
what
come
would be the
back with these numbers?
proposed savings on that, if we were just talking about 1,500 and
It was about $250,000, because I did the
About
177.
277? Thank you.
I need to do it again.
177 times essentially 3,000. Oh, 50, a year. Oh, yeah, sorry, divided by 2. Yeah, so about 265 a year. And that assumes you end up with that many DOI teachers next year, too, right?
That's what we're
If you
calculating.
get far less DOI teachers, then there's less savings.
So did I understand just a $1,500 reduction?
That would be it.
Yep.
That would be the recommendation coming up first. It would be 1,500. Mr. Macias had a different equation, but whichever one is
7.
voted on, that's how we'd have to move.
Okay. So Laura, did you hear that, about $250,000 for the 1,500? Yep. So, all right, any other discussion of those? Otherwise, I guess we can start making some motions and we'll see where the votes end up.
Well, I just need some clarity. My impression with the 0 salary year is that those would be new DOIs that we would hire now, right?
Yep.
So Ms. Knoyer had brought up a good point, and I want to make sure we're clear on it. We don't want to adversely impact current DOIs. So, but if you have a 0 just coming on in, they should start at that lower salary, which means they would already be making more. And that's why I think the impact is going to be really straightforward with somebody who wants to be a DOI teacher in our district who is applying to start at 53,840, because that's that $1,000 difference that I've talked about, and then adding it. And if they want to work for us for 53,000, then that's great. But my impression is that none of our current DOI teachers would be impacted with 0 right now, as 0 year. Because if they're with us now, they've at least completed 1 year. Am I saying that
Correct.
correctly?
Mhm.
So that's where I just want clarity, because I mean, Ms. Knoyer made a great point about that impact, but I'm not seeing new recruits being impacted. They already know what they're going to start with when they get here. So I still think maybe we should consider that 53, because at 1,500 to get 277,000 in savings, I don't know.
Okay, any other discussion? Otherwise, I guess we will start down with Mr. Macias. If you want to make them, oh yeah, go ahead, Leslie.
Can I just ask, because I'm kind of like really new to this DOI thing, if Mr. Macias suggested about, am I understanding it right, like just the new hires would be starting at 53K? Is that like around the district that's been, like offered? Like, are we competitive with that, or is that something that it's too lower for Judson to attract like this DOI teacher?
I would tell you that many districts have taken on different
Like approach?
different approaches. Some districts have said if you're DOI, you get paid sub-pay. Other districts have said that if you're DOI, kind of like us, you get paid like a teacher. What would be another example of the pay structure for DOI that we've heard of? I've heard of the sub, I've heard of the full. Have we heard of a reduction
I
in
haven't
pay at all?
heard, and I haven't heard a lot of them. And of course, the challenge is you can just go walk over to a charter school. You don't have to have a certificate anyway, right? So,
But
and
then
those
they
guys are
typically
paying.
aren't competitive with public schools.
Pay? Oh, Great Hearts pays more than us.
Oh, okay. I just
At least
want,
they did a year
I
ago.
just want to make sure, like where we're voting, that I would just want to like be careful that we won't attract like new teachers, because I know that we need,
Yes.
this DOI teachers. And then on top of it, because I talked to some of it that already established, in the school, and that, of course, the kids love them already, and it's been like their home. So I don't want to like I know that they're just waiting for something for them to be like, the certified teacher. And of course, kids doesn't understand that, like, you're not a real teacher yet, because for them, on the eyes, they're already their teachers. So I just want to make sure that it's not going to be like a drastic, like for their paycheck, because they've already invested a lot, for them to be the second mom on that school. So are we voting for like a different option, or you guys are going to bring back on the next meeting, or?
I've heard several.
okay.
What was requested was possible cuts. This was submitted with a recommendation for that type of evaluation. What's happened is this is now morphed into, it could possibly be $1,500 for year one or year two. It could be the 10%, it could be a little bit lower.
okay, so
We've got
we're-
about 3 or 4 different scenarios out there
So
right
we're
now.
voting on different ones?
We'd
or-
have to determine which one we're going to.
Yeah, I think that's really what we're gonna have to do,
Okay,
is make a
'cause I'm
motion, and if it doesn't pass, we'll go on to the next idea. We'll see if that one gets 4 votes, and if not, we'll move down to the end, and if none of them pass, you can go back to the drawing board, I guess, right? And come up with a mashup. You're like,
Whatever
no,
the
I'm
board
done.
says.
Yes, Ms. Jones?
Well, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm just wondering, can you explain how it affects the teachers that are already in there doing it, not new hires? So say you have somebody that's done their first year this year, so next year would be their second year. How would this impact them?
Like, I think are all 3 of us who came up with ideas and consensus that we just, like, the people who are already here, they're just grandfathered, and we just make sure they get their certificate. Were we talking about, are we gonna cut their pay
It said 1,500,
for the ones that are already here?
because you've got certified teachers. We have certified teachers that have complained about non-certified teachers making the exact same thing. So there's a little heartburn there in the district.
Yeah, no, it's a matter of if you're already, if I'm Mrs. Smith at Park Village, I don't even know if there is a Mrs. Smith at Park Village, and I'm here on DOI and I'm finishing my year, if she comes back for next year as still a DUI and she's making progress on her thing, is she gonna be grandfathered, so she's just gonna keep moving like she got hired, or is she gonna get deducted 1,500, 3,000, or 7,000 like we're discussing? I guess I don't know what we're saying about that. What to do about the existing DOIs? Do we essentially because it would about lower, all these 3 of these plans would lower their current pay versus a new person coming in at a lower pay. That's different than taking an existing person and lowering their pay. I'm not sure, we generally don't do that.
Well, we talked about it before.
No, I'm just saying we generally try not to reduce people's pay.
What? You just tried earlier tonight, like a lot.
Yes, and again, that failed, so we just don't, nobody reduces pay.
Wow.
That was a lot.
So I'm not sure what, Laura, the answer is I don't know.
Well,
For me, they're already here and teaching, again, if they get renewed by their principal, and this is the teacher of last resort, and Dr. Taganoff cannot find a certified teacher to sit in that classroom, and they're already here and they're making progress, I don't want to reduce that pay because they are here doing the job. And some principal has said, I want them still here doing the job next year.
well, there's some difference in who's making progress. Some are making more progress than others. I think there was that observation.
Correct.
So what do we do with that?
Our recommend,
I don't know, Carl.
Gotcha. My recommendation is this. Cuts are going to be difficult, and we can't cut our way to a balanced budget. I said that in the beginning. We were asked to bring cuts. This is an example of one. To Ms. Poteet's point, this is it. This is what we brought. Now, if the board wants to change that to a different way, where we move it from a $1 million potential down to a 265, we are all for it. We're all for it. But just understand that now it goes from a $1 million reduction down to a 265 one, a 265,000. But I would agree with Ms. Canoyer. Once you get in this, the only way to cut is to cut. That means that you're going to take somebody from where they're at, lower.
So just doing math. Mr. Macias, why don't you just formulate a motion with what your understanding of what, of what you're proposing is?
Yes, ma'am.
What was this approximate cost savings? What was that calculated off of? Was
Just
that
taking the-
lowering everybody that we already have right now down?
6,094 by
Okay.
10%.
Okay.
It's like across the
Correct.
177.
Yes, ma'am.
So no, regardless of how long you've been here, that's dropping everybody's pay.
Right, and then what we were going to do is add on to that is if you had been here a solid year and you were invited back, then we were going to give the $1,000 incentive. If you were in your second year, close to being certified, we were going to give you a $2,000 incentive back towards this original deduction.
So that's still included for the million?
And then that was going to be an approximate $1 million savings.
So we are voting for this?
No, we're going to listen real close to Mr. Macias's language. If you wouldn't mind crafting what you would like us to consider and possibly vote on.
What I would like to make a motion, I move that we then hire new DOI teachers at $53,840. Current DOI teachers with the 10% reduction, but year two, raise it to $3,000. That's my motion.
I'm sorry, raise what to 3,000?
Year two.
Year two raise
Instead of 2,000, the incentive would be for 3.
So year one would be 1,000 and year two would be 3,000?
Yes.
Just trying to clarify.
Yes.
There's several things in there. So the motion is to hire new DOI teachers at
At the 53.
53,840.
but to take a 10% cut across the board on all current DOI.
On all continuing DOIs.
Which
On
I'm expecting
existing.
all of them to be year one coming up, because they're all here now.
Yeah.
And then if they're in year two and they're closer, instead of a $2,000 incentive, make it $3,000. Because the whole goal is to retain them and have them become certified and work with us, rather than leave.
So someone that's got 1 year for observation, how would this impact them?
I don't know. They'd either be year one or
Their salary would go
two.
down 6,000,
And then they get.
but then they also get a $3,000
Two.
incentive.
Two.
Well, I thought he said 3.
He said 3 for the person who's coming back for their
Second year.
second year.
Yeah.
So you have a 0 year, or first year, and a second year?
And again, the emphasis is to still pay for that, because right now, all new teachers that are DOIs can come in at 53, but we have to pay for that extra 1,000, because I want to at least get as close to saving $1 million as possible on this effort. But anyway, I've made the motion. There's not been a second, but I know you were asking for clarity.
I think we're just figuring out.
Yeah, I needed to understand.
We were
what the
just
motion
understanding
was.
what you were saying first. So everybody generally clear enough? Are you clear enough
I
that if
would
he passes
modify
it,
it.
you know what
I
to
would
do?
modify
Oh,
that
yes,
motion.
we've got it. It's recorded.
I would modify that motion to be what you said, except make it a $3,000. Instead of 10%, 5% reduction.
Oh, hold on, that's kind of Suzanne's plan. So we're going to get to that.
Oh, well, but if we pass his, then we won't get to that.
All right, so y'all know it's midnight, right?
I think 10%'s a little rich.
Okay. Do we want to attempt to go to parliamentary amending of a motion and voting on amending a motion, or should we just vote on this one?
His motion hasn't been seconded
Oh,
yet, so
there-
there's
there
no,
we go.
it's not a live motion.
Oh, that's what I just said, yeah. No
Yeah.
second, it's dead.
All right, so do we have a second on his? Okay, there we go. Then we don't have to worry about that portion of it. So, all right, Miss, we've
Go
got
ahead
two
and do it,
left. So
Ms. Stanford.
7,000's out, now we're left with 3,000 and 1,500. So, Ms. Canoyo, do you want to craft your language for you and Laura's 3,000 thing?
5% is what, it would be 5%. It'd be half of that.
I don't want to make that motion. If
Okay,
somebody else
nope,
does,
that's
then go
okay.
ahead.
She wants to go 1,500, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Laura, do you want to make?
I'll
if
I'll
not-
make the motion and throw it at the wall. So I will say, so first-year teachers come in at 53, brand new teachers come in at 53,000, existing
53,840.
53,840, okay. And existing teachers, non-certified teachers, would receive a 5% reduction in pay. Do I need to mention the incentives too?
Yes.
Year 0 would be no incentive. Year 1 would be 1,000. Year two would be, are we going 2 or 3?
He said 3.
3.
That's what he says.
Year 2 would be 3. That's the motion.
Okay, do we have a second on that one?
I'll second.
Okay, there we go, there. Can I get a voting screen? Okay. Any discussion of it before we move to voting on Laura's? Oh, I'm getting giggly. No? All right, you can vote.
Okay.
Okay,
So
the motion does not pass
someone else's turn.
with 3 yes and 4 no. Okay, let me figure out what my motion was supposed to be. I move that we approve changing the base salary of new District of Innovation uncertified teachers to $1,500 less than the salary approved by the board for certified teachers that each year. Sorry, I worded it, so like as we change compensation plans, I don't want to give a dollar amount. I further move that we add a $3,000 incentive for DOI teachers who complete their certification in the first 2 years and stay on contract with Judson ISD as a teacher for the duration of their 3rd year with the district, and continue current salary plan for continuing DOI teachers. Is that what I'm trying to say?
No reduction in pay.
No, essentially grandfathering them. They're already in the program. For the ones who are continuing on.
Right, the ones we now have.
Yes. That this would apply
No
to.
change in their pay structure.
No.
Okay.
So this is
That's
just
my
for the
motion.
new DOI
It's
teachers?
just for the new people.
Understood.
So just for new people coming in.
Hold on, Leslie, we're gonna see if we have a second.
I'm still
I
confused.
know. It's midnight, like, I don't even know
So
what I made a motion.
let me question and see if it clarifies.
Yes.
Brand-new DOI teachers
Come in
at
at 1,500 less than what's ever published on our scale.
Okay, so, for example, if it was $60,000 starting teacher pay, they would come in at $1,500 less than that?
Yes, ma'am.
Brand new ones?
Yes.
And then we don't affect the current DOI employees?
No, who are moving into their 2nd year with the district.
And those moving into,
First.
well, that'll be the year 0 people?
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Because
so-
we really don't.
So we're not making a change for existing DOI
existing,
employees?
just
Okay, I just
new.
wanted to clarify that that's what I was understanding.
Yes, that's what I think I was trying to say.
Okay.
So I think the estimated savings on that would be 0?
Nothing. Because they're not here yet, the new ones.
You're keeping, are all the DOIs renewed?
No, we haven't, DOIs, we just give them like a letter of reassurance, or a letter of
They
assurance? or
have
something?
a one-year non-certified
Laura?
contract. It's
Right.
not a Laura.
Oh, it's just a
It's a
one-year
non-certified
non-certified?
contract, not a
And we
Chapter
haven't sent
21.
those out yet because we were waiting on this decision, correct?
Right, we're sending them out when we send out the non-certified contract.
But we
Okay.
haven't done them yet, we were waiting on this decision.
Only for the ones that are getting invited back, unless we're inviting them all back. We normally don't invite them all back.
Correct.
That's correct.
We've already notified the ones that aren't being invited back, correct?
So that's a reduction. How much is that?
Well, let's be careful, let's be careful.
Right.
It's not a reduction. We're not saying we don't need those FTEs for teaching. We're saying we didn't invite that individual back.
Yeah.
So we
Laura's saying
still may
each-
have to go out and get someone else to work in that capacity. It's just that the person who was in there either wasn't performing up to standard
Gotcha.
or have taken too long to finish.
And then every new one that comes in costs us
Less.
$1,500 less. So, and I guess I haven't seen numbers recently on about how many come back. It used to be not many, and then it was a lot, then it was not many. Is it back to a lot?
We have quite a few that stick with us, and because
Oh,
we're
hold on.
working with them. I
Hold on,
mean, we,
Jameson would like to talk to us.
Your motion included an incentive.
which means that we'd lose. That's why I said it would be net zero
Giving them back,
gain,
okay.
right?
You're the only one awake in the room. No.
No, I said that earlier.
Yes. All right, well, I don't know where we're at on anything then.
So where are we?
Are you
Where we
withdrawing
are.
your motion then? Can you withdraw that?
I can.
Okay.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay. I move that we reduce DOI salary for all DOI teachers by $1,000.
And what
Okay.
about starting salary for new?
Everybody. IDOT, everybody,
Somebody
right?
can do that, I don't care.
Just everybody. Okay, I second that. That's so much simpler.
So for this part,
So that would be a savings of $177,000.
so for the new coming in.
New hires existing, everybody will just get paid $1,000 less than their certified counterparts.
Oh, even new? That wasn't in the motion? That wasn't in the
Oh, no, I don't know that.
DOI teachers.
I said all DOI
Oh,
teachers.
so that would be new and old, right? Okay.
What about the incentives? Not
No, those
included?
No incentives.
Okay.
The minute you get certification, you'd be put back on the regular pay scale.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any more discussion? No more discussion? All right, let's vote.
I'm kind of confused.
Oh, wait, hold on, don't vote yet, please.
So minus 1,000 to all the 177?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. And any new ones, and if any of them leave and we get new ones in, the salary of a DOI will be 1,000 less than whatever
And
a
then
teacher
there's
pays.
no more like incentives?
Correct.
and- So that's like zero out.
Yes,
And these are the ones that are like already like a year? or
It makes it
maybe-
simple.
Make it just simple, oh, okay.
yeah, just simple.
Okay.
You just, if you have a master's degree, you get $1,500. If you're uncertified, you get minus 1,000. That's it, nothing more complicated than that. Okay, any other discussion before we start hitting buttons? Okay, proceed to vote, please. Oh, did mine, oh, I didn't even, okay. Okay, so idea 42 passes 6-1. And it was simple, right? That's easy to execute, right?
Can I just get clarification on what it was? I know you said 1,000.
Every DOI teacher gets $1,000 less
I understand, but from what they are currently making?
from what they're currently making.
And
So
then the
that's a
starting
savings of
pay for any
$177,000.
news will be 1,000 less than whatever zero
And we
is on the
won't put
chart.
them on the teacher increase scale anymore.
Yes,
They'll just all stay at 0 until they get certified.
yes. Okay. Ratios. That's the next thing, right, Ms. Davis? Yes, ma'am. Okay, let's briefly talk about ratios. Oh, she, yeah, were you waiting? Ms. Davis and I are both very
my
tired right now.
apologies. So the last
Refresh
slide we have
everybody's
today.
memory, right? There is
We were like,
discussion.
there it is.
Yes.
Oh, you want from me?
Yes, last slide is teacher-student ratio. We had discussed raising every grade span, elementary, middle, and high school by 2 students. So elementary from 21 to 23, middle school from 23 to 25, high school from 24 to 26 students. That would be a reduction of approximately 25 teachers. We're estimating a midpoint with benefits of about 75K, that'd be 1.8. Para-auxiliary would be reduced by increasing those ratios, 25 positions at approximately 31K for a total approximate savings of 2.6.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in on a conversation. You and I had a brief one. I don't know if either of us even remembers at this point, which is the difference between staffing and budgeting, right? How you staff is one thing, may not necessarily be the same thing as what we budget for. So you staffing at 1 to 23 might be a good idea, because if you give Olympia an extra second grade teacher and they don't turn out not to need it, like, you're gonna have a hard time getting her back, right? Like, that's generally true, right? If you give the campus a person, yeah, it's really hard to try and get them back, right? Versus when you don't give them enough people, right? You're just one person shy and you gotta give them another one, then they're like, yay, he gave me another one, right? So staffing for you at a 1 to 23 to allow yourself a lot of flexibility in fall, I think is a great strategy and allows you to move some people around. But my concern is, if your goal is to then stable through cross-leveling, is to eventually get really close to that 22 number on the elementaries, or 24, whatever the numbers are for the older ones, that if our goal is to end up at about 22 in October or November, for budgeting purposes, we have to budget at 1 to 22. So that there is sufficient money. Because otherwise, if we count this as a cost reduction, and we budget a 1 to 23, if you end up with an average of 1 to 22, we're not gonna have enough money in the salary bucket. And I know it's after midnight, but
It's not for me.
That's- okay.
I'm with you.
does that make sense?
No, ma'am. So basically, what's going to happen is every year, we look at it in elementary school and we say, this is how we're going to staff, and that's how many people we give. There are ebbs and flows in terms of, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, most of the cabinet knows this. There are ebbs and flows with the amount of people that we actually have to hire on a yearly basis. So although we're going to staff at 23 to 1, we are going to monitor the classrooms to ensure that we don't rise over an actual 22 to 1. Now, I want to be straightforward with the board. We always go over 22 to 1.
Okay.
All these principals out here right now will tell you there's going to be a class that creeps up. But when we do, then Saunders and the principal will sit down and figure out a way to get those numbers back down to 22 to 1. And if sometimes the teachers will come back and say, I've developed a rapport with all these kids. I want all 23. I don't want you to take one away. I'm just telling you how it goes. Then what we'll do is, if it gets too high, then we'll take them back down, and then Dr. Tagenall will even look across the districts and say, over at this school, they have an extra person. We're going to move you from that campus to this campus. So we do all that we can to make sure that those numbers stay at 22 to 1, and it always doesn't require us hiring a new person. But even if we do hire a new person, again, there's ebbs and flows in terms of all the employment across the district. We usually manage that pretty well. What we don't want to continue to do is staff at 21 to 1. Because then what happens is we hire a bunch of people that we wind up not needing to have done. And then we have low class sizes, and then you guys come back and say, our schools are empty. No, we just have too many. We need to tighten that up. This is an opportunity to do that. So when we did do that, now for secondary, sorry, those classes get up real high. And if you ask any of the secondary principals in here if they could manage their classes at 25 to 1 at middle school, oh, they'd love that. If they could manage their high schools at 26 to 1, it's just not going to happen. So this is an excellent staffing model, and by doing this, we were able to reduce our FTEs by that much with an approximate savings of $2.6 million. But if we were to go back now and say, okay, we're going to restaff at 21 to 1 or 23 to 1 or 24 to 1, then all we're going to do is increase the amount of FTEs that we say that we need across the district.
I know, but can finance people, did what I say make any sense to you, right? Like, if you are staffing has nothing to do with budget, right? What I'm worried about is he gets to October, November, right? He's cross-leveled, Dr. Saunders has moved around all the people, right? And we're averaging about 22 kids in an elementary school class. That's the average. One guy's at 23, one's at 21, but we're averaging at 22. then I need enough money in the budget at a 1 to 22, right? If I budget at 1 to 23, and then Dr. Saunders makes everybody 1 to 22, you're not going to have enough money in the budget to pay the salaries because this only budgets you at 1 to 23, average.
And what I'm
Right.
trying, what I'm saying is that when we budget and we staff, we do that based on projections, not on kids in the classroom. And kids in the classroom numbers sometimes turn out different from what was projected to be in the classroom.
May I add to that, Dr.
Yes, ma'am.
Fields? In addition to this, these student-teacher ratios we use to budget and to staff core classes. So then we also have additional funding where we take a look at our SPED classes, we take a look at our
CTEs.
CTE classes.
Fine
And
arts.
so those are then staffed differently. So we usually do end up staffing for more teachers than just that exact amount, to where there's room to play with. Where there are low classes, we then reconcile when we come back in September. And so we haven't encountered any type of experience where that would be the case. I see what you're trying to say, ma'am, but as far as the staffing is concerned, this is just talking about the staffing for local and using local funds for core classes. But then there's all the additional other classes that we take into consideration. Is there anything else you would like to add?
Yeah, I think what you're saying, Ryan, is that, yeah, when we budget, we are budgeting for that 25.
Can we just keep it
Okay.
on?
So when we budget, yeah, we are going to account for those 25. If everything goes according to plan and we do raise at those, and we don't need those 25, then yeah, that 2.6 comes back to the budget. This is why you see the budget at a $45 million deficit right now, because we do account for all these positions. If they change and we go and we don't hire them, then obviously that money stays in the budget. And that's obviously the goal we do all year long. But yes, you're right, we do budget for those positions. We don't eliminate 25 from the budget.
Okay. That's too late at night for my brain to work, or anybody to understand. What other discussion? Anybody else? I'll go down to this side first. Ms. Canoyer, Ms. Stanford, either of you?
So I understand this. I don't see the conflict between staff and budget because budget reflects staffing. And I'm okay with moving forward with this.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this actually a change, or have we already hired in these formulas?
We haven't, three things. We haven't hired anybody. We put a stop to hiring because I want to make sure that I know exactly what the board's expectations are as we move forward, especially in light of moving forward with middle and elementary, because everyone's still under contract. So if we were to now go out and start hiring a bunch of people out of district, we have people that we may need to place in district. So let's figure out what's going to happen as we move forward. Second, what we did was staff. Staff was based on our projections that we received, what was going to be at each particular campus, not on actual students in the classroom, because we're not talking about this year, we're talking about next year. So that's how we staffed. And based on how we staffed, Dr. Taganow sitting down saying, this is how many kids you have, our projection would be a reduction in FTEs for teachers and paras at those amounts for a total of 2.6 million. That made perfect sense to me. I hope it made sense to you guys.
Ms. Poteet, anything? Mr. Macias?
No, I will be supporting the recommendation by administration on this one. I think 2.6 million is a good amount for us to be looking at for saving.
Ms. Jones or Ms. Lee, anything? No. I guess this is just back to all the emails I've gotten, which I've read, not responded to, and I'm sorry it's been a busy day, is we have two options on the table tonight. One is closing a school and putting more kids on a campus, or putting more kids in a classroom. And this is, every email I got was, don't put more kids in a classroom. That's the last thing everybody wants is more kids in a classroom. Well, I think, it was nice to go down to 21 and 23, right? That was the, Miss McKinney's dream for a couple of years, right, to be 21. But the 22 has been the magic number, so I know that 23 becomes 25, 26, 27, because we already know 21 led to 23, 24. That's what we were told at the last meeting. So if it's all of a sudden the number is 23, the next thing it becomes 25, 26. And with the behavior issues on classrooms these days, 25 kindergartners, not a thing. 25 first graders, not a thing. You have better be the most seasoned expert in behavior management, because even the best teachers have challenges once it gets over a 22 number. So while I am okay increasing to 1, because the state of Texas tells us 22 at our kinder through 4, or really pre-K through 4 type numbers, I am not okay saying with a number that says we're going to have to waiver every classroom. Because essentially it's the message that it sends, is putting more kids in a classroom. If we have to cut something in this district, this is exactly what Mr. Willis said. This is point of sale right here. This is where students are sitting with teachers. This is the one thing we shouldn't be messing with, because this is point of sale. Everything else can be negotiated, but this is the non-negotiable area, because this is where kids are learning with a teacher. So I'm okay with 1, I'm just not okay with 2.
That's what I was also feeling, by the way,
Okay.
was 1, so that would cut our savings in half.
Correct. Because I also don't want to end up at the end of the year next year, and we put 22, but we budgeted for 23, and next thing you know, we got a $4 million budget amendment at the end of the year. That's also, we don't want that to happen either. So I'm going to make a motion, and we'll see if there's any discussion, and if it doesn't pass, people can make a different motion. I move that we increase the teacher-student ratio for budgeting purposes to 1 to 22 at elementary, 1 to 24 at middle school, and 1 to 25 at high school. Do I have a second?
Second?
Okay. Any discussion or need for clarity on that one?
Discussion.
Go ahead, Matt.
In my experience, and was a teacher here in Judson for quite some time, these numbers fluctuate. They just do. From one school to another school, from one grade level in a school to another grade level in a school. There is no perfect number. You cannot control who comes in and who leaves. So no matter what number you set it at, things are going to vary. I am comfortable with the proposal from administration. We need to cut. This is one extra kid, maybe, we don't even know. And I'm comfortable with leaving it as what came forward in our packet.
Any other discussion before we vote? Comments?
I'm just disappointed. We told some parents at Judson Middle School that we're going to cut your school because we want to save 1.7. And you're talking about hard decisions. And then you don't decide to take the recommendation on administration, you cut it in half. If we need to make hard decisions, this is probably the easiest decision to make, because we're already seeing that type of variance anyway in the classroom. So I would much rather see this than us cut a middle school, because again, we're going to have another chance to have this conversation. But you also did not impact DOIs enough. And that was a $1 million. So now it's like whatever you want. And, and these are decisions that will have a lower impact on students. Closing the school has a big impact. And so you're picking the wrong things, in my opinion. So again, the recommendation is we need to cut. You were over there saying we need to cut. This is appropriate, I think. It'll have less damage, and we'll be able to maneuver through. And it's something that I think is where we're headed. Now, I will say this. I will probably not support any additional decreases our increases in the student-teacher ratio going forward. This is it. But this is our one opportunity to save $2.6 million, and I think we need to take this.
Ms. Jones or Ms. Lee? Okay. Just a point of clarification, what I want is not important up on this dais. This is about what the stakeholders want, and that involves the voters, the staff, the parents, and the students, right? And the messaging has been always very clear, and you get the same emails I do, because I'm pretty sure they're going to all of us. And class size.
I didn't get any emails about class size, none.
You didn't say anything about overcrowding in schools? Oh, I'll forward them over to you. Or, I'm sorry, overcrowding in classrooms is how it was worded. The number one concern of the people who emailed us was.
I got none of that.
Okay, I'll forward them over. I
I don't
assume
want
they
'em.
went to the whole board. The overcrowding of classrooms is the number one concern of parents. It's the number one concern of our staff. So, again, it's not about what I want. This is about what the stakeholders want, and every decision that elected people up here make has to do with listening to input from stakeholders. So,
Well, I would like to say that you guys have talked a lot about input from stakeholders. I'm back because I also listen to my community, and our community wants us to be responsible, and I'm here 4 more years, guys. So the bottom line is that we have to look at supporting teachers, like you said, Ms. Ryan, but those things are going to happen with what I'll be making recommendations to invest in a stronger ISS component. I'll be making recommendations to ensure that we have more RTIs. There will be ways to support the classroom, because it's really about the students that need support that are in that classroom that are concerns for teachers. And if we have a mechanism to move those students out and give them that one-on-one attention, or even the small group attention they need, that will produce stronger results. So this isn't the end, right? We still have work to do, and I will be making recommendations, even with paras. I'm expecting to put an increase in stipends for our incentives for paras in special ed, because that's where they're helping teachers. So if I'm going to invest resources and time, that's where I would put it. So the 2.6 would be helpful, because it then allows me to come back with a proposal to add another $500,000 in these areas that we know will support teachers. Because like you, I've been listening too. And so reducing the student-teacher ratio just by 1 is still not helping the teacher deal with the students' discipline problem in the classroom. And that's where we need to be focusing on. So I'll be bringing back those proposals through this budget cycle as well.
okay, we have a motion and a second on the table. Any more discussion before we vote on this motion language? Okay, let's proceed to vote on the reducing by 1. Sorry, it was the reduced by 1. That was the motion. So to go.
It's to increase the student ratio by 1.
I'm sorry, increase by 1. So to go from 21 to 22, not 21 to 23. That's the motion on the table. If that doesn't pass, then we can go back to. Okay, so motion did not pass, 2 yes, 5 no. Okay, is there another motion on the table?
I move that we accept the teacher-student ratio increase by 2 students as delineated in our board book.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Oops, hold on. Proceed. Proceed. Any discussion? Okay, proceed to vote. All right, motion passes 6 to, is that 6? Yes, to 1. All right. I believe that was the last item on your slides, right, Ms. Davis? Okay. You know, unfortunately, it doesn't look like we got to 13 today. So in terms of way forward, like Mr. Macias said, we have a ton of work still to do to pass a budget. Again, I really feel like the board needs to see that full budget as soon as we can, and clearly some more meetings are going to be necessary. I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say. I would like to see another round of another $5 million in reductions because we are nowhere near 13 or 17 because there was not a lot of reductions that were done today. And we have very few days left till this budget has to be passed, and 7 of those days are at graduations, right? So that whole week is out. When I'm looking at things to cut based on everything I heard at the many town halls, the many emails I've gotten, the community is interested in protecting teacher, librarian, and counselor compensation and focusing on the positions that have been added since 2019, 2020, with a focus on central office, campus administration, and professional support. So essentially not auxiliary and not teachers in classrooms. So I think a fairly decent target for next week's meeting would be another $5 million in cuts and just see how long it's going to take us till we get to a reasonable number of a budget that we think a majority of this board can pass. So is there any other target dollar amounts or any other protections anyone would like to share in terms of what to do for the next round? Or it could be 0 and no next round and we cut nothing. So that's an option too. So, Ms. Canoyer, do you have anything in terms of a dollar amount you would or would not like to see, or anything you would like protected or prioritized?
I don't have anything at this moment, but I can certainly keep thinking.
Okay. Ms. Stanford?
Possibly the staffing structure, looking at pre-COVID and how it's changed since pre-COVID.
Okay.
Taking a look at that.
Okay, maybe some comparison to our districts of our size in terms of structure,
Okay.
maybe? I don't know. We'll let you figure out the best way to look at staffing structure. Yeah, that's true too. So I think she means the pyramid. What does the pyramid kind of look like? Is that what you mean?
I thought she meant staffing structure pre-COVID. So look at what we were staffed at before COVID and what we are staffed at now.
Are you talking staffing numbers or the structure? Like in terms of the organization chart? That's what I'm talking about. Is that what you're talking about?
The number of staff in the structure.
Oh, in the structure, so straight staffing numbers, okay. Okay.
Got it.
Ms. Moteet?
Yeah, this was my first meeting, and I have nothing else I can add.
Congratulations, you did
Yeah.
lots of talking, that's more than Laura and I did our first one. Mr. Macias?
Actually, I think we probably have cut enough for this year. And I did not ever agree to an arbitrary $13 million or $17 million number. Everything we cut will have an adverse effect. And you have to realize there's not a lot left to cut. I do agree with Ms. Stanford, though. There may be some positions that were pre-COVID that we need to take a look at, and that could yield some additional funding. But in terms of identifying other things, you want to close 3 more schools? I mean, it's senseless. So there is nothing left to cut that's going to save us $47 million. The play is to get more revenue and to go for the Vader, to be united on that. And the same community, Ms. Poteet, that you talked to that said that they wouldn't support a tax increase, well, they don't know how desperate the need is. When I spoke with the same voters, not yours, but mine, I was able to convey why we have the deficit, why public education is being undermined, and the community was responsive. And if you don't believe me, I'm here because of that message. And the reason that I'm happy I'm back is because I'm going to continue to tell folks, I said earlier, what part of the bus do we not need? We need everything on the bus. And so every step we take to cut weakens our ability to provide a quality education. So I'm fine with what we've cut now. I'll look at the staffing for additional cuts, but it it's just going to weaken our position, which I think maybe that's the whole goal. Make public ed so weak that no one's attending our schools. And so I am content with where we are right now.
Okay, Ms. Jones? Ms. Lee? You're tired too. Do you have something else you'd like moving in your hand? No?
Well, Mr. Macias, you're content with the 2 school closures?
No and no. But
Because you just said you're content with where we
But I'm
are.
content with the other parts that we cut. Obviously, there's still more discussion on this middle school, and I promise you, I will be advocating to keep that school open. So we haven't finished our discussion on that issue.
Right.
Am I right that we're at about 5 million based on what we did tonight?
I quit
Roughly?
doing math, so if any of them are doing math, I would
I just,
appreciate it.
I just did some addition, and I kind of would,
Ms. Davis has it.
You're at 5?
We,
About 5.
based on what has been approved, is about
we
that.
did not make a decision on the compensation plan payroll
We're getting ready to
reduction.
go back on that. It's a
Okay.
closed session.
As far as reduction of 3 days, we were asked to come back with more.
I didn't
days.
count that because,
No, we're just wondering
because
how
it
much
wasn't,
it was.
I only counted what we did, we voted on and approved.
So I just want
Amanda
to
said
make
3
sure that
million.
I'm
3.5? Okay.
Then I missed something.
program
Okay.
restructure was a yes. The 177,000.
You
And
can
then
probably
this.
add the
Yes.
comp plan on as well. So that would be about, what, 5?
No, about 1.
3? With the comp plan?
Yeah, I went by what the payroll deductions comp plan thing, I did
It
include
was
that, my
1.2.
apologies.
4.5?
No, I did not include anything we had not voted on, but I did add in that 1.264 from the
So it's
compensation
almost 5.
plan, so that would make it about 5 if we pass that.
There. All right, your
Five?
approximate math was very spot on,
Approximately
Ms.
5.
Moya. Okay, we're at approximately 5. So,
I just liked having that number in mind.
all right, so in terms of the type of thing we want to see back from you involves positions and staffing. That's what I think Laura and I said. The people who didn't speak in terms of what types of efficiencies you want to see for the next meeting is staffing and structure and positions, what the majority of us want to see. Laura, I know you're a yes, or you?
You're asking for consensus?
I'm just asking for consensus so we can give him guidance on what to bring back on the next
Okay.
round.
Yes.
Your biggest concern is staffing and positions and structure, right?
Well, it's.
No.
I thought it was staffing, structure, pre-COVID.
Correct.
What's changed, yeah, where we.
Got it.
So I want us to be real careful with that one, because before COVID, we had made major changes at district office,
Correct.
moving people to campuses.
Yep.
And so it's not going to be an apples-to-apples comparison. So I just want us to keep that in mind as we come back. We moved people to campus, and it was people we needed to have here at central office, which is why some of them are back. So I just want us to be real careful when we talk about that particular thing.
Yeah, that was one of the major cost reduction methods that they did, was that everybody had to go find a job on a campus. It was dire times
What we
back
did with
then.
ESSER, you know, who we funded with ESSER.
Oh, so add ESSER positions. Does the majority concur we want to go look at specifically ESSER added positions that were funded out of ESSER?
We already took those away since we don't have ESSER anymore.
No, ma'am.
No, a lot of those just got converted to general fund. They did.
That's
I think
correct.
that was mostly librarians and TAG, right?
It was
AP,
librarians, TAG,
communications
and,
And we've already, we've already dealt with that, so,
Counselors, aides.
yeah.
bunch of
Okay.
PK
Yeah,
aides.
the librarians.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
Okay, so ESSER and staffing. Is there any, of those who are interested in still cutting things, is there any consensus to set a goal for the superintendent of at least a dollar amount for the next round? I had said 5. I haven't heard any other numbers come out of anybody's mouth. Can we give them some guidance on an approximate number?
I would say 5 more.
Yeah, because if we're at 5 now, and we may have to get to 13 or 17. Laura, thoughts?
We voted on that 13 or 17 now.
There was consensus 2 meetings ago at 13.
And we
The board
brought
agreed to
18.
13. Correct. And then it only moved to 17 because of the self-funded amendment.
No, we brought 18, correct?
No, I'm
In
saying our
cuts?
goal.
And
Yes.
then the board has decided that they don't want to do all but 5.
Correct.
And now you want us to go back and find 5 more?
Correct.
With no direction on where?
No, that's what I'm giving you direction. Staffing and positions.
Understood.
That's not going to be
Correct.
5 million, no way.
Okay, so there are 3 things in this district. There are positions, programs, and schools. 3 things exist, right? And some buses. We're not selling those, right? So if we may or may not close schools, we've already taken things like checking programs off the table already. So if we're still looking for cost reductions, the only thing left of those 3 is positions. So position by position by position, that's the primary way, unless we go back to programs, is the only way you're gonna get to 13 or 17 is by massively cutting positions, which is what we did 5 years ago in this district, and we did it whenever we did the 2 rep, right? I don't want to say the word rep, sorry. There's ways to do it other than that, right type thing. So massive cutting of positions has been done by this district before. And if we're not gonna cut the other 2 things, then I guess we have to look at every single position and make hard choices.
And there is
Right?
something else too that did come up at the town hall, and that is selling the administration buildings, ERC, we've discussed that some. So, and moving staff to another facility. Huh?
Yeah.
Well,
Well-
Coronado, I don't know.
Well, this is just as my comment. I never agreed to 13 or 17 million. When you talk about consensus, all we did is say administration bring some cuts. Now, I didn't put a line in the sand and say it needs to be 13 million. Just bring some recommendations. JECA was on that list of 18 million in cuts, and we said, no, we're not going to cut JECA. So again, there was no dollar amount that was stipulated. And I would also say this. We can have real discussions about what we need to cut, but that should be the stage for why we need the Vader passed. And because we need that Vader to be sustainable, if we don't pass it, then this next round of discussions that we're talking about future cuts become a reality. And that's how the conversation will need to be set in our community, which I would put closures of schools, I would be reduction of major staffing positions, because those are things that we're going to need to do, but I'm telling you, it's going to undermine our ability to provide the kind of service we need to our students. So rather than make the cuts now, let's try to be collectively focused on getting this Vader out there and get that revenue generated. I think that is the best way. Right now, cuts, we're good right now.
Oh, yeah, no, everybody's clear on that. The rest of the 6 of us, though,
But
know.
not 13 million. You're saying to
Okay.
bring another 5
So,
million.
Let me remind you, so what we did at 2 budget meetings ago was, when they were presenting the budget, the consensus of the board was generally, we didn't think we want to go below 60 days in our fund balance. So all of us were sitting here doing some math, and they calculated out that to keep our fund balance at 60 days, it was 13 million. And there was board consensus on that. I'm not sure, maybe you weren't that
No,
big,
no,
I'm not sure.
and I was there
So-
because I said, I don't care about our rating, because you mentioned ratings and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, very
Said if
important.
we can't pay for quality education, then it doesn't matter what our rating is. So I didn't agree with the idea that we need to be at a certain fund. So we have all the money in the bank, but yet we're cutting all kinds of positions. No, that's not
Okay, so maybe we'll
it.
do a dollar amount. I guess we can just continue to have meetings till we figure it out, right, until we pass a budget. So I guess maybe for next week, then, if we can get the budget so that we can figure out, and each board member is going to have to decide, at what level of fund balance are you willing to push the yes button on a budget, right? And that's going to be different for 7 different people, different levels of risk, different things, right? Like, I'm probably not, if it says 40 days left in fund balance, I'm probably not pushing the yes button, right? And everybody's going to figure that out for themselves. So I guess we need to, and I'll get with Ms. Holmes and everybody can give her your availability before you leave today for the evenings of next week, so that we can convene a special meeting to go over the agenda items that we needed to go through that needed different language, along with, we need to see the budget. We need to figure out how much we need to cut. Because there's apparently disagreement whether it's 13, 17, 10, 21. That needs to be resolved now, because it's very hard to give you guidance on how much still needs to be cut if we don't know how much that is. So I'll work with you on the agenda, but it looks like there's a lot more work to be done. And goals need to be set by this new group of 7 of where we need to be before we can pass a budget. Because like, we're here on one person, but I'm not sure if we're there on all 7, or at least even a majority of the 7. Like, one person's okay just going down to 40 days in fund balance, right? I'm not sure if a majority of this 7 is okay with that number yet. Until we, I think, look at the numbers and say what level of risk each person, and we come to some majority consensus, that I'm okay if the fund balance is X dollars. And then those are the numbers we've got to work with and set those goals. So, because that last consensus was with old data and by old board members, right? So I guess we need some guidance from the new people once they can get a chance to see it. Thank you, Mrs. Potteet. Can we hold on to 8I until next week's meeting? That was your architecture package, but because we pushed the decisions on those 2 things forward, can we pause that package till next week? Because I don't think we want to approve architecture package that may affect campuses that are still on the table.
Well,
Will that affect anything we,
2 things.
Busted away.
Yes, we can push it.
okay, just one week.
No, I don't think that we should continue to push back work on facilities based on what our plans may be going forward, because I would hope that whatever facilities we move students from, we later repurpose in some way, and there's no reason to keep holding off on getting those things fixed, if we've already have budgeted for getting those things fixed.
Okay, and it was some weird things, I think, and that was like, things like sports flooring, might not be super urgent. So are you okay if we just push that 1 week? Is that going to
Yes, ma'am.
greatly impact them?
I am fine with that.
So you're assuming we're going to be able to get a quorum together for a meeting next week, and I'm booked every day.
Okay. We've got to, this has to get done as quick as we can do it. So we will work on everybody's schedules and get the majority of people that we can to things. Okay. Any,
Yeah, it's hot.
We're here too late.
compensation plan
Oh, it turned off.
Closed session.
in closed session? Okay, real quick with training, conferences, events, before we head into closed session. Mr. Macias, let's start down on your end.
I have none, no comment.
Oh, what is this? Okay. What?
None.
None? Okay. New people, nothing, right? You're just happy to be here? What? Oh,
I'm letting the principals go. We're at the
Okay.
closed session point. It's-
yes. All right, Ms. Canoyer?
I have a bunch, I'll just list a few. Judson High School Sports Awards, Judson High School Military Ball, Jeff Scholarships, what a great event. I judged the Fiesta floats at Franz, I was in the Fiesta Parade at Escondido, attended the retirement dinner, attended the Academic All-State Dinner. There was a veteran signing I went to, I attended the induction ceremony for Candlewood Elementary Honor Society. I took a quick pass by the art show and Veterans Memorial's Kate Awards. All great things to celebrate kids.
All right, Laura.
Okay, I'll just mention the retirement dinner, and it never ceases to amaze me, the incredible people that we have working for this district, whether I meet them in the classroom or at a retirement dinner. We really have quality people in this district. So thank you to all those of you who are retiring, and I think I mentioned to several of you, start thinking about coming back part-time. So I just want to reiterate that, just keep that in your mind. Thanks.
You're still new. Well, in terms of upcoming training, I think the whole board is going to SLI, but that's local, right? You two are, you're not going, oh no, you skipped that. You're going, I'm not sure. But the new board members, that's where we get the vast majority of our training. It is here local in San Antonio, no travel, for that one. So that's the big board training that will be coming up and knock out everybody's annual things. Yeah, like Suzanne, I've been at way too many things, but just a huge shout out to the athletics department. If you've never been to an academic all-state banquet, it doesn't get more five-star bougie than that. It's gold and it's black and it's glitter and and the number of kids we have getting that award every single year keeps going up. So thank you to all the coaches and our district athletic staff for putting it on. And it's just such a special evening. To be a student and athlete at that level is amazing. I love going to that event. The art show, everybody knows, is my favorite. I got to talk to so many art teachers. I know I didn't catch you all, but I tried to get as many places as I could. But some of y'all were at lunch. Went to VA MHS's CTE completion program to be up to 176 or so completers. That is huge on our CCMR numbers. I see one of our teachers back there in the back row. And to watch those VMHS CTE programs grow and all those kids walking out with licenses and able to go out into the world or into college and do amazing things. Those are some amazing teachers over there. And the numbers keep going up. And then I walked through PBL week at JSTEM. I had never seen that before. You have never seen that many power tools and hot glue guns in your life. And it was just a wonder to watch. And these kids were so on task. They were putting projects together and there was sawdust flying. And it was just a joy to see kids loving learning and just doing it on their own. And there was adults making sure nobody was getting burned with a hot glue gun. But to see kids doing their own self-directed learning in a group and working as a team, a thank you to JSTEM for letting me come over and see that in action, because I've only ever seen the final product, and that was just a joy to see. So look forward to getting on a lot more campuses come fall. Okay. Ms. Stanford, I'm sorry.
What? I talked.
You are, no, you're,
I'm going after this thing.
you are after what I just did.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
it's all you.
Yeah, really, really fast. I'm just bringing this to the new board's attention, well, to all our attention, but especially the new members. When we meet with Dr. Gibson soon, I'm going to be recommending that we make an addition to the scorecard under P1.1, which is the academic goals. And I want to add a layer of goals because the current goals, I believe, have a conflict of interest built in to where the superintendent's evaluation is dependent on them. And so that makes them need to be, well, it's just a conflict of interest. So if we have an additional layer of goals that is, no one's evaluated on, it's just something we're stretching for, I think that will give the community something they've been wanting and looking for, which is higher academic goals that doesn't threaten anyone, doesn't cause anyone to have a evaluation problem. So I will be recommending that, but it's not up for vote tonight. But I wanted it on the radar so it's not like cold turkey when we meet with Dr. Gibson.
Okay, any other comments on that? I think Laura and I have always been, I'm always middle of the road. I'm like, I don't want the goals too high, but I don't want them too low, right? So I look forward to that discussion with Dr. Gibson because I am a believer in kind of stretch goals, right? Like push
Yeah,
yourself a
stretch
little
goals,
bit.
yeah.
But it's about being reasonable bosses, right? Where if you don't make a goal and there's a reason, then but that doesn't mean you don't try for the goal type thing. So I look forward to that discussion on the 5th or the 8th, whatever day we're with Dr. Gibson. All right, if nothing else, we are going to adjourn into closed session. Hold on, let me try and read all this. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, we will discuss potential cost reductions to the district's local budget, specifically those 1.2 million is the one we're talking about in closed session, and discuss approval of the 25-26 Judson ISD compensation plan. Those are items 9 and B and C will be moved into closed session. Also pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report, updates including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments to include the Hartman Elementary School principal and Metzger Middle School principal. Pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551076, deliberation regarding security devices or security audits. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to the non-renewal of the term contract of Cheryl Crawford. Pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, deliberation regarding the non-renewal, I have the wrong thing. The term contract of Christopher Johnson pursuant to Texas, are C and D the same? Sorry.
It says here, consider and take possible.
Oh, I'm sorry. C was attorney consultation 071, and then 074 deliberation regarding the non-renewal of the term contract of Cheryl Crawford, after we consult with the attorney. Then pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074 and 071, attorney consultation with legal counsel and discussion regarding voiding of probationary contract of district employee and options concerning termination of employee's employment and legal matters regarding the voiding of contract of Christopher Johnson. I'm getting there. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, discussing contract renewal lists for campus and district office administrators, non-certified professionals for the 25-26 school year. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.074, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of individual employees, and pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussion regarding board member duties and responsibilities. The time is now 12:59 a.m., and we are adjourning to closed session. The time is now 2:06 a.m. on Friday, May 16th, and we are at finished closed session and have reconvened in open session. There's a script. No final decision or action was taken in closed session. Agenda item 12A, consider and take action on the personnel report, new hires, including Hartman Elementary and Metzger. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the personnel report and updates as discussed in closed session.
I have a motion and a second. Any clarification needed by the new people? If not, please proceed to vote. Motion passes 7-0. Next agenda item, deliberation and possible action regarding the non-renewal of term contract of Cheryl Crawford. Do I have a motion?
Having failed to submit a timely request for a hearing and after reviewing Ms. Crawford's employment circumstances, I move to non-renew the term contract of Cheryl Crawford effective at the end of this school year for the reasons set forth in the notice letter previously delivered to Ms. Crawford. I further move to authorize the superintendent to deliver notice of the board's action to non-renew Ms. Crawford's term contract.
Do I have a second?
Second.
No questions for clarification, please cast your vote. Motion passes 7-0. Agenda item 12C, consider and take possible action regarding voiding of probationary contract of district employee and termination of employee's employment with the district of Christopher Johnson. Do I have a motion?
I move that the board vote to declare the contract of Christopher Johnson void pursuant to Texas Education Code 21.0031A. I further move that we instruct the superintendent to provide notice to Mr. Johnson of this decision by the board that the contract is void due to lack of certification. I further move that the superintendent terminate the employee effective immediately.
Do I have a second?
Second.
If no clarification needed, you may proceed to vote. Motion passes 7-0. Agenda item 12D, consider and take possible action regarding approval of contract renewal lists for campus and district office administrators, non-certified personnel for the 25-26 school year. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the contract renewal list for campus and district office administrators.
Do I have a second? Okay, Ms. Stanford on a second. If no clarification, you may proceed to vote. Motion passes 7-0. Item 12E, consider and take possible action regarding the approval of potential cost reduction to the district's local budget. This is the portion of 9B that we removed and took to closed session. Do I have a motion on this item?
I move that we approve the potential cost reductions as discussed.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion, clarification? No? All right, you may proceed to vote. Oh, sorry. Oh. Stephanie and Leslie? Oh, no, it's okay if you're thinking.
No, this is like the overall,
Not everything, just the stuff.
No,
that we
these are
discussed.
the vacant positions and the upgrades and downgrades.
Okay.
I think I'm allowed to say that, right? Motion passes 6-1. Agenda item 12F, consider and take possible action regarding the approval of the 25-26 Judson ISD compensation plan. Do I have a motion on this item?
I move that we approve the 2025-2026 compensation plan as presented.
I I have a motion and a second. Hold on, let me get that. Oh.
Sorry.
No,
Don't
can
worry
you,
about it.
he's resetting.
He'll reset
That's
it.
okay, hold on. Give him a minute.
Gotta hit the right button. Need to mark her present, I think.
Oh, there we go. So now we're good? Okay. Okay, now you can proceed to vote. Motion does not pass, 3 yes and 4 no. So I'll talk to you, Dr. Fields, about a way ahead. I think we discussed some of the concerns. We'll see what we can wrap up on that. Okay, for 12A, would you like to announce?
Oh, yes.
I almost forgot.
So for Hartman Elementary, the new principal will be Miss Valentine. And for Metzger Middle School, the new principal will be Miss Evanisha Davis. Congratulations.
Congratulations to them. Being no further business, this meeting will adjourn at 2:12 a.m. on Friday, May 16th. I feel like I have to say the day because